My channel. My channel. My content. My channel. My content. My channel. My content. Happy Monday. What's going on, Troy?
Not too much, kind sir.
Volume's here. Volume's good. We'll just,
right.
At least, I mean, for me and you it is. I don't know about the chat. We'll see what they're saying. I'm pretty sure we're good.
Good.
Until we get some plus and positives and thumbs up. Sound check, we good?
Get the A-OK from the crowd.
Definitely. Yeah, because sometimes we've gone speaking for like 4 or 5 minutes, and then you read the chat, it's like, we can't hear you. It's like, fuck.
Nice.
Yeah, they're just disappointed, man. Tom Rockholm from Timeless Morphs said, I'm disappointed, Troy. I was expecting full Reptile Show wardrobe.
Yeah, I actually thought about it, and I was like, man, my reptile room is warm. I don't know if I really want to be in the coat.
Yeah, no, definitely, man.
Yeah.
So you gotta change it up sometimes, man.
Yeah. Figured I'd throw on just a fellow friend's snake shirt.
Grab your balls, man.
Yeah, good dude, real good dude, and so yeah. I figured somebody in the comments would be like, "Where's the jacket?" And it's a little warm.
Yeah, so everybody hears us. We're good.
Good.
As everybody notices, there's no Austin above me. I was gonna, Austin. Yeah, he's usually above me. So, he has his brother's birthday, so he couldn't make it tonight. So, just me and Troy in the house. So, anybody has any questions, you can answer. You can answer them for yourself. Like, if you have any questions, just fucking answer your own. Put it in the comments or the chat, and we'll try to pull them out best we could. So how you doing, my man?
I'm good, man. I really no complaints. I believe our world's too screwed up to really throw my complaints in there, so I'll leave them be. But I'm good. I think when we chatted this morning, I told you I woke up to a clutch, and so that's always a good day. And so been a good day.
What was the pairing?
Inchy pin pied het clown to a pastel clown posset pied.
Oh, I hope it proves. That'd be sick.
Yeah. I actually just had the same pairing, but a pastel pied posset clown, and she proved out, but she ended up with 2 clown pieds. One was an inchy clown pied, and it died coming out of the egg.
Damn.
So that was a kick in the nuts. But I did hit an inchy lemon blast clown pied. Jeez, I can't talk. And so yeah. So I've had one prove. So yeah, fingers crossed that she proves as well.
No, that'd be amazing. I love when they prove out, because it's like, I love when you make something you didn't even know. It's like, what the hell? Like, how? Wow, it's even better.
Yeah.
Man.
So a little kid in the candy store, man. You definitely get that feeling, Christmas morning, and yeah, it's a good feeling.
There's so much shit going on that we don't even really know, and people do things and like, how did I do that? It's like, the chances are so small that it actually can happen. When it does, it's just mind blowing when you think like, you know what the odds are of actually hitting that from 2 different people and they're both het for something. Like, it's just crazy. So you really don't know what you have until you breed it. Like,
Yep, got to take chances. So
how's your season going?
Good. I'm on clutch 32, I think it is. Been ultrasounding about every 10 days or so, and if everything continues to go the way it's going, I think I'll crack 50.
Awesome.
I don't think I'll make 60, but I think I'll crack 50, and that would be my record year. Also, I've paired a lot more females than I ever have. My best year before this was, I think, 28 or 30, somewhere right in there, and so I'm already above that. So I'm tickled.
Good.
And yeah, so far so good. And yeah, I've had one clutch that gave me like 10 eggs or something. Only one was good. The rest were slugs.
Oh.
You know, I had the clown pied, you know, pass away in the egg, but really, man, I've had a pretty good year so far, and I really no complaints about it. You know, I'm always happy to get a clutch. So
Yeah, it's funny that you said that, because with your 10 eggs and only one was viable, I did that the other day, and I put it on Patreon, where all my eggs that I take off is on Patreon, and then I do my egg cutting and stuff on YouTube. And I did the video, and it's like, hey guys, yeah, we'll do the candling afterwards, because there's no sense candling as well. So I always take the snake off the eggs, and we wash her, and we talk and go over the pairing and stuff like that, and we weigh the eggs and do all that stuff, put it on Husbandry Pro. And I'm like, yeah, you know what, we'll candle afterwards. And then as soon as we went to candles, like nothing, no veins, nothing. All 5 eggs were duds. And so I turned the camera back on. It's like, let's just film this again and show them. And it's funny because when you get a slug, you can see that it's not viable. It's not the same color. It's not the same size. But you actually can get eggs that look perfect. And as soon as you candle it, they have water inside. There's nothing in it. There's nothing. But you had nine. Like, it's amazing how they can lay 10 eggs and 9 are it's wow, crazy.
Yeah, and the crazy thing, Billy, is this is their second year in a row giving me slugs. So last year she gave me all slugs. This year she gave me slugs and 1 good egg. And it's interesting to me, I've talked with other people in the circle that what really makes a girl slug out, and is it stress, is it heat related, could they not build properly, cool to heat, is she overweight, is she underweight? It just seems like there's so many different things that can happen. And so I went last year, she was in a CB70 tub. This year I took her from that point and put her right into an FB40 and grew her to, time to breed, and still, like I said, gave me slugs plus the 1 good egg this year. So I'm going to try maybe 1 more year and see what happens. If she's just a girl that for whatever reason produces slugs, then, I guess she's going to be somebody's pet. So
you're going to give her 1 more shot, right?
Yeah, I think it's worth it. I've got the room, and so I think I'll try some things. I'll just see what happens.
Cool. No, it's something that, in the past I've had females that slugged out, and I've just paired them the following year, and I've had success. But I don't know. Now I'm keeping track with everything on Husbandry Pro. Beforehand, it was just like you'd make a note somewhere, and then you don't know where it went, or you'd mark it on the card. I used to use clutch cards, and I'd write it there, and then I'd put them in a stack with an elastic for the year, collecting dust somewhere else. And let's go find those cards. Like, where the hell did I put them? Because you always put things in a spot where when you need them, you know where they are. It's like,
right?
Fuck, what did I do with those things? I would have put them somewhere so I know where they would be when I wanted them. And you're looking through shit, and you finally find them, and then you go through it. And then it's like, no, I didn't write it on this. Damn it. Like, it's crazy. So now I write it before I write it on the card. I write it on the Excel sheet once I transfer that over. And now I just make a note on Husbandry Pro. So hopefully now, anytime I have any issues or anything like that, or something proves out, like especially like asphalt / yellow belly, proved out yellow belly, proved out asphalt, I definitely want to know that, for the next year's pairing. So, but no, it's crazy how so many things can be a factor in why they slug out or they don't have viable eggs. And it could be one thing, it could be a few things. So
yeah, my last clutch of last year was like that, Billy, where you came out perfect. They were perfect looking eggs, and I normally always candle. And it was one of those situations where I was kind of like, I'll just throw them in the incubator and check them later in the night or whatever. And I happened to just kind of stop, and I was like, well, I'll just do it now. And sure enough, not a single vein, and you're like, oh, like that's crazy, because you don't expect that when they they look good.
Yeah, don't get me excited. Give me fucking slugs right from the get-go. Then I wouldn't be so pissed off. When you get 10 viable-looking eggs and only 1 is good, it's sort of like, you know what, haha, screw you.
Yeah.
So what do you think you're going to do this year? Anything different? You're going to like maybe overfeed her? You know?
You know, last year she was a girl that would go back and forth between ASFs and rats, and she definitely liked ASFs better. I felt she looked good, you know, body wise. This year I'm just going to pump her full of ASFs and just see if, you know, maybe she eats a little bit more, you know, whatever the case may be. But I'm not even going to mess around with trying to feed her a rat, because there's times where I would feed her an ASF because she didn't eat a rat, and then I would try a rat maybe the next week and maybe even the following week, and in between that time I didn't throw her an ASF. Again, I thought she looked good, but you know, maybe she's like literally right here.
Probably look how handy that is.
So, I mean, this is her. She laid.
Oh, fuck, you know, she looks. Yeah. She looks a decent size.
She's already ate, like, yeah, she's got good size to her, and but for whatever reason, she just didn't. And then I think I'm going to send her on the cooler side of my rack too. So instead of me keeping her, like, my rack runs anywhere. By the way, I'm a really open book, so if you people don't like what I tell you, it's too bad. I'm right. It's Billy's channel, his content, but I'm gonna just roll under that flag.
That's it, baby. Fucking right.
Yeah. So yeah, my rack runs anywhere from like 89, 90 is a hot spot at the top, and even some at the bottom. But my rack gets warmer in the middle, and so I'll reach like 92, 93 even sometimes on the plastic, which then on top of the Repti chip will come out to be around 90 or 91. I don't know if she was just too warm, and so I'm going to move her just to the top of the rack, I believe, and she'll be in there at 89, 90, and we'll just see if that makes a difference.
Yeah, for years I ran hot. People were like, what the hell? You're running like 92, 93? Oh, you can't. You're going to, you know, all your females are going to slug out. You tell that to the 90 clutches I had last year, and then the 100 and something the year, you know, the year that you were telling me that I'm going to, it's like, wow. But I have since then went cooler this year. So in the new facility, I went cooler. I'm probably 90, 91, give or take. So even could be even 89, depending on the fluctuation in the racks. I have 2 probes.
What do you do your ambient at in your facility?
So outside in the main room, where we have sort of like, you know, the entrance, you walk in, you go to the back, the hatchlings and the for sale. That we're running around 81. And then in the rooms, it's a little warmer because it's sort of sealed off. I think it's around 82-ish. 82. Sometimes it gets up, like, I think today was like 83, 83, 84, because we had the record heat, an 81-year record today.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Stupid hot. Yeah, like, ugh, like gross. But, you know, thank God for AC.
I went the opposite then. So, Billy, I use animal plastics racks, AP racks. So they're an enclosed rack, right? And I know you're mostly Freedom Breeder.
Yep. An ARS, yeah.
An ARS. Okay, yep. So my theory or my thought, I think, is that in my enclosed rack, I keep my room cooler so that they can get to that front of that tub and have maybe a cooler temp. So if I'm like 74-ish, 75, I'm pretty happy. It's really hot right now too in Iowa. And so, like, even leaving my door to the basement open, I mean, it's still like 81 in here right now. But during the winter, I had a pretty good, 72, 73, 74, 75. And then I have a warmer hot spot. And so before, I think I was a little bit flip-flopped. I was a little bit lower and a higher ambient temp. I found success so far this year. Like I said, like 32 clutches, and hopefully I'll hit around 50 or crack 50. And I think that's a lot. I think it works for me because of the fact that I'm an enclosed rack. My ambient can be lower. I think if I went Freedom Breeder, ARS or something, I would want my ambient to be higher.
Yeah. And I'm still, this year I changed a few things with the new facility. At the old facility, I ran, like I said, a little warmer or hotter. This year I actually came in here and actually had the main room at 83, 84. And then, talking to a few people, and it's like, you know what, let's go a little lower. I mean, Austin runs a little lower than I did in my facility. And So I figured, like, why not try it? You know, I mean, this is the year to try it because, I mean, I moved all the animals here. And if I'm going to have a fucking shitty season, you know, I might as well have it this year when I'm expecting a shitty season, even though things are doing really well. We just took clutch 15 out today. That was an Enchi Clown to possible blade to an Ultramel Pied. So Enchi triple hets, yeah. So me and Lord
I went
Elion.
that somewhat same route, but I went with Monarch. So I did.
You went with what?
With Monarch.
What's that?
Right. I was like, just to be clear, I like them both.
Oh yeah, so do I. Definitely.
Right. Yeah.
I don't have any Monarch yet though, so.
I took an Enchi pin pied het clown to a Monarch.
Sweet.
So, you know, double het, pos trip het that way. So, yeah.
Enchi and pin as well? Fucking bonus.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So, yeah, we're at, as far as the things, you know, you do, because you want to change things up. Like, if you have a season and you think it was okay, and, you know, you listen to what other people do, there's nothing wrong with trying, you know, or even a rack. You know, you have one rack, it's like, well, guess what? You know, don't do everything, you know. But it's like, you're doing something, and you're like, you know what? I have an 82 ambient. Like, you know what? Let's take, actually, you couldn't really do that because you have one room. I was going to say, myself, I have 3 different rooms. You know, maybe one room, you know, you crank up a couple degrees and see how it, you know, affects feeding or stuff like that. You change things around. Even your temps on your rack. You know, my hotspot used to be like 92, 93. It was really hot. And, you know, now I backed it off a few degrees, but I had no issues for many, many, many years having, you know, running hot, warmer than others. And then because I'm in Canada too, we're really cooler here, especially over the winter compared to, you know, people down in the south. So, you know, it works for me down there. They ran it. They'd be like, holy shit, all my animals are cooked. Like, you never know, right? So... But I do think there is a difference with enclosed racks as well as free air open ones. There's definitely more airflow through mine. You know, you're going to get more humidity in yours than I would. There's a lot of different things, so you'd have to change yours up. So, what is this? Billy's, my camera's facing the wrong way. What? Oh, the camera's facing the wrong wall. No, it's not. So here. So it is, but the thing is that's where the TV is. I'm looking at the TV. So I did this because I knew someone was gonna fucking ask. I knew someone. Of course, it's Callie, KPOPythons. So ready? We're gonna disappear for a minute. So that's the podcast room. So that's where I'm sitting, obviously. So the camera's boom. That's what it looks like. It looks awesome. I'm super happy with it. Once that light, I'll put it on. Once the sun goes down and sets later, hopefully, if we're still on and it's dark, I want that light on the wall to give it a better effect. But that's why I'm doing it this way. I do want to eventually have multiple cameras so that we can switch around. I mean, now that I'm here, this is the permanent place. We're going to screw around with it. Nice. And have it where, you know, get a little bit more high tech now. This is the 47th episode, my man. We're almost a year in. I think we missed 1 or 2 episodes, so we're almost a year at doing this every week.
That's awesome.
Pretty crazy. So
it's such a time commitment too. Like I always hope people appreciate, you know, you or you know, and Justin and the Miguels and, you know, people Ozzy that are out there taking the time out of your guys' day, because I get it. I have a podcast that I run on, not a snake related one by any means, and I was flowing really good, trying to post every week, and then like COVID hit and it was just really hard to get to people, and just a time commitment of like editing, and I wasn't even doing video, I was just doing sound. So I certainly hope people appreciate the time that you guys give to this, because I know it's a time suck.
Yeah, I mean, but it's fun. I mean, it's, you know, we get to meet new people. I'm all about showcasing new people, learning about new people. I love the, you know, the chat and, you know, doing this, people get together, and if they can learn something, or even myself. I mean, I've learned so much from doing these podcasts, like the vanilla trick from Earl, you know, on the hatchlings. And I mean, just tiny little things. And, you know, when Brian Barczyk was on, back in the day, like, you know, even before I got in, the shit that they had to do, you know, and the funds and the shit in Africa to get animals in to get to where we are now. It's just like, wow, like I had some stories, but holy fuck, he's got even more. Like it's just so cool. Yeah. And, you know, I love putting my time in doing this and giving back to people and showcasing them. And even now with Convos and Coffee, I do that twice a week. And I like it. I think it's awesome. I love doing the sticker shout outs, and I love giving my time to those people because, you know, if I can do that to people and they can take that little push or that little excitement that I could give them and roll with it, you know, they can turn into us one day.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. I don't know when you sleep between, you know, Patreon and YouTube and this and snakes and spiders and
yeah, it is pretty crazy, man. You know, yesterday actually I was here. I came at 7:30 in the morning. I had some people come by early in the morning, and then later I had some other people come by, and I guess it was around lunchtime. And I'm like, you know what? I don't really have anything to do. We crushed it all this week. You know, I don't really want to go looking for things to do, because there's always something to do. You're going to look, it's like, oh, let's rearrange this or let's do this. So I just said, you know what, I'm going to go home and relax. And I basically watched some movie, got caught up on some shows on Netflix, and just chilled out for the rest of the fucking day. And it was much needed. Now it's like, go, go, go. You know, Monday's here, let's go. So, but there's never an end to this, man. But I like putting my time in. I enjoy doing this. You know, sometimes do I feel like I'm getting burnt out? Yes. But, you know, I feel that it's worth it for me, you know?
Yeah.
So some people shouldn't overdo themselves, and I know sometimes I do. You know, like I'm working around, I got a hernia. I mean, I'm fucking 51. It's like, you know, it's crazy, but I enjoy it. I see where I want to go. I'm trying to get there. You know, am I happy where I am? Yes. I think I've done quite well. I think I'm really established. My collection is great, but can it be better? Yes. Can I grow and learn more? Yes. Can I push myself even more? 100%. Will I find out, like, hey, you know what? This is where I want to stay. You never know, because now I got Austin, Elion, Catherine. It's like, you know, the team's like, okay, Billy, well, you can only do this, but with us, we can do more. Okay, fuck it, let's do it. Like, you know what I mean? So it's great having an awesome team. And even behind the scenes, we've got Callie from KPOPythons. She does a lot of the stuff behind the scenes, gets all the amazing people, their achievements and stuff for the podcast. She helps me with a lot of stuff for Patreon as well. So, you know, where I'm at and what I'm doing is also, I put a lot out because I have other people to fall back on. And if I didn't have them helping me, I couldn't have the extra time to do all this other stuff. So it's not just, holy God, Billy's a monster. I am, because I have people behind me, you know, because my choice would be animals first, you know, social media second, you know. Yeah. And then in between that, I'd also have sales. So, you know, if I didn't have any of my team and everything else, it'd be animals, then sales. Maybe I'd have some, you know, social media time. But because I have a team, social media, and I like doing it, I think I can inspire people and educate people and learn myself, and sort of give people a push, or at least a platform to talk and have other people sort of learn about them and feel good. I mean, I've had so many people, it was their first podcast, and now they're doing it regular. It's like, cool. Where maybe if I didn't reach out, they'd be like, oh, fuck, I'll never do one of those. Like, so, you know, you got to try something, you know?
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that it's because you like it. Because I feel like in our industry, and this could go for probably any industry, but I feel like in our industry, a lot of people think it's necessary as far as social media. And you and I, like, I've done this long before social media existed. You know, I sold plenty of snakes without it. But I enjoy it. I enjoy the Instagram groups that I'm in, or
the lives
the time
you
I get to, like I sit upstairs and have dinner on a Monday night and throw Billy on the TV. You know, like I enjoy what I put into it and I enjoy what I get out of it. And if you don't, I think, my biggest point would be is that if you don't enjoy it, don't do it, because it won't help you any, and you don't necessarily need it. And so, yeah, I think it's a good and bad place, right? It's a place where people can spread their hate, and it's a place people can spread their love.
100%.
And hopefully you get one more than the other.
Yeah, definitely. A super chat came a while ago. Antoine, High Desert Pythons, says, my guy Troy, we need more cool people like him.
Well, he's much cooler than me.
Yeah, man. Antoine is like, he's like the cool cat, Yeah. The guy
he worries me. Like, he went to the hospital or whatever a while back. And
yeah,
so now,
what do you mean a while back? It was like fucking within the last week. Maybe like 10 days ago.
Yeah. And so, yeah, it was funny because he got out of the hospital and went like right back to doing, like his spin to win or something. And I'm over here like, take a day off, man. And so I always wish him the best. I hope he's good.
Yeah. I'm trying to read the chats as well.
Right. It's tough to like keep up with it. I have a little phone in front of me because I couldn't get my iPad to work down here. And so I'm like every once in a while trying to look down and read it. But yeah.
Yeah, well, normally I have like Austin will read the chats and say, hey guys, we got a super chat, or hey guys, we got a question. So we're going to try to do that also because, I was slacking. Hopefully Austin's back later this week, if not next week, back in action. I know that I talked to him earlier today, and he's been hobbling around with one crutch now, not on two, trying to be so codependent on both. So now he's doing that, and they got to sort of wean off of the other crutch. And, hopefully, next week he's back in action. So
certainly hope so.
Yeah, man. I mean, we're doing okay here, but I mean, it's definitely, you can see what he does and what I rely on him for, in the adult room and pairings and stuff. And it's like, we can manage, but I mean, I'd rather have him, So,
yeah. It's just me and my wife for the most part. And then we have our son who's typically at college, but with COVID and stuff, things are a little different. So he's been home a lot more now, summer. So our son cleans part of my room, and then me and my wife clean the other part of the room together. And then she takes care of all my rats and stuff. And if she's down or whatever, has a headache, or Michael's gone because he's got to do whatever, like you feel it when you got to pick up, what you expect, what they're doing. And so it's tough when they're gone, right? When you're missing the person that's part of your, everyday chain of command, it certainly can have an effect. And so, and I'm sure for Austin, trying to do it all on, 1 foot or whatever, that's probably worse.
Oh yeah. So, I mean, he only came in last week to bang off 2 of the, so last week, and then the one that's coming tomorrow for Patreon, we have a thing called MC Down to Business. And we just pick a topic and we talk about 30 minutes. It's just a podcast. It's not a live stream. We just turn on these and we just blab about a certain topic. And he was in. We did 2 of those, and he came and picked up rats. Haven't seen him since. So, hopefully the last couple weeks he's taking it easy. And, I know it's fucking painful. I mean, I had 2 knee operations, and when all your pressure and body weight is just on it, never mind moving and trying to go upstairs, and it fucking hurts. So you definitely want your leg injury to heal as fast as possible, and you don't want to keep fucking it up, because if it does, it's never going to go away, and it probably gets worse. And then, thank God he didn't need surgery. But if he was, hobbling around trying to, do something, because he's young, and it's like, all of us are a bunch of goofballs. It's like, oh, fuck, just let me take a shot of the basketball with the crutches, and overdoes it or falls. And, of course, your instinct is to put a foot forward. It's the wrong one. It fucking, now he's going for an operation. So you never know what could happen, right? So I'd rather have him there and not here with all of us goofballs, because we'd probably try to do something silly, or, and then he'll end up fucking it up even worse.
Yeah, certainly hope he heals up. So,
yeah, well, he's taking it easy. So, Richie's recessive, Mr. Chad himself, Troy, one of the best dudes in the industry and baldest. Appreciate you, Troy. Billy too. EAD Monday.
That Chad, he, Chad's like one of those guys I met through Instagram, and so as much as like, social media can get a bad rap, from time to time, I've met a lot of really good people, and Chad being one of them. And Chad and I are in a group on Instagram together, and it's a lot of laughs, and at the same time, we've all had some hurdles. And
did you just say it's a lot of laughs?
I said laughs. Yeah,
I love
like
it.
that.
It's a lot of laughs. Laughs.
Yeah. I get snakes on the
Of course, man. So, I love it. I do it all the time. I fucking love it.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Chad's great. I absolutely love the guy, and he keeps things pretty funny. So.
Yeah, no, definitely awesome, and had a great clutch. He's doing what he's doing, and he's got.
Yeah, he just had the GHI whatever clown clutch or whatever, and
yeah, man,
definitely some bangers in that.
Hell
clutch.
Yeah, I think he hit 3 visuals. So yeah, I think he hit the one was the full kaboom. So
yeah, nice, definitely nice looking clutch.
Yeah, no, I mean it's this whole industry now with so like you were saying, social media, it's good, it's bad. I definitely think it's boosted the industry to where it is now. I think COVID, it basically got me into doing these lives every Monday just to sort of interact and, seeing everybody do lives and at, all different levels. There's a lot of people that say, there's so many lives. Well, don't watch them. But there's people at all different, like they could have just bought their first fucking snake and they want to see people do lives and learn or listen. And, I think that so many people can't relate to me, because I talk too fast or I'm hyper or I have such a big collection or some of the genes that I have, it's too fast or complex for them, so they have to start somewhere else, and maybe they'll come back to me later or just down the road when they're experienced, they're like, no, I still fucking hate that guy, like fuck, I can't stand him. But I do like how people are being more comfortable in front of a camera and sharing information and helping other people and shouting them out. If not one thing, it actually helps the community grow, and new people coming in see it and they're like, fuck, I want to be a part of this, and then they can start, and it just sort of manifests from there. And I think it's been great. And social media too, you have a platform where you can showcase your animals, you get better at taking pictures, you can put out your logo and brand yourself and get out there. And, you're teaching people and you're learning from people and you're communicating and socializing with people. And I think it's awesome. And it sucks because here in Canada, we haven't had an expo since February 2020. February 2020. It's
crazy.
Like fucking almost a year and a half.
So crazy.
This is my social interaction, except for when people come and they'll pick up a snake, or I can do something, curbside pickup or, but I believe this Friday, I can open up at 25% capacity. So I don't even know what my full capacity is here, in this building, but I could probably do 15 to 20 people at a time if but at least that way I can start having people buy again and, at least socially interact somehow. But, thank God I can, see, everybody else in the team, and the odd person like Chris will pop in, and it's great that way. But I mean, fuck it. I think that's another huge, a huge component is the social aspect, physical, never mind just these. And I think one of the reasons why these are so popular and is because we can't just go to a fucking show. Because you can go to a show and say, fuck, okay, I got enough of these people for a fucking month. I don't have to see until next show. But, but yeah, definitely miss the shows, man.
I'm a hugger, so I'm a in your bubble. I want to give you love and high five or shake hands or give a hug or whatever. So it's been a really weird year or so now for me, because I don't know what to do now that we're coming out of it somewhat. And like here in Iowa, like we are completely opened up. There's no masks, no nothing. There's no restrictions. I ran into a friend at our grocery store and like she kind of like went in to give me a hug, and I didn't know what to do. And like, we made a big joke of it because it's so different now because we haven't had that social interaction, for so long. And I 100% agree. Like, I mean, I think we're built to be around people, and share our lives with one another. And so it's weird not having that personal contact. And yet it's nice that we've been able to have this contact. And so, yeah, Instagram lives and YouTube lives and just all that fun stuff. Like it's definitely at least replaced somewhat of that lack of communication. And I've certainly enjoyed it. It's definitely helped me get through a weird time.
Yeah. No, I like doing these things, man.
Yeah.
Storm Exotics. I would imagine they're from Ontario or from Canada. It says, Billy, capacity will be 15% this time, not 25. I thought 15% was for non-essential and 25 for essential. Because I'm a pet store, I'm classified as a pet store, I'm considered essential. Because I sell, so you could be right. I'm not sure.
To me too, Billy, that you guys are still having these restrictions, because that seems like
it's nuts.
6 months ago for me that it was, or even longer, that things were at 25 and 50 and so on, and tables being 6 feet apart and, blah, blah, like all that stuff is just gone. And so then to hear like you guys, the border's still shut down, you're only at 20. It just seems like, why is Canada, that far behind or whatever?
It's nuts. And we have like the less death ratio. I mean, it's
yeah.
I don't get it. I don't. But it's crazy because they're just opening up patio dining. Not inside, but patio dining. So now you can go out and social distance and eat on a patio coming this Friday. That's when they're opening it up, this Friday. So we still got to wait another fucking 4 days. But,
that's crazy to me. Because, again, that was, when they went with that rule here, that was 8 months ago, and it went away, 4 months ago or something. And so, yeah, just strange. And my question, Billy, I think for you is, how much of your sales is dependent between like the U.S. and Canada? Like what's kind of your percentage split?
I would say probably 75 to 80 is out of the country.
Okay.
And then 20%
is. Had to take a big, like, I mean, I'm sure people still buying and just waiting for animals, or have you taken quite a pay cut per se?
Not really. I mean, what really sucks is, there's probably many people here waiting on animals from me. I had a shipment to go out, I think it was 2 weeks ago. And we'll go back about a month and a half. I had a shipment go out. Booked Air Canada, everything ready. 3 days before the fucking flight, Air Canada calls like, yeah, we're canceling the flight. What the fuck? This time around, but the following week we rebooked for the next flight. And it went fine, and the customers got their animals, and a week later, but got their animals happy, everything's great. This time, a couple weeks ago, the animals went out, and they're like, yep, we can't take them. And the exporter's like, oh, fuck, you canceled the flight? Why didn't you fucking, no, the flight's still going. We don't have enough manpower because people are sick, and I guess they had a COVID. I don't fucking know. But they actually said, no, the flight's still going. We just don't have the fucking staff in place to search, look at the animals, put them in, and what the fuck? So pack the animals. Like, oh my God. So now we're just waiting. I hope to get the animals out next week, the week after. But I have 2 permits waiting to come in. So I'm going to have 2 different shipments going out this month. So, but no, I mean, people have been amazing. A lot of people have been doing payment plans. People are messaging and saying, hey, can I get this animal shipped? When are you shipping? I'm like, within the next 2-3 weeks. I'll know a week in advance or so. And they're like, but some people are like, cool, I'll do a payment plan. And I think it works for me because of who I am. And, because I am Mutation Creation and I have, my animals are before I ship them, they're 150, 200 grams and up. So when people get them, they're like, holy fuck, look at the size of this thing. So regardless, if they're not getting it, like even, last year I was supposed to ship March the 23rd. That was my first shipment. I got back from Colombia, and my first shipment was supposed to go out on the 23rd. The 20th, fucking, they put an embargo on live animals. Like, are you fucking kidding me? So all the animals from November, December, January, February, and there was over 100. Next thing you know, I'm feeding and doing this, and I did a couple videos on them. It's like, hey guys, I can't ship your animals, but I can show them to you. And I was giving shout outs and opening the drawers. But when I shipped them finally in September, October, I mean, they weren't fucking 150, 200 grams, 700 grams. So people are like, what the fuck are you feeding these things? So I'm sure people don't mind if I can't ship their animals because I'm fucking feeding them just like you would, and it's at no cost to you. But I understand wanting those animals, and everyone's been great. So I am hoping, because unfortunately, like I said, Air Canada had a flight. They just didn't have the manpower. Like, well, what the fuck? Well, at least they were honest, you know, but how crazy is that? So at least now that if everything starts lifting and all this nonsense that you know, is supposedly here and all this craziness is, you know, here you go. We're back to normal. So,
yeah.
And then I can start shipping every month like I used to, not like, you know, are we shipping next week? I hope so. Like, what the fuck? You know,
I don't know.
Yeah. Paul Taylor says, is Troy vending NARBC Schaumburg?
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I am. I may be taking a different approach though.
You're not gonna be dressed. You're gonna be naked.
I'm gonna be dressed.
Okay, I was gonna say that's a different approach.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of animals right now, and so I'm thinking of only bringing maybe a case or a case and a tower. And so if you don't know, I have a photography business. We have a full-time retail photography spot downtown. You know, we shoot high school seniors and sports stuff and weddings and just all that, pretty well full service. And so I have photo booths. And so I'm thinking about bringing my photo booth and like a couch and like just kind of having my booth be kind of a hangout, like best dressed balls lounge. And I'll have a few animals, but to be honest, I'm going to be really low at Schaumburg. I definitely will be back to like 6 cases or something, 8 cases come October. So we'll be September, I'm in Arlington, October, Tinley. I'll probably do the St. Louis show in November, and then I'll do the Pomona show in California in January. So, yeah. And we got to get Billy to come with us, but we got to break him out of Canada first.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's definitely, I think what I'm doing is, depending on the restrictions, like I have friends that have actually packed up and left Canada because of what's going on. They've just left and not coming back. Like I'm talking sold their house and fucking gone.
Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of shit that it's just weird. I don't know. I don't know. It's tough to say. Like I've even talked to this, you know, a couple of weeks ago. I'm looking at in Texas and Arizona for real estate. You never know. Mutation creation, you know, Canada might become, you know, mutation creation USA. You never know.
We would welcome you with open arms.
You know, and that way, you know, if I did, I know Austin said he's coming with me for sure. But then again, you know, I would be probably, if I did do the move, it'd be twice the size, if not 3 times the size I am now. I would probably be hiring many Americans. Bam. And yeah, I would do this to a whole nother level.
All right.
You know, but I mean, that's years in the making, but definitely if, and you guys know me, when I think of something, it's, once I get the green light in my head, I don't stop, you know, it could be there faster. You never know, but, you know, happy here doing what I'm doing. I just, you know, here, the way things are, 80% of my sales are out of the country, mostly U.S. There's a lot of sales that I don't get because I can't sell anything really under $500-600 U.S. because shipping's $200 plus.
Hey, Billy, can you hear me?
I can now, yeah.
I can't hear you all of a sudden. It came on screen and said that it's been muted.
Oh, no. Billy, I can't hear.
Oh, there we go. I've got you.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, okay. All right. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Who knows, man? It's not unlikely that something fucks up audio, video, you know, something on this. It's like, you know, my channel, my content, our fuck ups. You know what I mean? Fucking gotta add a little fucking line underneath the
little tagline.
You know, but yeah, I mean, it would be definitely cool. You know, never say never, but it would definitely increase my sales. I would do more shows where here I can only do one in Ontario every month. In the U.S., I would do all the big shows, and I would, you know, it'd be a new experience for me also. So I think financially and for a business move, it'd be incredible. It'd definitely be beneficial. But moving the animals.
I had that conversation about you the other night. I was talking with Joe from JSA, and we were just, you know, like, you know, hey, I wonder if Billy would do better living in America, you know, versus living in Canada. And so that was definitely something I was a little curious about with you, like, you know, your thoughts. But it sounds like if you did, you think you would probably do better in America versus living in Canada.
Oh, definitely. I mean, our market here in Canada, it's getting stronger, but it's people still shop because of price. You know, there's so many people over the last 5 years, if they had a different outlook or a different mentality, mindset, and they weren't afraid to, you know, invest a little more, and you know, plan for the future, they would do a lot better. There's so many people that have. I mean, you know, it was Phil Robinson out west. You know, you got Nicole Lyons in Windsor. You know, Wilma Rose. There's just so many people to name. They've invested in themselves. They've invested in projects, long-term goals. Well, guess what? 2-3 years have gone by, and look what they're doing with their investments, with their long-term goals are now fucking reality. And it's like, it's crazy what they're doing. And now it's like, okay, this is how it is. Let's fucking do this to another level. And you can see how they go boom and then kabow. You know, it's crazy. Where other people are just, you know, oh, I'll do this and make these, and they breed for today. They don't invest. They'll buy one power male and breed it to fucking everything they can and sell everything off, and then use that money to buy the next, you know, awesome animal, do the same shit, and they wonder why they don't grow. You know, they do okay.
Yeah, I think Will has to be a really good example, Billy, for somebody that's
100%. I mean, if not the best.
You could offer him like double the money for a female, and if he's smart, he's like, no, I'm keeping it, you know. And we all tease him, I think, about it, but like in real life, like he's doing it just so right, holding back what he's held back and building the way he has. And I sure wish I would have went that route.
Yeah, I mean. I'm looking in I got a lot of people. I mean, I have a lot of holdbacks, and there's so much shit I don't even need. You know, I had a gentleman from Ontario, and what's great about it is more and more people are understanding. You know, maybe they're jumping onto these lives, they're listening, they're a part of people's Patreons. They're understanding, like, oh, this is how it fucking works. Cool. Wow. I see everyone else doing it, and even if they sit back for 6 months or a year and they're like, you know what, let me just gather more info, and then they watch someone else take that leap, buy that animal, because what do? Wow, hey, I went and, you know, I fucking finally got this animal, and we all know what the animal's worth. So it's like, holy shit, they bought that animal, that's like fucking $6,000, holy shit. And then they sit back and learn, and a year later, it's like, hey, he bred, look at this, look what I'm making, and they start going, holy fuck, that's a good return on investment. Never mind, look at the animals that they're holding back. Holy shit. If that doesn't inspire you to fucking say, hey, I need to do that because everyone's talking about it, I'm seeing people doing it, why the fuck ain't I? And if you're not doing it, guess what? And it's never going to happen to you, and you're going to watch everyone else that's doing it, and you wonder why when people invest and then they do so well, why do you think they keep fucking investing? Because they all do well, you know? And here in Ontario, there's so many people wanting to do this, but they don't want to spend the money. They don't want to, you know, do long term. They want to invest something now and get paid now. You're not going to do well. You really aren't. Yeah. You're going to do okay, but you're going to wonder why, you know, in 3 years you don't have anything fucking amazing. You still got pastels and spiders and lemon blast. Like, what the fuck are they going to do? You know, and then, I'm going to get this powerhouse male, you know, pied. And then you're making hets where, you know, I'm sitting on the same hats on fucking visuals because I thought about this years and years ago, and I didn't cash in years and years ago.
I think you have to take a calculated risk, right? Like
100%.
I think you almost take more risk than you do a calculated decision. But I guess if you threw that term together, and you have to have a plan, and a vision. I always think like currently, like I was breeding for this year, but I'm already thinking about next year and maybe the year after, and like what those investments need to be, and what snake do I need to grow my collection, or what pairing, or what, gene or morph, or whatever you want to say. And so if you're not thinking long game, and you're playing the short game, I guess, and just trying to make dollars, like you're not gonna. I just don't see you being successful necessarily.
No, you'll be okay, but you wonder why. Like you'll do okay where you're paying for stuff. You might make a little bit of extra money, but every single year, if you're not reinvesting it, your value of your animals and your demand of your animals go down in price and go down in demand. Mm-hmm. So if you keep making them, you do 20,000 one year, you might only do 12 or 13 the next. And it's not because they're not valuable. It's because people want something better now. And, if you're in that ball game of everybody making the same stuff, the following year, there's more people that make it because you're not setting your bar high enough where it's like, holy fuck, go make a pied. If your best animal is a pied, go on Morph Market right now and see how many pieds are available. Okay, if you're making fucking orange dream yellow belly leopard pieds, go see how many. That's what you want to fucking make. And it's not even make to sell. It's make to hold in your rack, or you sell it for fucking good money. But, you're not making stuff that you don't even want to hold back. And then when you do sell them, you have 400 fucking competitors. It's, and you put yourself there. The market's over flooded and it's so saturated. Well, your market, because you put yourself in that fucking oversaturated, because there is oversaturated portions in this market. Well, why did you put yourself there?
Right. And if you're going to put yourself there, like,
don't complain.
Separate yourself somehow. Don't complain.
Yeah, don't fucking complain. You put yourself there. I mean,
kill people with customer service or something, because you're going to have to do something to separate yourself from the next guy if you're in that position.
And people don't want to, you try to tell them, like, I have people coming in and I've talked people out of buying an animal because they're not fucking ready for it. And it's like, they thank me later, the ones that understand, and go, hey, Billy, thanks. I got the males and, but now, it sucks. I got to wait a year in order to get it. Yeah, well, you can get it now, and fucking it's going to suck that you don't have any females to breed and think you're going to get the females that you want. And it happens all the time. Even guys that know I just couldn't refuse this male. Come on, Billy, you got to have some fucking het clown combos or breeder size. Yeah, not for sale. I don't give a fuck. I'm not bailing your fucking ass out because you went and got a fucking male you weren't ready for. You know what I mean? Like, I need them. Maybe after they lay, but you have so many. Well, there's a reason why I have so fucking many, because I need them all, Yeah,
I almost run probably male short somewhat, because I don't necessarily want to be male heavy. I want to be as, best ratio as possible. But yeah, I think you and I, both see that, we both see people that go about the wrong way, of investing in this as a business, and people call it a hobby and whatever else. But if you're planning on selling animals, it's a business and you have to treat it that way. The animals and the welfare of them come first before me selling it. And my personal goals come first before, maybe somebody else's. And I'm a really easy dude. Like, I love to see people succeed, like almost more than myself. And so there has been times where I've probably let an animal go that I shouldn't have, because I'm so happy to see that person be at that point where they could succeed to do so. But yeah, you really need to do this right, or you're a couple years down the road, you're selling collections or whatever it is because you did it wrong.
Yeah. And the funny thing is even when you see people selling their collection, especially here in Canada, people they want quick, fast rewards. And I understand that we all want to, make money quick. We don't want to wait. I mean, everything's at our, speed of light on our phones. We need to fucking find something out. You just Google it, or you don't even have to, you just talk to it, Hey Siri, or hey Google, what is fucking 30? Uh-oh. Of course, I said the stupid word. Everyone's fucking Googles are going off like, fucking Billy, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was waiting for mine. I was going to hit it.
Sorry, everybody. But, it's so fast now. And when people don't see, because like you said, they've done it wrong, they put their collection up, and you look at their collection. It wasn't built to breed. It was like, they got 5 males here, 30 females. None of the males are even good pairings for the 30. Like, what the fuck were they doing? They were spending without, like you said, they didn't have anything in plan. They didn't have, they didn't have a plan. They didn't have structure. I got this. And when you see what they're selling, it's like, hey, I have people going, hey, Bill, I know you buy collections, and I go, send me a list. And I'm like, I couldn't even wholesale this shit. Like, it's not a collection. Sure. Well, it is a collection. A collection of it's not meant for breeding. That's why you're not doing well, because you had no goals or plans. It was random stuff, like 50% this and 66% that. They're not even the same fucking gene. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, it's just crazy, and you wonder why it doesn't fly off. Where when people do, and they call me, and it's like, hey, let me look at the collection. Wow, look at the clown pieds, and look at this, and look at that, and look at the groups of 3 to 4 females per this male with the backup. And wow, you know what? I need this. I don't need the males. And I pick it apart and say, hey, there's 60 to 70% of this stuff that I could use, and even keep a couple males, and I'll sell the 20, 30, even 40% off. And it's worth it to me because of what and how they structured it. I don't need another 60 fucking animals that have no meaning. Like, oh, hey, Billy's got, another 60 animals. Well, what does he have them for? I don't even know, hey, Austin, what's he going to do with them? I have no idea. He doesn't even have the fucking genetics for them. So why would I buy them? You got to think and put those proper fits in your collection. And the people, like if Justin Kabilka said, hey, man, or Miguel, myself, Ozzy, or yourself, hey, man, we're selling our collection. What do you got? They'd be like, wow, look, what the fuck? Like, anybody could take a chunk and it would fucking help their fucking collection immensely. Mm-hmm. Other people have shit and it's like, dude, I don't even want any of it. You couldn't even give this to me. I don't even want to spend the money a week to feed these fucking things. No wonder why, because you built it wrong. People don't get it. It's not what you buy or how much you spend. It's what you do for the project, the goals, the planning. You treat it like a business. You don't open a business and say, hey, I'm going to open up a coffee store. I'm going to do this and fucking buy all this. And it's like, hi, do you have this? Nope. Well, it's a coffee store, right? Nope. Yeah. It's like, you have coffee? No, but I have sandwiches and fucking donuts and this. But I came here for coffee because it's a coffee shop. Oh, I didn't buy coffee. I don't sell coffee. Well, why are you calling it a fucking coffee shop? Like, you got to have some structure and know what the fuck is. It's crazy how people are going to do stuff and they don't have the ingredients. Or I want to get into this, and this. Well, that's a 10-year project with what you've got. If you hit the right odds. You're not even going to be here in 2 years, never mind fucking 10. Holding all those animals back and back. People have to sort of know how to get from A to B and learn how to attack it properly. Yeah,
there's a balance. There's such a balance of like, you have you want to make $10,000 snakes or $100 snakes. Like there's a balance all between there. And what kind of shows are you doing? Are you doing small state shows? Are you doing the large shows? Like, are you selling internationally? Like that's something I got into like this last year. I've been selling to a couple of guys in Thailand, this has been kind of crazy. So yeah, I think you really, I think people's problem is they rush, right? That's I think the whole problem is they see a shiny object, they fall in love with it, they want to buy it, and then they don't have, like you said, they just don't have all the ingredients they should have before buying that. And so, I always think like people should just slow down, just take a
100%.
Take a breather. And it's pretty rare that like if Billy has an animal for sale, that's a $5,000 snake and it's blah blah blah, and you're afraid that he's going to sell it, there's probably a good chance that somebody else has something like it. So even if you did take a slow down just to like take a breather, and for whatever reason that animal gets sold, you probably can find another one, you know? And so I think people rush a little bit to just jump into something without any research or, you know, what can I breed it with? And this year I spent the most money I've ever spent on a male. I bought a male from Aussie. It's a super OD, possible super inchy, fire yellow belly leopard pied. And I'm honest, it cost me $7,500. Most I've ever spent on a male, but I think it's like 32 visual pieds, and I think I have like 19 combo het pieds. Yeah. So
never mind combo clowns. Like that animal is so powerful. It can go in any fucking animal, and you're making amazing animals that you would keep, that are in a market where people want. I mean, you're not locked in. Yep. And an animal like that, when you're spending $7,500 or more, or even $5,000, if you're spending that money on a male, you should buy that male to at least utilize for at least 2, if not 3 years plus. If you're spending $7,500 or plus on a male to use 1 year, you're doing it wrong. You know, you should think about investing in a male with all the genes that is versatile for you for 2 to 3 years. So it's one big investment that gets utilized 2 to 3 years, so it breaks it down to a $2,500 a year animal, you know, or something like that. That's how you got to think in advance.
Yep, it's like buying cars, you know, or selling cars. Like if you can trade up a couple years for a couple grand a year, like you did good, right? So it's kind of similar. And I didn't make that decision quickly. You know, I've talked to you'll probably hear me talk about Joe from JSA quite a bit. He's like my brother from another mother, and we talk a lot. And it was, you know, back and forth, you know, should I do this one? Should I do that one? What do you think? And he knows my collection pretty well. And this one finally presented itself, and it was a no-brainer at that point. But I had opportunities to buy different snakes at shows, or, you know, from Justin or whoever over this past year. And I didn't pull the trigger, and I'm glad that I didn't, because it got me to where I really need. It got me to an animal that I'm really excited about getting.
Right.
And so I think, you know, slow down, and you'll find the right animals. You know, people rush too much.
Yeah, and then don't forget, like right now is not the right time to buy. I mean, everyone's having, you know, in 4 months from now, there'll be so much fucking shit from people hatching and ready, and you know what I mean? All the 2021 babies are going to be out or pretty much out, and you're going to see like, wow, because you're going to buy an animal now, and in 4 months from now, it's like, fuck, why didn't I wait? But then Murphy's Law. Yeah, I know there'll be a better one, and then it doesn't come. You're like, fuck, why didn't I buy it? It always happens, you know? So.
Do you think, Billy, that we've all had such a really good, I think COVID actually was really good to us industry-wise. You know, I think people were at home. Some people had maybe some spare dollars or got like the bonus, you know, stuff from unemployment, things like that. I feel like I sold stuff with ease this past year. Do you think we're going to hit a bubble? Do you think like a bubble will pop sometime soon? Because so many people have invested this year, but so you'll see almost an influx of animals, but do you think we'll hit some type of bubble?
Not for the higher end stuff. I think demand for that is always going to be there. We can't make enough. And the shit that Ozzy and Will and myself, fucking Justin, Miguel, I mean, you know, Garrick DeMar. I mean, I could sit here and ramble fucking names off. You know, Bob Vu. Like, I could spend a whole fucking hour just talking about the shit that we're making. It's like, holy fuck, like, how do we get that? It's not for sale. Wow. You're going to start needing the genes because it's an inspiration. You're going to see stuff that you need. You know, we're not making bumblebees and lemon blast. Like, holy fuck. Like, we're making stuff that, you know, we've taken 2, 3, 4, 5 years to finally hit. Look at the results. Holy fuck, let me in. So, you know, we're not going to, there's going to be people with money to say, hey, is there an extra one of those animals? You know, like DG Pieds, 10K or 12K. Fuck, I want one. There's gonna be guys that go, bam. There's going to be other guys that are say, shit, I don't got 12K, but you know what? How much is for the Pied Het DGs? $3,500? Let me take 2 females and I'll wait for a male in a couple years. Oh, here's a DG Het Pied. Holy fuck, they're $45. Okay, give me one of those and give me one of these. And You know, I think that the more people that are in this now, and you know, this bubble, because everyone's going to make some stuff, there's a whole wave of people coming in now that are going to take that bubble stuff and learn and keep coming, because the industry keeps growing and it gets promoted and people are starting to purchase things. And then the people that, jumped in and are a part of those people, they're like, hey, you know what? I want to go to this level because I invested, I made some money, I've got a name, I love what I do, this community's fucking awesome, my animals are selling, let me play with the big boys or start doing what the big boys do and let me invest into one of these higher end projects. They've got, they're a part of someone's Patreon, or they've got people guiding them to say, hey, here's a group, invest in this, don't go invest in 5 different groups, go invest into 1 or 2, whatever's, feasible, and get those going, walk before you run. So I think we're always chasing stuff that we can never achieve. And, what we make this year is going to be, the year after is going to be better. The shit I'm making in 3 years from now that I have ingredients growing up in my rack, when I start hitting it's holy fuck. Yeah. Like, I couldn't supply the demand if I had 20 times what I have. You just can't supply the demand because we're all moving.
I'm more excited about the stuff that's in my holdback rack than I am necessarily breeding right now. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like, people are like, man, you had a killer year. Yeah, wait till you see what happens next year. And then the year after that, it's like
a better year. Yeah.
and I'm excited to make stuff because now it's key ingredients for shit for the future. Like, a lot of the stuff that I make is what I need to get to my real goal. Yeah. So, I'm constantly, chasing time. I'm trying to chase where I want to be in 3 years. And the more I make and the more holdbacks I have now, the better shot and the better odds and the more I can make with different genes into that project I'm fucking chasing.
Yeah, a lot of people play the chase game. I think I've probably been guilty of that from time to time, but I feel like this past couple of years, I've finally gotten a position where I can, again, talk about slowing down and really, trying to put some calculated decision into, what is it where do I want to go next? Like, I chased, it helped me. I made some money. I got to use that money to buy something better. And so, yeah, like it's almost rewarding to get to that point where you can kind of sit back and then you see other people chasing. And so it's not that it's wrong, but it's dangerous. And when you can get to that point where you can sit back and more worry about what you want to do and not worry about what the next guy's going to do, you're going to find some freedom in that.
Yeah, and you know what the thing is everything can be changed. Your goals can be changed, your structure, the way you do things. This isn't like, oh, fuck, now I'm stuck. Oh, I'm stuck with the name. No, you're not. Change it if you don't like it. Oh, yeah. I'm stuck with the way I take my pictures. No, you are. Hire someone or get better at what you're doing. Oh, my social media is okay. Well, put more work in or hire someone and get it better. Too many people make excuses. Everything, even myself, I can do things better than I'm doing now. It's just putting in the time, learning, hiring someone, putting it like... You got to want it in order to get it. You can't just say, oh, you know what? I really want to have this. Poof, it happens. No, you got to fucking sacrifice, work. You got to go after it if you want it bad enough. And it ain't going to come easy. If anything's worthwhile, it doesn't come fucking easy. Or if it does, cool, and you're not going to give a shit about it, and you're going to fucking throw it all away, and it's going to crash tumbling down anyways because you got no fucking skin in the game. Yep. I ain't letting this fucking go because I've put so much fucking of my time, my effort, my love, my passion, I'm proud of what the fuck I've done, especially from where I started and what I had to go through. So there's no way this is fucking going anywhere. If not, you see what I do. I keep making it better and I keep pushing the fucking envelope. You know why? Because I want to do better. I'm not happy where I'm at. I'm always going to want more. Because I know I'm capable of it, and I know, look what I've done through the bullshit to get here. Now, with structure and the love and everything else I have and the amazing people that I have around me, let's see where we can take it, because I'm fucking even afraid to what we can do. I mean, like, especially the way the market's growing and the animals, like some of this shit that people are going to be making, it's like, how the fuck can you not be inspired to keep going? Like, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, you know, I look at like the Sunset Project and how much it's pretty much been shit on for the past few years.
I'm guilty of shitting on it too.
Yeah, and I am too. And you know, Brad Boas put out some killer, you know, animals these past couple of weeks.
Cusco, you know, his edgy cinnamon shit. I mean, it's giving it a little bit of hope.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like, you know, it's you know, part of that proof to your point of, you know, just each year something can get better, you know, and people hold on, and so many people, you know, jump out of projects or this or that, you know, and if you just hang on to it and look at your long-term goal, like, hey, if you think Sunset's the greatest animal in the world, keep going.
100%.
You know, and yep, it's going to blow up, because some days that magic combination is going to happen and you're going to have a stockpile of it, you know. And so,
yeah. And I mean, you got to do things that work for you. I work with the stuff that I'd like to produce, that I like, you know. There's a few things that I'm a part of because I know the market's going to go that way. There's some stuff that I got into because I know I need to have it, like, you know, puzzle, sunset. There's genes that I've jumped into to get, so that when someone does do something, to go, holy fuck, that's crazy. Cool. Mm-hmm. Now I have a part of it. Because I don't write anything off anymore, because I used to write shit off, and then, you know, fuck, we've all been like, what the fuck? You know, if I only knew now, you know where I'd be? Yeah, fuck, so many of us would be like that. You know, it doesn't work that way.
Hindsight can really kick you in the nuts in this industry.
100%. But the thing is, you know, if someone like, you know, Billy from Mutation Creation saying, oh, sunsets are horrible. Well, if you love it, well, who fucking cares what I think? But you know what? I'm not going to sit there and tell you it's the greatest thing when I have an opinion. You know, I don't like it for certain reasons. You know, I don't love it. There's genes that I have now that I don't love, but I like it. But I know that by pushing things, or me taking it a certain way, or other people, you could change my mind where now I fucking love it. Thank God I have skin in the game. But just because I don't like something, or Justin or yourself, other people shouldn't sit there and go, well, I like it. I don't know why they don't like it. Well, I better get out of it because no one likes it. Fuck no. You know what I mean? Don't. You do what works for you, what you like. And prove all of us motherfuckers wrong, man. Like, come out with something that's like, what the fuck? Man, like, I think that's the best thing. If there's people shitting on your gene, go to the fucking table, go to the fucking, you know, put the work in, and prove us all fucking wrong. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, holy shit. And then charge us up the fucking ass.
Yeah, I always think, like, when I think about that, like, you know, Chris Eaton gives the Huffman gene just...
Who, Chris? No.
Shit.
Huffman,
yeah, right?
his, you know, Huffman and Ghost. He loves that shit.
Huffman right in the nuts. And I've made a pretty decent amount of money on Huffman pies, and so I always think it's funny, like, when I hear him...
pies.
Yeah. Some fun stuff.
No, I'm part of Chris's Patreon, and he's got a fucking segment called Shitting On, and
I love it.
I fucking love it. You know, so I love hypo. I wouldn't say I love it. I really like it. I'm not in love with it, but I really, really like hypo. To the point where I think I will fall in love with it. But some of the shit that I have in my racks that's hypo and freeway hypo, and, you know, the some of the stuff that I've got, it's just like, and people come over and go, why the fuck do people hate fucking hypo or ghost? I mean, I don't know. It's like, it's fucking beautiful. I'm like, yeah. And that's why I work with it. Is there tons of money in it? No. But you know what? I'm not doing it for the tons of money, because I could replace it all with DG, which I have a lot of, and Enhancer. But it's something different that I like, so I'm working with it. It's not all about the fucking money, people. You know?
Yeah, you got to work with what you like.
100%.
That's, I think, first and foremost, is you should work what you like.
No, definitely. And you know, there's always going to be people shitting on your projects. Like Freeway, people fucking, you know, there's a lot of people that love it. You know? Fuck, 6-7 years ago, nah, it's the same as Highway. No one wants that shit. There's going to be so much of it. but it's different. And I didn't fucking throw it out because nobody wanted it. I couldn't sell one into the U.S. if fucking I gave it away and paid for shipping. No one wanted it. I got the gravel. But it's different. Nah, fuck. Wow. But I didn't let that, so I didn't have many sales. I, kept everything back and I bred it. And people were like, holy shit, yeah, they age differently. Yeah, they are different. They have different contrast and color, and the supers are different. They look
even
better.
To prove your point there, Billy, like when I got into that side of things, people were kind of shitting on the freeway and asphalt stuff. And so I bought the highway, gravel side. But now, like, if I could go back again, hindsight, if I could go back, I'd have went the other route. I think it looks better.
Right. And I had to combat that in 13 and 14 and 15. They're like, dude, no one wants it, man. It's gonna be so much of that shit. No one wants it. It's the fucking same. And it's like Highway was out like years before, and everyone's like, fuck it. No one wants it. It's different. Look at the difference. Nah, it's the same fucking thing. It's not, And now it's
definitely better.
It is, in my opinion, right? But there are some highways that the combos I can't get because the color palette's so different. So there's some freeway stuff that I like nicer or better than the freeway version because they're two different colored looking animals. Same genetics, they work the same, but visually they're And I'm going to find that too with enhancer and DG stuff. And, you're going to see that. Monarch and Ultramel, you're going to see like, wow, did you see that? Yeah, but the Monarch fucking version looks 10 times better. And they're going to say the same thing with Ultramel. Like the Monarch people are going to say, yeah, I think I fucking love it. But yeah, you know what? The Ultramel brings out more purples in this combo. And then, you know what I mean? There's no reason why you have to have what? Fucking get them both. If that's what you want. Like, you're not like, oh, I can't have both. Why the fuck can't you? Sure you can.
Right, yep.
But,
I picked up an OD Fire freeway just to start putting some, So I'll have both, and even like Ultramel and Monarch, like Ultramel pieds are really pretty, and we haven't seen a Monarch pied yet that I know of. And so I think, enhancer pieds, DG pieds, like I think, I have the enhancer side line from you, like I told you I got from Brittany.
Yep.
I'm excited to have both. I'll work DG and I'll work the enhancer side, and I'll try to keep those lines separate for as long as I can. And unless, I think me and you were talking, right? If we find out that the market just says who gives a shit, then okay, great. But
right.
If the market determines that they're better separate, then that's the way I'm going to roll.
Yeah, that's the way I find it. I mean, I'm doing it because I see differences. I want to keep it separate, but at any time I can mix them. So it's not like I'm like, oh, I'm screwed if it doesn't pan out, I'm fucked. No, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's my choice, right? I'm trying to, make things better. But then, you know what? There's no way someone's going to say a Desert Ghost fucking pied is shitty fucking project or DG Clown. It's fucking sick. So I'm glad I'm in both. I've got a lot of it, and we'll see where it takes us, right?
Yeah. But, where are you at with with lace stuff?
I've heard about it for many, many years, but it just wasn't something that caught my eye. I saw some stuff. It's like, okay, it's cool. I ended up getting a pastel super lace or white lace yellow belly. Stunning. Nice. It's so incredible. It's a dynamite looking animal. DD Exotics. I got it from Seth. Fucking incredible example. Mind blowing. I show people and they're like, what the fuck? Like, it's stunning. Great example. Love her in my collection. I also got a lace clown female from him also.
Okay.
So I have it so I can appreciate them. I'm happy I got the super lace and the yellow belly pastel's a bonus because it just makes it pop. So now I can put that into my freeway stuff. I don't have any worries that, every freeway that I make or anything that I miss, I know is definitely lace. So I can see what it does. I can start learning about it. Now, okay, this is what it looks like. I can start identify it, getting to learn what the gene does with certain stuff because I have the super. I'm probably going to look for a super lace combo male this year because I do love it. I do like lace quite a bit, so I'm going to get a powerhouse male, but I want a super, so when I breed it, I can I know what to look for. How do I ID?
Yeah.
And it's going to cost me a pretty penny, but guess what? It's not like, is this lace or isn't it? Oh, I don't know, maybe. And then you're selling stuff off that could be lace that isn't, or vice versa. So you're costing customers money, you're costing yourself money. You know, you start making 2, 3, 4, 5 gene lace. It's like, I don't know, is it? I don't know. And now you're undercutting yourself, or, you know, I'm pretty sure it is, you know.
Yeah.
But you know, we are doing the best we can IDing animals with what we know, but there's so many different factors, polymorphism, great genetics. It's tough. So if I can work with the super where I don't have any fucking issues, hey, how can you tell? Because it came from a super. Well, it doesn't look it. Well, I don't care if it looks it or not. It is because here's the super. So,
I think there's some things that, you know, some of us can ID better than the next person. And so then I always think, like, if I suck at IDing at a certain animal, then I'm probably going to either make or invest in a super so that I just know.
No
doubt about it then. So, yeah, supers can definitely simplify things for you.
Yeah, and then plus having the yellow belly, now, one of the reasons why I think it's key, and I got into it, because now, definitely injected to, like, the first one I'm going to put to is probably... she'll be ready next year. I'll probably put my Pastel Enchi Super Asphalt. Okay, there's one male that I'll put to her. Or I'll put like one of my Pastel Freeway Pied. You know what I mean? So now, you know, I don't have a male. I'm proving it out. I do have a Pastel Enchi Asphalt / Yellow Belly Clown. So if it proves out to be Asphalt, I'll know this year. If it proves out to be Asphalt, then now I can take that, breed that. You know, so there's so many different ways I can go about it, but it's directly into my key projects because it's super and it has the yellow belly. Boom, perfect for me. Instead of having a pastel super lace, now I got to put it to an ivory and then make this, and then, you know, it saves me time for spending money and getting a great gene now directly into stuff I love. And without having the headache of, I think this is it. I don't know. I've never worked with lace before, because fuck, that happens to us all the time. Even with the shit we are working with. Is it? Or I don't know. Maybe. Possible.
Yeah.
Is it OD? I don't know. Wait for a few more sheds. Like, I think it is. Like, fuck. You know, when I'm working with fire and vanilla and all this other shit, it's like, is it? I don't know. Fuck. You know, we got to wait. It's crazy. I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure. Yep. I think I say that a lot. I'm pretty sure.
I think we all do. And I think it's just going to get worse. I'm pretty sure it is. Like, you know.
Yeah. What about Mandarin? Are you doing anything with that?
Not yet, no. You know, there's quite a few genes that I don't have, but I like, and I say this quite a bit, so if there was a Mandarin, like a Mandarin Pied, Mandarin Clown, Mandarin Asphalt, even Mandarin Yellow Belly or something like that, if one of those were available, I would utilize that to put directly in. I don't want to get a Mandarin or a Super Orange Dream Mandarin or whatever is out there, because now if I want to get it into Pied, Clown, Freeway, it's 5 years. You know, 4 or 5 year project. I want to fucking get it where now it's fucking 2 to 3. You know? Yeah. I don't want to have to make ingredients and then raise them up to get into I want to go boom right away. And it costs you money, but it saves you time.
Yeah. I partnered with a guy this year and picked up a Mandarin Het Clown that's possible Het hypo. And cool. So I've taken it to a couple clown girls, and then I took it to a hypo Het Clown girl as well. And so I'm kind of excited a little bit about that project. You know, to me, the super is where the prettiness and or the dollars will occur. But yeah, it's kind of caught my eye. And so that's why I was asking you, like, kind of your thoughts on it. But yeah, it's an interesting animal to me.
Yeah, there's so much stuff that I want to get into, but I want to get into it with the right genes that go directly in, now if it's brand new, you have no option because, I want one of these animals like to this. Okay, you're waiting 5 to 7 years. So, you'd be better off fucking trying to inject that new gene into your own shit, because when people are making it, they might not even sell it. And you're like, okay, well, maybe next year. But when there's stuff out there that's common and stuff like, some of these genes like lace and there's so many new genes that people are showing. Like, what the hell is this? What the hell is that? Wow. I want it to go directly into one of my projects. Now, if it's a new recessive that's 25K and it's just, I'm not going to wait for it to have a yellow belly or a pied or a clown version because if it's new now, you're not getting one for fucking 8 to 10 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got to play the game, buy that animal, burn some of your other females and put some of the other projects to the side. Use that male, get it into pied, get it into clown, get it into lav, get it into your super OD, super NG yellow belly stock. So now you're making combo hets and you're making crazy stuff. And then 2-3 years down the road, you're going to go, wow, this is the best thing I ever did when you're fucking popping stuff out. Even when you're chasing the 1 and 4, when you hit, it's like, wow, like it's nuts.
Yeah.
So
it's a good feeling.
It definitely is. And you know what? It comes. If it doesn't come year 3, it might year 4 or year 5. But when you do hit it, now you got that finally, that fucking powerhouse male. Everything you held back over those 3 years in the original parents, now instead of 1 and 4, you're 1 and 2. And the combos you're making.
You got an army.
It's crazy, yeah. But you got to put in the time and the work, So, I mean, it took me 5 years to hit an Xanthic clown. I've hit 10 cents in the last 2 years. This year, I'm hoping to hit like 15.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah.
And it's like next year, if I want, I could do 25 or 30 of them with combos. My ghost clown stuff is next level. I love
what Xanthic are you? VPI? Or
I have VPI in my clown and everything else, and my freeway stuff. I have MJ only in my pied.
Oh, okay, cool,
so,
nice.
Yeah, so now I've taken my lightning pied male and I bred it into like Enchi blade clowns. I've brought it into some other stuff. So now for the future, even though I mean, like I said, this year I'm hoping to hit 10 or 15 Xanthic clown and combos.
Nice, yeah.
But I want to see what an MJ clown is going to look like down the road. I'm
so
sure
there hasn't been an MJ Xanthic clown. Is that correct? Or there is?
Not that I've seen, but I know people that have made the double hets and stuff, and they've got like pied het, MJ het clown and clown het MJ. I haven't seen or know if anyone's actually hit it. But I know before I actually get the chance of doing it, like I'm just getting the ingredients now from the hatchlings this year. I know someone this year or next year will hit it and go, holy fuck, I'm glad I'm in the project. Even though I'm in both, and then I can wean one off and then, stronghold the other or work with both.
Yeah, that MJ line is pretty nice. I've been, good friends with John Dagg at JD Constriction for a lot of years. And so he's an SK guy.
Yeah.
Beautiful animals. I don't do a whole lot with Xanthic. And so I don't necessarily play in that game, but that MJ line, being a pied guy, like I love John's, but something about that MJ, pied too is just something different, and so I think that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Remember that clutch I was telling you? I had 5 eggs, and I went to candle them. They're all fucking duds. It was a lightning pied to a pied 66% het lightning. MJ Xanthic. I'm like, I'm gonna find out if it proves. 1 and 2 eggs, and
what a dagger!
Fuck. Now I don't even know what she is. Just a visual pied 66% het. Now I gotta wait till next year. But it would have been nice to have 2 little, lightning pieds at least pop out of those 5 eggs, and like, fuck, she proved, and I got 2 more. Wicked. So
heartbreaking.
Yeah, it sucks. But and it's one of those things where I think I'm not even disappointed in not even hitting the lightning pied, knowing what she is. You know what I mean? Like, is she just a pied or is she a pied head MJ? Like, I want to prove her out. But, you know, that's what next year's for, you know?
Yep, another year.
So let's kill some of these shout-outs, these achievements. You ready?
It's time for shout-outs of the week.
First clutch. We have Sapphire Royals, 9 eggs, and it was a fire disco times super fire. So first clutch, 9 eggs, fantastic. Now, Instagram, 500. Everyone knows this guy, Elevision. Elliot, 500.
Yep.
Snake
Good stuff,
Syndicate,
Elliot.
and Dizzy Reptiles. Everyone that I'm giving a shout out to for the achievements, plus, you know, all Troy's info, myself, you know, Husbandry Pro, fucking US Arc represent, even Da Vinci Boa. All in the description below, all the links. So congratulations, 500 on Instagram, Elevision, Snake Syndicate, and Dizzy Reptiles. Double that, 1K on Instagram. We have Shocking Exotics and Leo and Anna Exotics. 1,000 on YouTube. I saw him in the chat earlier. KPOPythons, man. Getting that YouTube off the, you know, on the roll. I remember hitting my first 1,000. I was like, oh my God, I hit 1,000. You know, and then I hit 50 like 2-3 weeks ago. And now my next goal is 100. I want to hit that 100 and get that plaque. So, you know, put that work in, man. It comes, and it's only, you know, been 3 years from going to 1,000 to 50,000. So
that's crazy.
I'm hoping to go to beat that. But if I can still do that in 3 years, I'll hit 100,000. I'm still happy. You know, I'll still be happy. But I think I'm trying to get that by 2023.
All right.
That's what I'm trying to do. Hit 100,000 by 2023. Could even come faster. You never know. I just got to have some crazy, shitty, fucking amazing, not shitty, crazy odds, you know, and hit the stuff like, fuck, look at this 5G monsoon pied. Wow. Have some viral things go, and then tick, 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 tick. You never know. But I'm still grinding, and I'll be happy to hit the 100 in 3 years. But congratulations, man. And YouTube's a lot harder than Insta, man. You know, you really got to put your work in, and you really got to edit, and you know, I mean, you know. So.
Yeah, YouTube is an animal, you know.
It definitely is.
Yeah, it just blows my mind. It's like some 300 million accounts. I mean, I don't remember what the number is, but it's amazing to me, you know, how many people are out there that probably don't know who a Billy is, you know, or who a Miguel is, or whatever. Like,
it's nuts.
They've surfed. They're on the internet all day or whatever, and they still haven't come across you, right? And so it's just crazy to me. And so I certainly hope you get to your 100K as quick as possible. I think that's a neat achievement.
Thanks, man. And you know the funny thing is, when I brought a Lord Elion on, when Lord came, it was just because I didn't have the time, and I wanted to do things better, and I wanted to start this thing called Patreon, and you know, I wanted a little bit better than fucking, you know, my camera with Austin holding it, you know. So, you know, from that starting point, it's taken off to all these different avenues, and it's been awesome. So
yeah, you kind of blaze the path for Patreon.
Yeah, no, I mean, to me, you know, when I had an idea, I put it out there, and you know, recording some stuff, we had issues with the microphone, and all that fucking, you know, 6 months, and what I was trying to do was all fucked. And because I talk so much with my hands, you can't lip sync, you can't just go over the video. And because I don't have a, you know, if I was reading it from a teleprompter, I could redo it again slowly with my lips and then do it proper. But because I'm like, oh, look at this, oh my God, there's poop in the corner. If I tried to, and we had some other video on it that we were using for YouTube, and Elion used some of it because when we were talking, and it was cut up, you know, he would cut it so we were going to an animal, and then we would talk about the animal, you know. So, you know, when it's on me and I'm talking, I'm like, hey, everybody, blah, blah, explaining stuff. There's no fucking way, you know, I can redo it because I don't even know what the fuck did I say? You know, because I just go off about so many things or I screw something up. I could spend a minute screwing up a name and then talking about how I screwed it up, or is it this way or is it that way? I mean, I could never reproduce what I say the way I am, you know. So we tried, and it was like, fuck this is ridiculous. So, you know, and or if you screw up while you're doing it, then you got to, you know, clip. And Elion had been, you know, a year trying to make a video. So I got out of it.
When it comes to like starting the first Patreon in our industry, I assume that credit goes to you.
No, I wasn't the first. There was Olympus, and I believe Hissy Fit as well.
Okay, didn't know that one. I know Olympus. Now that you
I'm
say
pretty
that.
sure. Yeah, so Matt from Olympus, I ended up doing it, taking it a different way, and I had a bump. It was a real bummer. I got out, so you know, Paul Taylor's here. He's been like with me from day one. You know, Don Poirier from Pear Tree Pythons from day one. You know, back in when I first started. And now I've revamped it, you know, since COVID. I've been like, okay, now I'm doing this full time. I love the Patreon platform. Let me do it. Here's the discounts. Like, no one has. So I'm part of a bunch of different peoples. So there's people like Miguel and Will Morose. They're $25. This is what it's about, blah, blah, blah. Mine's different. You know, I do a lot more for certain tiers who pay me more. I have higher discounts off of animals depending where you're at. You know, there's a lot. Mine's structured a lot differently. So, you know, I've learned stuff on Will's Patreon. I've learned stuff off of Justin's, and of course I'm always going to learn because they do things different than me, you know, or some of the stuff we do the same. But if you follow and learn from successful people, you can only hope to take some of that success and turn it into your own success. So, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, well, fuck, Justin's my competitor. I don't want to, you know, no, because that just cuts your own learning. You know what I mean? Like, if Justin can do something in a video, or Will, or, you know, fuck, Bob Vu, there's so many people that you could watch on a video and go, what did he just say? What did they say? Wow. And then that one little fucking thing takes you to 10 more clutches a year, every single year for the next 5. Wow. That's a lot from that one little, you can always learn. So if you think, oh, I don't want to listen to this person, or I don't care what they say, if you're not, you know, taking advice or listening, whether you take it or not, if you listen to it and implement it and it works, no, I can't do this. It works. I'm going to get 5 more clutches a year, but I can't do that because fucking Justin fucking said it. I don't want to be like him. Wouldn't you? If he has something that helps you and makes you a better breeder, keeper, businessman, a fucking like, he's just incredible at marketing and what he does and his creations, and he's just a fucking awesome guy. You know, I'm glad to call him a friend. And if I can, one, promote, you know, support him, and benefit by learning and becoming, you know, maybe he might not, you know, say anything that I don't know. But guess what? I'm not going to sit there and not be there just in case he does. You know?
My wife wants my debit card. She's over here yelling, what if I say you can only have my debit card if you come say hi to Billy?
Well, you can give her the debit card, just don't give her the PIN.
What if you could say it?
Like a credit card.
All right, you don't want to come say hi to Billy? All right, catch. All right.
So
he doesn't like to get on camera.
Yeah, some people don't. I mean, you know what? I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, back to what you said earlier, social media, lives, videos, YouTube isn't for everyone. You do not have to do it, you know? And it was funny because I always used to use Ozzy's. Like, look at fucking Ozzy. Everyone knows who he is, and he's never done it before. Now he's out fucking crushing them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it took him fucking so long, but look what he's doing. You know, so
I think of like Mark Bailey. Like Mark Bailey doesn't have a single social media account on the planet, and that guy sells a lot of really nice snakes.
Before I came to see you, I bought some animals from him. But before I saw you at Tinley and walked around my table, walked around everybody, I went to his table and I'm just looking. I'm like, what the fuck? Like some of the clown shit back in there. I'm like, wow. 2 here, 1. I'm like, wow, just amazing. So, yeah. Definitely awesome
Joe,
guy.
Joe from JSA. Like again, he's pretty close with Mark, and we talk about that a lot. Like how he is just so successful without any any
Correct.
social media. And then social media for some people is their channel of success, right? Everybody can decide what success is for them,
Right.
And so it is definitely interesting in this industry that there's guys that me and you don't know that are probably making unbelievable snakes in their basement or the garage or a facility or whatever, that one of these days they're going to pop up, and guys like you and I that think we know where it's all at are going to be like, what? Where did that guy come from?
There's so many fucking sleepers out there. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So many. I mean, I know back in the day I was like, holy fuck, like, everyone knows who I am and I'm making a name for myself. And, someone's like, hey man, I used to have a service back in the day. I used to go around with my ultrasound and I used to ultrasound people's collections. And someone called me up and I'm like, cool. And I show up to this fucking house in Richmond Hill, lets me in. I go downstairs, opens up a door, and the guy had 4 times as many fucking ARS racks than I did. I'm like, dude, who the fuck? What the fuck? Who are you? It's like, oh yeah, I'm just low key. I'm like, what the fuck? Starts opening shit up, and I'm like, wow, like this is nuts.
Mind blowing.
Yeah, I mean, when passed out clowns were $5K and super fighters were like $3K or $2K, he'd open up like 10 of each, like every drawer. I'm like, all females, like 10 of those, 10 of those. I was like, what the fuck? And he goes, oh, you should come see my whole back, my baby room. He opens up another set of doors in the basement. I'm like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah,
like,
where did you come from?
Yeah, crazy. I'm like, wow, like nuts. But there's so many people that don't do social media that are doing incredible, because they have their already customer base up for the years. I'm sure if they were to do social media, it could help, but they're probably happy and content where they are. Or they're not comfortable doing it or don't have the time, and if they do it, they're going to go on, do it shitty, they're not going to look comfortable, and it's not going to do anything for them. You've got to have, you got to have a knack for it, and you do get better and better with it over time, But some people, you do not need to do this.
Guys, some of them aren't. They don't even know. They don't know, right? They don't even know how to turn it on a computer, or whatever, right? There's old school.
Yep.
And those people, you'd like to have them find somebody that can do that for them, because it would put them another level, I believe. I mean, social media definitely 100%. Has its place, and yeah.
Oh, going back, I forgot the shout-outs. Let's get the shout-outs out of the way. So, once again, KPOPythons, 1,000 on YouTube. Awesome job, my man. And speaking of that, it's got fucking awesome concept racks coming out. Have you seen them?
I have not.
Oh, snooze, you lose, man. Anyways, we'll talk about that after. 2,000 on Instagram. We got Pythonic 2020 and Snake Shack. 2,500 on Instagram. Fucking Atypical Origins. Awesome. My man Tom.
Good stuff, Tom and Casey.
Yeah, Tom, Casey, and the boys. Sick. 3K on Instagram. BCL Pythons. We jump up 1,000 at 4. 4,000 on Instagram. We got Lizard Mom and Beyond and Malcolm's Morph Jr. 5K on YouTube. This guy, Blue Line Morphs. Yeah. And then we got Artist of the Week. It's DaSueDragon Designs. DaSueDragon Designs. High quality handcrafted leatherwork, including snakelets. I don't know what a snakelet is, but I guess it's a snake bracelet. I'm going to just go with a whim. Snakelet?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Hopefully, Wouldn't be the first thing I butcher, but ball python leather bracelets. Oh, it is. Yay. Yay, fucking win for Billy. Ball python leather bracelets in a variety of popular morphs. That actually sounds... I want to take a look at that. Leather bracelets in a variety of morphs. They gotta have some color. Leather,
that sounds interesting.
Yeah, it is. Find it on Instagram and Etsy. And the link for that will be below. I'm going to have to check it out. And we got some super chats here. We got Tigan Ram. I probably screwed that up too. Are you aware of the new exotics ban in Saskatchewan as of June the 1st? Could you talk about that maybe, or read up on it, because we need more voices like you to raise awareness and fight for our rights? Yeah, I saw that. I guess I saw a few posts. I didn't know. I thought I didn't know that they were talking about it. I didn't know that as of June the 1st. I don't know what's on it. I haven't really been made aware of it, but I did read something or hear about it. I'll definitely have to take a look. I believe I saw it on Vannon. I think he posted it. So, I mean, it sucks that now in Canada they're doing stuff like this where there's, and we don't have no U.S. ARC or anything like that. So I don't even know what we're gonna do when they start fucking doing this. We might have to start doing something like that also. But yeah, it just sucks. And what's going to happen, of course, they're going to start with Saskatchewan, so, what the smallest probable province out there. And then, now we have, look at what they did. Look what they did. And just goes nuts from there. So definitely have to look into that. I might have to reach out to Van and some other people, see what's going on. Maybe even Grant Crossman and see what's happening or how that's going to affect the rest of Canada. And it just sucks. I mean,
yeah, that's scary. Always scary stuff.
Yep. Here's another one from Jerome Holland. No limit. Tell her she has to buy you Oreos. I guess
I'm a bit of an Oreo fan.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I guess you love Oreos.
Yeah, Jerome sent me 3 things of mega stuffed Oreos for my birthday.
Oh, sick, sick. Just you don't want to have mega stuffed Oreos coming from Chad.
No, I wouldn't trust anything from Chad.
Yeah, you don't want any mega stuffed Oreos coming from Chad. It'd be like, "Happy birthday, bro!" You're like, "No, It ain't happening."
He'd maybe get like a picture of me holding it, and then a picture of me dumping it in the garbage.
Oh, fuck! I just had to go there.
Yeah.
Amazing Feeders for You says, "See you in Pomona, Troy. I'll bring you a pallet of rodent food. Listening while I clean rodents."
Nice, Brian. Yeah, he's in California. He has his own rodent food, and me being in Iowa, it's a little costly for me to probably get it out here just by truck or whatever. But it's a pretty neat deal what he has. It's I don't. He would be the one to talk about it, than me. I'll give it a bad name maybe here, but it's just it seems like a healthier option, and so that's cool. I would love to bring a pallet back and go that route, give it a try. So that's cool.
Oh, so Chad says they're on their way, and he's got the double stuffed chocolate one as well.
Chad,
fucking Chad. And then my man Paul Seraphim, he said he's gonna stop doing the cap locks, but I guess he fucking doesn't know how to hit that button. He's saying salty Oreos.
Oh, funny.
Jesus.
Can't trust Chad. You can't. Yeah, if Chad sends you guys anything, throw it in the garbage.
Shit. Wow. That's hilarious. Crazy. Gotta love these guys, man. The chat's awesome. Everyone that comes and shows support every week is awesome. And some of the new people, I don't know, some of the new people come in and they're like, what the fuck? Eat a dick? What the salty old? Fuck this. And we just lost another person that could have been in our industry. Yeah. Hopefully they find someone else.
Yeah, you think like the old analogy or whatever where it's like, they say like if you hang out with 5 millionaires, you'll be the 6th. There's a lot of truth to that, but I just think even more so like surrounding yourself with good people in this industry. So many things can happen. You know, maybe you come down with an ill snake, or maybe you come down with an illness and you need somebody to take care of your snakes. Like, I've met people that maybe I've never actually met them in person, but I know their heart well enough after getting to know them through phone calls and Instagram lives and things, that I would wholeheartedly put my collection in their hands if I needed that help. And so, you know, networking in this industry is very, very important. And to me, probably the number one thing, and more so than networking, like, it's friendship. You know, it might start off as just a business part, you know, a business client or whatever you want to say, but I've been very, very fortunate in the friendships I've made in this world.
Yeah, no, and I mean, it's great because I know from years and years ago, before any of the social media and stuff like that, is no one wanted a friendship. They wanted a customer.
Mm-hmm.
You were a customer. Hi, you know what? Can you help me? No, they, you know, if they didn't want to help you because you were competition. Their mindset was totally in the wrong. And don't forget, back then I could sort of see it because there was only like 7 or 8 morphs. There was only so much we could do. No one thought it would go this, or we couldn't fathom, we couldn't fathom. We never even thought that we, you know, like triple recessives and codoms and supers. And I mean, Orange Dream wasn't even around. I mean, we're talking when, you know, Pastel Pinstripe and Spider came, they were like $25K, and it was like the coolest. Oh my God, like everyone was shitting their pants. Wow. You know, so back then it was, you spend the money, you make as many as you can, you sell them off and get your money back and make more, get the next best one and overpopulate it, push it. No one wanted to help you because back then you really were competition in a, you know, if you want to think of it like that, because we weren't doing long-term projects. It was spend fucking $25K, make as many as you can and make as much as you can back and to get your 25 plus back. You know, hold some stuff back and then hopefully a new gene come in. It wasn't like where, you know, you open up Morph Market, which didn't exist, and go, holy fuck, look at the 6,000 combinations I can make. It was back then, it's like, oh shit, I can make 23. Wow. You know what I mean? And back then, I definitely, even though I wanted a pied at 35,000 US and an albino at 20,000, I didn't see a market. Like, who the fuck's buying these? It wasn't like there was, you know, shows where you're going and there was a line up. Like, we would go to a show in a Basement Legion where there was like fucking 8 vendors. You know what I mean? And it was like, yeah, it wasn't the same. So back then, you know, if you found someone that you could talk to about snakes, that was like oh my God. It was like, wow, you know, you'd find that out of 1 out of 20 people, you know, and it was usually someone that wanted to fucking learn too. So both of you were going back and forth with your fuck ups. Oh, you did that? Yeah, I did this and I fucking lost the whole clutch. Don't do it. Okay. Oh, I did this. You know, hey, how did you get that clutch? Oh, I did this. Let me try. It wasn't like the people that knew what they were doing. It was us fucking up and trying to say, hey, how bad did you fuck up this year? Not as bad as you. Oh, okay, well, what did you do right? So then I would learn how he didn't fuck up, and we'd still fuck up, and that's how it came. Here, you post something, people can say, oh, do this, go to the vet. Oh, this is all you have to do. Oh, do this immediately. You know, untangle this, do this, don't do this, add water. There's so many things, and people will help.
There's almost too much info.
100%. Yeah, you know, very correct. But it's so great to have friends in this industry and people to fall back on, or you know, you might feel stupid to ask that so-called stupid question on a forum, you know, because people will shit on you, but you can reach out to that person who will say, oh, fuck, dude, it's not stupid, you know? I mean, fuck, I asked it 40 times before I learned. You know what I mean? Like, you know, people think that you're going to, you know, when you're in that situation where you don't know that you're the only one. Oh, I don't want to feel stupid. We were all stupid, if that's what you want to call it, because we all had that same question. Mine was just 20 fucking years ago, you know? Yep. Yeah. You know, I knew where I came from. You know what I mean? I didn't forget that, oh, shit, I was a newbie. I had one snake in a fucking tank without a thermostat, you know, when I first started. You know what I mean? And what's an underpad heat? What the fuck's that?
Right. Yeah.
You know, it was a fucking heat lamp, and you know, it was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
remember we had a full line pet store about 23 years ago. I think it's been maybe 24. And I was just telling some people the other night about picking mites and ticks off of snakes from Africa, like coming in like a wood.
That was a standard.
With, you know, yeah, like a burlap sack, and you pull them out, and they were bitey and gross, and you had bugs, and yeah, like I remember those days. And I remember I always joke about, and I've said this probably 100 times on different lives, like getting snakes off of a fax machine. You know, like I got a fax from some guy in Florida, and you circled it and you tried to fax it back really quick so that you could get a fancy ball python or whatever, and which was a pastel, I think. And like you know, it's we've come a long way, and there's so much info and so much of an ease really right now to buy snakes and get education and stuff like that, that the people that don't get it are truly, you know, ignorant because it's so easy. You can learn everything you need to learn very quickly, getting around the right people or just taking the time on the internet and sifting through maybe some of the bad stuff. And yeah, there's a lot of info out there. A lot of people want to help too. I mean, you're a great example, and you know, I've got a lot of help from a lot of people. You know, I'll talk to people that are new, and I always think it's funny when they're like, oh, you've talked to Billy or you've talked to Ozzy or Justin or whatever. And I'm like, if any one of you guys picked up the phone, any one of those people would pick up the phone as well. They're not as superstar as you guys really are. You guys are human, and every one of you will help out anybody. And I know that, and I've seen it, and I've had it happen to me. And so people just need to take the time, you know, and reach out to guys like you, and the next level down of guys like me and Joe at JSA and those. I mean, people want to help, and so, you know, there's people out there. Don't be afraid to reach out to them. One
thing that I think that's great about like this community and friendship and social media, where you know, we do this. We you know, now it's a little bit more mainstream, but back in the day, you would invest money, put in all this work behind the scenes. You could only really showcase your stuff back in the day at shows or at expos. With social media, and even before social media, when I would make something crazy, it was like, oh my God, fuck, I can't believe it. Like I was high-fiving my racks because no one, I mean, it wasn't like we were all over and hanging out, or, you know, you were doing a show every weekend, because it was like, you know, once every 4 months or 5 months there was a show here in Canada, because it wasn't like mainstream. So, oh my God, fucking yeah. I remember going up and high-fiving my rack. Like, fuck, I hit it, yeah. You know?
That's awesome.
You know, or you know, a girlfriend at the time would be filming, or a buddy, you know, that has nothing to do, is just there. It's like, holy, got eggs, fucking, you know, I'm gonna cut here, hold the camera, you know, and I'm like, holy fuck, and he's like, why are you so excited? Like, now when you hit something, you can post it, and people fucking like, share. Oh my God, congratulations, and I think that helps, you know, with, you know, getting everything to be. You know, you spent the money, you put the work in, you might have failed a few times, now you hit it, you're excited, but you also have other people patting you on the back and saying, way to go, and sharing it. It makes it even, now I want to do it even more. You know, it's not just something in your mind, hey, I hit this. Why am I the only one excited? No one else gives a fuck. Well, why am I doing this? Like, I like it, but I'm not going to go invest another $50K. You know what I mean? Like, now there's a business. You see it growing. You want to be a part of it. Like, every time I hit an animal, people are like, holy fuck, that's crazy. And you know what? I'll get like a comment from Justin or Ozzy, and it's like, fuck, I want to do this fucking every week. You know how I do this? Better stock, harder projects, pushing my envelope to another level, because, you know, those guys will reach out. And I've seen Justin, I've seen Ozzy comment on people's stuff. Hey man, congratulations, sick animal, you know?
Yep.
And they do, and they take the time out, not because of who you are, it's because what you've done, you know? And they appreciate it, because it might not be something that they've done, or it's something that, hey, fuck, that's incredible. What is that? So I think social media is great, because now you can share your excitement with the world and see how the world gets excitement with you. So you're not like the only freak going, why am I the only one going nuts over this? No one, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So it actually sort of, you know, makes what you think and feel and puts it in perspective like, hey, fuck, I love this. It's crazy. And so does everyone else. Fuck, I want more. And it keeps pushing you. It really does.
Yeah. And to speak to like how, you know, the human interaction, like, you know, last year I thought that I hit a DG tri-stripe out of the egg and swore by it. I sent it to everybody and pretty well everybody else swore by it. And when it shed, we found out that it was just a pastel tri-stripe. But I had posted about it and got, you know, all those congrats and pats on the back and I, you know, you're on a high and you felt great. And then it was a big kick in the nuts when I figured it out. And I had made a post about, you know, being human and that I made a mistake and it is what it is. And it felt really good to hear from, you know, a Will or a Justin or somebody like, hey man, shake it off.
Happens.
There's always next year.
Yeah. But the thing is, we've all done it, you know?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So it's nice to see like, because I think we hold all of you guys at a you know, a godlike standard, you know, like you guys are all on top. And so we don't think you guys make mistakes. Right.
Oh,
and so when
yeah.
you do and you show it and you own it, like it's so humbling really, because then the rest of us, I think, feel like, okay, I'm not doing anything wrong if Billy screwed up, if Justin screwed up, you know, or whatever. And so
shit happens that is without our control. You know, there's stuff that you can control, and you fuck up, and it was your fault, or you didn't have the proper fucking thermostat, or you didn't check it, or, you know, we'll fuck up shit on our own. But there's so much stuff that we have no control over. Slugs, you know, reabsorption, animals not eating. There's different things that we've got to keep, you know, the odds against us. Like, so much shit already against us. Why add to it with our own fuck ups? Keep learning, change things, find out why it didn't work, and you know, learn from your mistakes. 100%. We got a couple more super chats. David from Scales from the Crypt. I always say pick a few and take good care in keeping them friends. I always say pick a few and take care in keeping them friends. Yes.
Yeah. It's good advice.
Oh, holy shit, there's a whole bunch. Ready? Megan from Wonder Woman Exotics Troy is such an amazing human. He is so helpful and knowledgeable. I'm very lucky to call him my friend and somebody I look up to. Billy is okay too.
Well,
no, that's
you,
awesome.
Megan.
Megan, that's sick.
I feel the same way. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. Like, people don't get it. Like, you know, I mean, if you're not a friendly type of person, or you're not a you know, one of those people that is very sociable, don't try to be, you know. But if you are, I mean, this is great. Like, the thing is there's so many people that are awesome and they click. Some people can't. I know people that can tolerate me for half an hour and I'm just too much energy and they just, okay, Billy, you know, and they'll say, hey man, you know what? Like, you know, that's it. I can, you know, and they can only handle me in small doses. I get it, you know.
I remember when we met at Tinley, I remember when you walked away from the table, I looked at my wife and I was like, that guy's wiry.
Yeah. You know, and that's the thing. I mean, I that's just how I am, you know, and some people can't stand me. Some people can take me in doses and some people say, hey, bring it on, you know, but, you know, it is what it is, right? You know, that's why we're all made, you know, differently. We all have different opinions. We all have different likes, tastes, ambitions, goals. Do your own. Don't chase others. You know?
Correct. Yeah.
Bash Coder.
I did tell you, I did chase, I'll get your opinion here. I bought into the Redhead project.
Okay.
And so that's wholeheartedly a chase. I'm chasing. Like I looked at it at Justin's and I kind of fell in love with some of it. And so I bought in, but you doing anything yourself with it?
No. It's like I said, right now with the facility, I'm not looking at getting anything new. You know, this year I'm just trying to see about production, what I'm producing. There will be some new stuff I'm looking to get into, but you know, my goal isn't to add anything new this year as far as jeans. If there's something out there that fits and I like, I will. It's more now seeing what I want to do, what I'm producing, what I make, and what I need to buy, because I missed in order to keep my projects moving forward, or if there's something that I like that fits, I'll get into it. But now with the facility, I want to get that sort of, totally done. Get all the racks, all the new racks in, and get it done where it's like fucking cool. So, I mean, there's so many jeans that I like. It just have to be that perfect fit. I don't just want to say, oh yeah, I've got redhead. Oh, what do you got it in? Oh, just a redhead. Really? Like, what are you gonna do with it? I don't know.
Do you have something that's kind of the top of that list that, when the time's right, you'd like to add it to the collection?
There's so many. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. Like, now that I'm in lace, I want to get more lace. So I want, you see what I'm saying? So to me, instead of me going, hey, I got 2 lace animals. They're pretty great. Cool. Let me get into the 2 animals that are pretty great and 2 animals that are pretty. I'd rather fucking now inject more lace and white lace and more combos. And now that can go into pied or go into clown. So now when I start pumping out lace stuff, it's not just, ooh, freeway lace. Ooh, freeway lace with something else. Ooh, he missed the freeway, so now it's just lace something. Now it's like fucking lace clown, lace pied, lace this, lace that. I want to inject more to build, lace strong, and then bring something else as a straggler, and then start adding that. So now it's, that's how I do it in my mind. But if there's an animal that's cool, like a fucking, like a yellow belly clown pied with a new gene, oh, fuck, give it to me. Like, I don't care. Boom. Now it goes into my clown, goes into my pied, goes into my clown pied, goes into my dreamsicle, goes into my freeway, So, something like that, especially when you have a lot of strong projects, the animals that I need, like, few of the animals that I bought this year, were 20,000+ each. My most expensive one was 40. Well, 39,000. Now, what I want is, I'm doing triple and quadruples. I have 5. Yeah, I have visual triple recessive breeder males.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So down the road, now I'm gonna need that male with like OD and Enchi if I'm not making it, or something like that to keep pushing it. Or now it's like, fuck, holy shit, did you see that lavender genetic stripe clown pied fucking Justin has for sale? Fuck, I need that. How much? $60K? Fucking send it. Like, you know what I mean? Because that's where I'm going. I've got fucking, 30, 40 fucking combo females with those growing up. You know what I mean? Yep. And then I take it and put it in with my other directions. So I've put myself in a position where the animals that make me, especially males, they're one, rare as fuck, and if I can find them, I'm paying proper money for the animals of what someone's put the time in and hit, and what I can do with it over the years. So, Billy's not going to buy like a clown pied anymore, unless it's a super Enchi, fucking yellow belly, leopard, fire clown pied. I'm pretty much making one of those this year, so I don't have to buy it, but, next level stuff. So
yeah, I would like to buy that.
Yeah, and I mean it's crazy because now I put myself in a position to where if I'm buying a male, it's like, holy fuck, like I gotta dish out because this ain't just gonna cut it, And if it can cut it, but now it's 5 years. Where if I spend the money now, it's 2 to 3. Plus I can do so much other. So I've put myself in a position.
Are you how many quad heads and things like that are you making or have?
So quad heads, triple heads, I probably have about 15 breeder females, proven breeder females.
Okay.
Growing up, triple, I probably have 15 to 30, depending, in and around there, 20. But then they're also like, single gene, double gene, the odd triple gene, triple gene, triple recessive. Quads, I'm going to say maybe 10 to 15 quads, but they also have, have like single and double jeans. And I think I have 3 5 hets, females growing
up. I was just going to say, whatever the 5 het's called, right? I know Justin's video is kind of funny about that, whatever that's called.
Yeah, I have no idea.
So you've got some 5 hets as well.
Right. And then this year, I'm making a bunch of combo triples. I'm making a bunch of quads, for the future with other jeans.
All right. Yeah.
So, trying to shoot for that. I mean, it's not easy, and it's you always get like male fucking heavy too. It's like, damn it. Like, wow. It's like, I should have went with this. And it's like, yeah, but even that one animal, you get 2 out of a season. You breed 2 females and you get 2. Those 2, it sucks. You get 1 per clutch. But when she's on eggs and you have the chance of hitting a triple or quadruple recessive and you fucking hit, it's next level.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. I think that's part of my long-term vision is, producing, quad hets that I hold back to, build up that army or whatever. I think that's probably where we all should be aiming for. I think if you're in this, the right way. And I have a pairing this year that'll get me a POS quad het. It'll be POS het, like Lav, Hypo, Clown Pied. But I'll keep them back. Like, that's a fun project for me. Like, I'll keep back, maybe a couple of whatever, maybe it's a couple males, maybe a couple females, or whatever the case may be. And I'll try it. I'll see what happens. Like, I have the room to play a little bit. And so it's probably not the best strategy. And I certainly wouldn't recommend it to everybody or whatnot, but it was an opportunity for me this year. And so sure, why not? So,
and you also got to be careful. So, Will is super strong with his like double visual hets or visual combo double het, possible het, or double visual double het, because over the years he was able to utilize his powerhouse animals. He didn't have to sell them off because he didn't have a big facility. He was really structured on what he wanted to do. And by having a small, powerful collection, he breeds his own rats. He didn't have a staff. He had his own place. Where myself, staff, growth, keep growing, facility, moving forward, growing, keeping everything. I couldn't take 50 or 60% of my collection and chase the gold. I had to use 20 or 25. So you need to diversify. Right now, I don't even think, I would say realistically maybe 10%, but back in the day it was 30, 40% of my pairings. It was to make stuff that I could keep a little bit back, but mostly to sell, to buy other stuff, to pay the rats, to do that kind of stuff. And then 40%, say 40 to make stuff that sells. 40% is to make stuff that I want to chase. And when I miss, that stuff is like higher end stuff, pied hets or, combo pied 66% hets or stuff that I don't need. It's still good dollars, but I'm using that 40% to chase something where the stuff that I miss is still worth some value. But if I didn't have any of that, I still have 40% of animals that I'm just selling, I'm making to sell. And then 15 to 20%, it's like chase to the fucking moon. I don't care. I'm not going to see anything. Whereas if I was to do it where I was doing 60% of my collection chasing quad hets, what the fuck am I selling to get to where I am now? We have a few super chats still. So we have Bash Coder. Ordered my first ARS rack today. Thanks for all the inspiration, MC. Congratulations, man. And then we have... another one. Jerome again. We're sorry for losing you new followers with our chats, Billy. Oh, that was from a while back.
All right.
Yeah, when new people get on, they see the chat. It's like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? The Chad is its own animal, man. It's just awesome.
Anything that's bad going on there, fingers point at Chad pretty immediately.
BRH Reptiles say, "Sup, Chad? Excited to see you on the podcast. Where's the jacket?"
Yeah, I couldn't do the jacket in the room. I maybe I should just say I only do wear the jacket at the show. Maybe that should be like my thing. It's my spot.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Brian just bought a pretty nice animal from me. He picked up a banana black pewter hurricane clown female maker.
Cool.
From me. So he's got the Brian who did that super chat, like, man, he's one of those guys that has a calculated collection. Like he's bought, double recessive visual, like a clown pied. And I mean, he wasn't chasing through hets and stuff. And he calculated and knew what he wanted. And man, he's been a lot of fun to talk to. Mm.
Yep. And people, realize, like, I mean, you go get a clown pied female. They're like 3K or 4K. If you get that, I might not even, when she's ready, I might not even use her to make clown pies. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, realistically, so I have like a Enchi yellow belly clown pied female. She'll be ready next year. Okay? So she's probably going to my pied ultramel hypo male. So everything will come out pied. Okay, so you'll have Enchi and yellow belly thrown in, and I'll have pied triple hets.
Yeah.
So, people are like, why would you do that? You can make a killing. Yeah, but you know what? How many people do you know have Enchi yellow belly pied triple het clown ultramel fucking hypo or ghost?
Yeah.
No one, or a very, very fucking few.
Yeah,
so, instead of cashing in now and making a bunch of clown pieds and crazy clown, and I'll do well with clown pied combos. You know what I mean? Like, I'll do well. But in 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, when I'm one of the few making fucking ultramel, like, combo ultramel pied clown fucking hypo, ultramel, like, I don't even, I'm getting lost. It's like, what the fuck? How did you make that? By sacrificing shit. Yeah. So... and when you get into double recessives and visual double recessives, you don't always have to make, you can use some and actually make some or add some different, like, there's so many different routes and so many different ways to go about it. And 1 year you make shit and then visuals, and then the next year you make some stuff and it's like, you know what? Fuck, it's crazy. It's going off. Let me, next year, do them all again like I did 2 years ago, or do half and half, or go in a different direction, or there's a new fucking gene that comes out. It's like a new recessive. Well, fuck now. Fuck making clown pieds now combos. I'm making fucking triple hets with this new combo. You never know, right? So,
where are you at with monsoon pieds?
I should have some this year. Well, I should. Like,
I'm waiting.
I mean, I think I got 2, if not 3 shots at it. So,
like, that was a project that I didn't ever pull the trigger on. But if it's what I think it could be in the pied side, I would pull the trigger on. So, like, I would make that investment right off the bat. So I think, you hatch them and have some, and it's what I'd like. Like, that would be an animal that I would invest to further my project. So I would buy a visual immediately.
Yeah. So, I have, some pretty big players message me all the time. It's like, hey, man, was the monsoon pied out yet? Like, when are we seeing it? Like, I don't even know if I'm selling them first.
Yeah, I'm okay being down the list.
But it's something where I don't even know what they'd be worth. But, I mean, it depending how crazy they look and but a male monsoon pied, man, that's got to be fucking 30, 35K. Like, especially if it's mind blowing, and I don't even know if I would sell it. I mean, if the first one, definitely not, guaranteed not.
Right.
But if I hit 2, maybe it's like, you know what? Now I can sort of, sit on the project. I have a backup. Now I can put those 2 to a whole bunch of other things. Utilize him to this, and I like. I have a lot of stuff to prove out. Like I have over 107 animals that are minimum 50%. They all came from the lineage of those females that have proven out.
Well, I'm glad that you just said too that even if you hit 2 of them, you would maybe keep both, because I think so many of us go off of that. Well, if I get 2 males, I can make my money on one. But if you think about taking 2 males and spreading, further out to more females, like
especially in a project that no one else has. If I'm the only one in the world that has 2 visuals, wow,
yeah,
you know what I mean. And then if someone makes one the following year, now I still have 2 breeder female, 2 that are proven breeders, or 1 that didn't breed, and it's just like you're writing your own history. You're making your own combos. You're instead of you making half and someone else making half, now you're making it all yourself. And when people do make it and start creating stuff, you're way ahead because you're in 13 different other combos. A monsoon pied would definitely be going into, again, like the, Enchi yellow belly clown pied, So, oh my God, Enchi yellow belly pied double het monsoon clown. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's just nuts, or dreamsicle, or, the ghost pied combos I have. I mean, there's so much stuff that, you can go and diverse and you're creating your own destiny at that point.
Yeah. Do you think the monsoon pied, in your guess, do you think it'll be heavy patterned, or do you think as strong as that gene is, like, you have any thoughts?
So, I believe it's going to be a heavy patterned pied. I'm hoping so. Do you remember the guy that made that animal from South Africa?
Yeah, me and you talked about that, I think, briefly.
It's not. There's no way it could be. But that's what, when I saw that, I'm like, holy fuck, is that a monsoon pied? Like, how the fuck did someone beat me? You know what I mean? Like, if it looks like that or something crazier, holy shit. And then don't forget, mine have yellow belly, leopard, and special mixed into mine.
Okay.
So right. I'm coming out of the gate. I mean, I'll be happy with a monsoon pied, but if I have leopard, yellow belly, or special all together, or one or the other, or fuck, I'll just take a monsoon pied. I would actually happy just to hit a monsoon pied, just to show you what a monsoon pied looks like. Here's the base form. This is what we fucking start with. Imagine what we can do with this. So I'm actually would rather have just the monsoon pied and not be greedy to say, hey, this is what I fucking got. And then who knows if it's like, look how crazy that is. Is that a monsoon pied or is that a monsoon leopard pied? Fuck, I don't know. Like, shit.
Yeah.
Wow. But I'm not going to really cry if I'm in that dilemma. Like, oh, fuck, poor Billy, man. He doesn't know if he has a monsoon pied or a leopard monsoon pied. Wow, really? Fuck, right. That really sucks for him. Like, it's never going to happen. You know what I mean? But I would really want to see, like, hey, guys, here's the base form. Look what we have to work with. Fucking crazy. That's what I'd like to do.
I'm excited. Definitely be excited for when you post those.
But I mean that's a great project. I have a lot of cryptic stuff. If not this year, next year I got a lot of like ultramel cryptic combos. I've got a lot of like ultramel clown combos. A lot of cool stuff coming next year. You were talking about some of those like triple and quadruple recessives. I have like 7 lavender, 100% het clown, 50% het pieds, from the same clutch, so, half of them. So 3 out of the 4 should be, so, hitting, those are all females growing up, and I think they're like 800, 900 grams, maybe even hitting 1,000. what I'm really excited about is I'm going through my collection and trying to pull some stuff out because there's some other stuff I want to get involved with, and I need to raise some funds. So I was looking, like I've got, 1,200 grams, 1,200 grams, pastel leopard, freeway, 50% het clown females. I'm just looking at them, I'm like, holy fuck, like, I could probably sell this for $3,500, $4,000. And, I've got like, I have so much freeway stuff and crazy stuff in the clown. Like this year, I really want to hit, I need a male. I keep hitting females, but, I've got pastel enchi and pastel leopard, freeway clown visuals. I want to take that to the next level. Say, hey guys, almost do like what Justin does. Here you go. Here's a freeway clown. Here's a freeway clown with pastel. And here's one with enchi and leopard. And like, holy fuck, Billy, slow down. Like, imagine with this gene too. Like, what? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Show, here's what you can, here's what it is. Here's what you can do. Here's where you can take it. Take color away, add color, add pattern, take pattern. Look what you can do. Here's a fucking template. You guys can go nuts with the template, what other directions you want to go. And I don't have enough to do, but I have like, I have like pastel leopard, ivory clowns. I've got so much shit that I don't even show. It's crazy. I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, I've got leopard ivory clown females growing up. The pastel leopard ivory clown is a male, or is it the female, vice versa? I got a lot of, silky ways and pastel silky way, 66% het clowns. So in another 2 years, with what I've got growing up, the freeway clown project's going to be like, take this to this, bam, wow, holy fuck, bam, bam, wow. But getting there has been baby steps. But in another couple years, it's like I just get that one right male. And especially if that pastel enchi asphalt / yellow belly clown proves out to be asphalt, holy fuck. Now it's like, okay, goes to her, boom, look at this, what the fuck? I should have super asphalt clowns, and combos this year. Just stuff that I love, trying to push it to new levels. What else do I got? I got so many. Some of the clown combos and the ghost clown combos I have. It's just nuts. Nuts for me. You know what I mean? Because when I say, oh my God, it's nuts. But there's guys like fucking Straight Fire, Levants, and other guys out there. It's like, I'm a fucking newbie with some of the shit I'm making with some of this. I'm trying to hit combos to hit so I can cut and have out of the egg. Meanwhile, they got them sitting on fucking eggs. Like, it's just.
I was gonna say, I think Levance has like Desert Ghost Clown Pieds.
Oh, dude, it's fucking nuts, man. It's so crazy, and I love it because no matter how big people think I am or how I know I'm what you would call, I guess, a big breeder or a bigger breeder, but I have so much work to do. You think, oh, I can't wait to get to your level one day. I'm not even at my level, man. Like, I'm not.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's fucking nuts what people have and what they're doing. And some people, like Will Morose, man, RCR, Royal Canadian Reptiles. The shit that he is capable of hitting, if the odds come in his favor, even if they don't come in his favor, the shit that the fucking guy has set his collection up in order to be possible, it's like, what the fuck? Like, how?
Yeah.
It's like, because this is what he did years ago. And this is what I did.
If there was a model to follow, it might be his.
Yes, but at the same time, too, he's had to make sacrifices and inject other money because, he's had to keep injecting, where myself, I'm doing a juggling act, like, oh, I need that, sell this, boom, boom, boom. But with the way he's done it, if you could do it that way, success. But he also had to sit there while people are making crazy shit and selling it, putting money in their pocket. He's like, fuck, another couple years. But those couple years are here now. Yeah, 100%. But now that like the shit that he's pairing, it's just like, man, if he just hits one, it's like, what the fuck? Like, it's nuts, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
But, I mean, everyone's got to think, like, you know, there's shit that I can never catch Will on. There's shit that I can never catch Justin on. You know, Garrick DeMeyer, Ozzy, that, you know, there's shit that new people have stuff that they're making that I can't even hit, you know? Like Miri last week, she's going to make stuff that I can't even make for the next 3 years because I don't have fucking Monarch. Like, you know, it depends where you put yourself. But the thing is I'm going to be making stuff that they can't fucking hit. So, you know what I mean? Like, it depends. You know, my goals with the freeways, I don't even think Will has a fucking freeway. It's not his thing. But he can never touch me on my freeway, my super asphalt stuff. Some of the combos I'm hitting, he can't fucking touch me. But there's so much shit I can't touch with him. But guess what? We're not trying to fucking compete. We're doing our own fucking thing, and that's what people need. You know?
Yeah, you could never have it all. Like
100% no.
You know, yeah.
And if you did, I don't even think you'd want it. Like, why? Because, like, yeah, I think it'd be a fucking nightmare. But the way the stuff that Will did with, you know, and you know, I know Chad actually said it. I mean, I had him on as my first person on my MC Academy, and we just talked about triple and quadruple recessives and how to attack it. It was 3 hours, and it was fucking incredible. You know, people were like, holy fuck. Like, I took 4 pages of notes. Like, holy shit. Like, I need to restructure everything I'm doing. And it opened people's eyes because, you know, we know what we're doing and how to do it and how to add another gene in. And it's not, you know, black and white like you think, you know, and it is a process, and it's not easy. And, you know, Will has done it. He's put his, you know, he's the living model of what to do and how to do it. And he'll say, hey, was it easy? Fuck no. I had to do this, I had to do that, and I got this, I got all males, I lost. Like, it's not just, do this, and fucking everything just comes rolling your way. No. I mean, it wasn't even easy for him sometimes. But the struggle and whatever he had to do and how he did it, holy fuck, is it going to pay off. He's in every single year now is payoff time for what he did in the past. And now all the shit he keeps making, he's like, well, fuck. Why would you not want to keep duplicating what you're doing when you're seeing results and what you've got? Let's keep fucking rolling the dice and taking, you know, pushing it even further for 3 to 5 years down the road, even 10. Some of the shit he's doing, he might not even see in his lifetime. But you know what? He's fucking sure chasing it.
His year will be a fun thing to follow this year.
That's fucking stupid. Like, you know.
I saw that he posted like some crazy, I don't know, inchy something, blah, blah, blah. Desert Ghost tri-stripe, you know, triple head or something.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, can I buy that animal? Which you know the answer is no, but I'll certainly be happy when he hits it, you know, and it's inspiration. You know, I think some people maybe get caught up in like jealousy, or maybe that's not the right word. I don't know, but I don't ever look at somebody else's, necessarily look at what people are hatching and be like, oh, I don't have that. I think we all kind of kick ourselves down a little bit, but in the long run, like, I use everybody else's stuff as my inspiration. Like, it should be your fuel, and you don't have to necessarily make what they're making, but when you're like, oh, how cool is that? Well, then go make your how cool is that? And so, you know, I find a lot of inspiration, and Will would definitely be one of them.
Oh, 100%. Perfectly Engineered Reptiles says, with Monsoon being pattern dominant, I want to see it with G-stripe or tri-stripe. Hope it would look amazing. Also, Rack arrives tomorrow. Thanks, Billy. So I'm pretty sure he's the one that won the ARS rack from Patreon. I do a spin to win.
Yeah.
So I enter, you know, their names in for free. And
nice.
Yeah, I won a fucking ARS rack. Congratulations, my man. Arrives tomorrow, man. That's so sick. So sick. Dane says, shout out to Billy for always keeping it teal. Keeping it teal. You mean real? Yeah, I fucking can't type either.
I'm the worst.
With the insight and trade tips. Yeah, I try. I mean, not everything I say will work, but it works for me, or it's what I believe, or it's what I would do, or it's advice that I would give to somebody. And everything I say is to actually help benefit someone, but even with Patreon, I don't want to just put shit out there and people just copy it. I want them to learn or understand why I'm giving you the advice I'm giving. I don't want people just, what do I do? I don't know. I just do what Billy says on Patreon. Well, why does he say that? I don't know. I just do it. And it works. Well, I want people not to just do things. I want them to understand why I'm telling you and learn it. Because then if someone else asks, first, if you're doing something, you should be knowing why you're doing it. You should understand the principles behind what you're doing. And then when someone asks, you can actually now give them advice and relay information off, whether it's mine that you learned from me, or you've picked up, or you've learned from experience. Now you can tell them and explain to them so that they understand why you do things, or at least get a grasp. And if they don't want to do it, they can do another aspect or another way. But you definitely want to learn from people. And what about you? Like the advice that you give, you don't just say, what do I do, Troy? Oh, you just do this. Okay, thanks. You do this because of this. Like, why do I buy my males next year? Well, because instead of buying a 1.1, you buy 2 females now. If you can buy 3, next year you look for a male, you raise them up. Well, why would I do that? Why wouldn't I buy the male now? Well, 1, because he's going to be possibly ready next year, where your females won't be for 2, maybe 3. 2, you can probably buy this same male $500 or $1,000 cheaper, depending on the price, next year for the same genes. Or for the price you pay now for this animal, you could probably get an extra gene for the same price next year.
Yeah.
And instead of
your male grows too, like I personally believe big males are somewhat lazy. So like if you buy them at the same time and that male gets really big, he may not be a great breeder.
Yeah, you never know, right? But I want to explain to people why this is what you do. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. And I just want to educate people to the point where you're learning, but you're understanding what you're learning, so that you can, that makes sense. Okay, now I know. It's like, I've seen people, I used to be into construction and stuff, and I've seen people do it yourself, renos, and they're doing studs every 12 inches. Oh, that's going to be such a strong wall. Okay, well, every 12 inches, how are you going to get your fucking insulation in? Oh, I'm going to cut it. Well, there's a reason why it's 16 inches the center, because when you put your studs in, 3 studs, plus the 4th, that makes your 4 foot, where your drywall's 4 feet. It fits perfectly. Your insulation is cut at 14.5 inches. So it fits in snug, because there's a 3/4 of an inch on either side of the 2x4, because a 2x4 is actually, 1.5 by 3.5. So you take 1.5, there's your 16 inch, 14.5, you take it right out of the bag and it just goes nice and snug right in. There's a reason why, will that fucking wall 12 by 12 be stronger? Probably, but why? Like, there's no point. You know what I mean? It's like fucking, putting a male in to get a lock with a gravid female. It's no fucking point. Like, it don't need it anymore. But you got to understand why you're doing things. Well, why do they want it every 16 inch to center? Why do they do this? Why do you do this? There's a reason. You want to find out why. Once you understand it, that makes fucking sense. Then you comprehend it, and you won't fuck up that ever again. And now you can relay that information to someone else and make them understand and teach them. So, that makes fucking sense.
You can build upon it. And I think also once you have an understanding of it, like maybe fear and like anxiety and some things kind of get out of the way. Like, I don't know if this girl's gravid or blah, blah, blah. Like, once you start understanding how it all works and you can see those signs, or you have an ultrasound or whatever the case may be, I think once you have a deeper understanding of it, you take away some of that guess and you know, fear and whatnot of what's really going on, you know, when it comes to animals and stuff. So get a better understanding. Yeah.
The light's off now. The sun went down, so I'm gonna go show the room, see how it looks. There's still a bit of glare, but hold on. That looks crappy. But it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, you have like a LED light or something up above there, changes colors or something?
No, it doesn't change color. It's basically this fancy. I guess it's made. It has like a diffuser, and there's 4 LEDs, or it's some podcast. I typed in when I first got it, it's podcast lighting, and I'm like, holy fuck. You know, this is cool, so I bought it, and it actually does pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah. So what else, man? What else can we chat about, man?
Ooh, I'll pick your brain on something. You know, so incubator-wise,
yep.
I run an AP incubator, so made by Animal Plastics, and I run mine with Helix. And so my Helix is set at 88. I have sensor pushes in the incubator, also inside the tubs, some in the front of the tub, some in the back of the tub, some in the middle of the tub. So I try to get as much data as possible.
Yep.
To shorten this equation, it's what I've been finding interesting is my sensor push will say like 88.5, but my temp gun, if I temp gun on top of the sensor push, will say like 89.6. So they're like a degree off. And so it's been messing with me a little bit. Like I get fearful because like some of them might be like 89.5. So then the temp gun says like 90.6. And so I start worrying like which one's right, which one's wrong. Do you have a method about how you find maybe a true temp?
No. So it's funny because I'm going to start doing stuff like this, especially with like Husbandry Pro and stuff where it makes the recording in one spot. It's a click. It's a you know, it's simple. People always ask, is like, hey, Billy, what's your humidity in your incubator? No fucking idea. What's your hotspot? What's your code? No idea. You know what I do? I plug it in. I put 89.5. I let it go. I shove the animals in the tub. I don't, you know, what I have done is beside the probe on the same level, you know, or just below it, I'll put a sensor push in just so when I'm away from the facility, if there's a problem, I'm going to get an alert. I can always check in just to make sure. It's one of those things where because my facility is not at my house, I'm 20 minutes, half an hour away. Okay. I want to know. So when I go to bed, I want to look. Everything's perfect. So every single rack in my facility, I got 28, I believe, are on my Husbandry Pro. I get an alert if they go 3 degrees too hot or 5 degrees too cool.
Okay.
So I've already got that in. So if there's any problem with any one of my racks, I get notified. Everything I have the front here where I'm at, and then the back, I've got 2 separate furnaces, 2 separate AC units. So I've got the front here at 77. I got the back at 81. I went with Google Nest, so I can go on and see. But I also have, on Husbandry Pro also, I have all my sensor pushes. So I've got sensor pushes in the incubators. I got sensor pushes in each room. I got 2 in each room. I got one in the front. I even got one in my Cayman lizard, you know, the humidity and stuff. So I have them everywhere, and I can just go to Husbandry Pro, and I can see everything. My racks, my thermostats, my rooms, anywhere where there's something like that. So with the incubator, I know there's a lot of fluctuation because usually the ones on the top row, they'll pip or they'll be out of the egg by day 47 or 49. The
Oh,
ones,
wow. Okay.
yeah, I incubated 89.5. So I know that it's probably closer to 90, 95, 91. And then at the, you know, the way I have my probe, I may change them this year to drop it down another level or maybe keep it higher. But I sort of don't want to fuck with what's already working. So I have 4 rows. I have 4 rows, and I have it on the second one. So it's hanging between the second and the third, and then there's the 2 bottom because heat rises. So if I leave it on the second instead of, I've got 5 rows. So I have it on the second. So it's not right in the middle on the third because heat will rise. So I have it on the second. So I know the ones at the bottom take a little longer. So if I'm going to check eggs, if I'm going in at day 47, 48, it's like, holy fuck, I can probably cut these today or tomorrow. If I'm grabbing the ones from the bottom, it's like, yeah, fuck, day 53. It's like, I might leave them for another day or so. So I know there's a 4 or 5 day, 6 day, maybe even 7 day difference between my top rack and my bottom in the same incubator. So
yeah, I spent some time like talking to Sensor Push, and I don't want to speak for them, but the tech that I talked to, I was telling him like my dilemma that I had a digital thermometer in there. I have my Sensor Pushes in there. I have, you know, my temp gun. I actually have 2 different temp guns. So I gave him like the name brands of the temp guns. And I was telling him like, you know, this one's a degree in 1.3 difference, and this one's, you know, 1.1 and blah, blah, blah. What he was telling me is that he told me that the Sensor Push itself can be off by 1.1 degrees.
right.
So if my temp gun says 90.5 and my Sensor Push says 89.4, it very well could be that my temp gun is correct or somewhere in between there. And so I kind of run with a little, like, you know, maybe a little grain of salt, kind of one way or the other.
Yep.
I also think, I kind of love that you were saying, like, I just put them in there, right? I don't want to mess with it. I think that's not bad advice because I feel like I'm getting too much data and it's making me want to change the temps on my thermostat more. And I don't think you should mess with it, but I have moved them a little bit here and there. And so part of me thinks, once your incubator's working, just let it work, right? If they're hatching and they're fine, let it work.
Yeah, like if you over tweak things, like, you know, to me, I've always, and don't forget where I came from in this industry. I came from running too hot, too cold, not much humidity, didn't know this, didn't know that. I've never ever put my eggs in substrate. I've always had a diffuser.
Me too.
Never ever tried. Have you, you know, should I? I should, but if it works, why change it? You know, there's different ways, you know, so I'd like to change or try different things, but the thing is if I'm doing something and it works, why change it? It's working. You know, if you know, my eggs are all cooking, and then I'm like, okay, maybe I got to do this. Maybe I got to change the fans. It's not. It works. You know, the only time I really screwed up is by, I've never used press and seal. I've always used these tubs. They're perfect. They didn't make them anymore. I went and bought different ones. Fucked a lot of about 60 eggs in 2019. Really pissed me off. I went and found another tub. The gasket boxes by Sterilite, they have a built-in seal. I use those. Last year, no fucking issues. So I fixed the problem. But as far as the incubator, 89.5, the way the fans are. Now, I know if I was to get a fan, you know, because at the bottom, it's sort of, you know, there's nothing moving around. I was thinking of getting another smaller fan and sort of blowing the air, you know, across the bottom because mine are 4x4 by 18 inches deep.
Okay.
Or they might be 12 inch. They're 12 inches deep or 13 inch. No, I think they're 12 inches deep, and they're 4x4. So I have a lot of space at the bottom where I was thinking, if I just add one little fan just to blow the air across the bottom and move it so it helps lift it. But then am I taking and I'm pushing too much? Because I know there's already, you know, maybe I should take the fans and push more down, but then am I change? Like, to me, I'm like, you know what? It works. You know, if I have to wait 6 days or 7 days to cut the ones on the bottom, they work. Don't fuck it, because if I do change it, next thing you know, it's like, fuck, why did I lose 6 clutches? Man, I'm such a fucking moron. Like, you know, but you do take a chance. I don't like taking chances with the end result. I'll take chances with the breeding, the pairing, changing it up, lowering the temps. Oh, fuck. But when you actually get the gold and you put it in a thing and you fuck that up when you've got it, like, wow, you did all this work. Wow, I got eggs, and you change something and fucking lose the eggs.
Yeah.
Wow. Like, you know, oh, she didn't lay for me this year because I ran too hot. That sucks. But when you get the eggs and you fucking put them in, that would have, if you just left the fucking thing alone, would have hatched, and you fucked it up because you wanted to tweak something, man, you fucking beat yourself up a lot of fucking, like, you keep beating yourself up. It's something where depending on how much you're going to be, like, you just can't let it go sometimes. Like, fuck, 3 months later, it's like, fucking mother.
Yeah.
It sucks, you know?
Things are hatching. And so, yeah, I'm definitely leaving it alone. But I think what I'll probably do at the end of the year is just kind of look at that data overall and maybe leave it, maybe tweak it for the following year. But it's just been really weird to see, you know, 3 different temperatures pretty much from 3 different instruments of temperature. And so, like I said, I think sometimes you can have too much data.
And that's the thing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with gathering data. It's what you do with it. It's how you interpret it. Nothing wrong with having it. It's what you do with it after. Like, if you take it and go, oh, I got to do this, and you change it, and that fucking destroys your whole season, wow. So I have 6 incubators. So if I was to do that thing where I'm going to add one in, I would take something, a mediocre clutch, I would put in, and I would just see and regulate it and see what happens. But, you know, when it comes down to the point where I've been running them for years, I'm hatching them, the only time I really had issues is when I fucking didn't, you know, I changed the tub and didn't put press and seal. Too much air got in or too much got out. And you know, they dimpled too fast. Some of them went moldy. It was my fault, not the incubators. It was mine. And then I changed that the following year and fucking success.
Yeah, the Sterlite tubs with the gasket, is it like a blue gasket that goes around it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what I like is they're much bigger and there's more air, and which is great because I wanted something, and I saw them. I'm like, fuck it, I got them. And then I watched, Mike Wilbank's video of his new facility, and he walked in one of his walk-in incubators, and he goes, now that I've got all this space, I use these bigger containers, and I find that the more air in these containers now do better. And I'm like, fucking right. Thanks, Mike. Like, you know what I mean? Because I went and bought them because I always use the small 6 liter. Now these are like 11.6, or they're like twice the size and high. But there's more air in there. There's more water in the bottom because instead of doing 4 scoops, I use 5 scoops of the, so I take a 16-ounce deli cup, and I do 4 scoops in the 6, and I do 5 in these new ones, which they sit lower, but there's more water in it, and they sit so I can actually put more eggs in. You know, so the hatch, I don't use Easy Hatch anymore. I use the Dragon Hatch. I put that on top. I can put eggs in, and I can even put eggs on top of the eggs, and I still have the closure, and I still have like a couple inches. So I like the bigger tubs. I find that there's air, there's, you know, more water. You put them in there. You know what I mean? It works. Yeah. It's been working great for me. And then when Mike said the same thing, like, hey man, I like using, now that I have these big walk-ins, I use bigger tubs and I find they're better. I'm like fucking awesome. I was so happy to hear that. And then last year had a great season with them. So I like them. But now anything that I have like 5 eggs or less, I'll put those, you know, in the small 6-quart Rubbermaids that I use. So
I see a super chat came in from Chad talking about press and seal. I give Chad and the guys in our group a bunch of shit about using press and seal. And so
Team press and seal. Yeah. Well, the thing is you do need it depending on your tub that you use. You know, and I was one of those ones where, you know, and it was funny because I was pulling clutches out and two of the eggs were like molded out or they were already deflated, or I'd get one or two out of 7 eggs that were good to cut. And people were like, "Wow, this fucking guy doesn't know what he's doing. Look at all those fucking eggs." Yeah, it's not like I don't know what I was doing. Is I'm on here on social media saying that, hey, I fucked up, guys. So if you're going to get these different tubs, just because you put eggs in a tub and you put those the tub in a fucking incubator doesn't mean they're going to be successful. You know, you think, all you got to do is grab the eggs, you put them in an incubator, you know, or you put them in a tub, you put them in an incubator, and that's all you have to do. No. If there's too much air, not enough, too much humidity, not enough humidity, there's so many fucking factors. Figure it out. I just assumed, same looking tub, 6 quart, cool. Shove them in, do them the exact same way. Shoved about 20 or 30 clutches in. And then when I went back to look, and I'm like, is that fucking mold? Are those deflating? What the fuck? I took one out, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, wow. And then the next one, I'm like, and every one that was in those tubs, I had a fucking issue with. Well, guess what? Then I started, you know, some of them I saved by putting press and seal on at the end. But, you know, at one point I had 105 clutches in the incubators. And when 20 or 30 of them were in the wrong fucking tubs, and you notice 2-3 weeks late, you're like, what the fuck? You know, I put some of the press and seal and try to save some of them, but most of them, it was a lesson learned too late. And it wasn't that I didn't know what I was doing, is I made I made a mistake that most people would, it's the same size, the same quartz, it's just a different name. It's not Rubbermaid, it's fucking Sterilite. Oh, no problem. I did it the exact same way I did for 14 years. Guess what? It needed press and seal. If I did press and seal from the start, I would have been safe. I didn't. I just assumed my fuck up. But now I can say, hey, guys, and sometimes it's, you know, some incubators, the fans are blow a lot too much. So if you have a tub that hasn't enough press and seal and has too much of a gap, which what happened to me, the air, because they're pushing. Out. I have a 4x4 by 12 inch fucking incubator. Those fans, I got 3 of them, are pushing the fucking air pretty steady through there. If there's a little gap where that, you know, now guess what? It's dehydrating them. You know? Yeah,
we use a locking tub. It doesn't have the gasket, but it has like 2 things that come up and lock the lid down.
And it gives it a nice tight thing where
Yeah, it's worked well for me for how many years I've been 8
correct.
Years or something.
And that's the mistake that I made. I had fucking for years. And the thing is, you know, when you start doing 30, 40, 50 clutches, cool. I went out and got 100 of these tubs. Oh my God, this will be great. I mean, back in the day, this will be great for fucking ever. I didn't think I'd be doing 200 some odd clutches. And then, you know, I start looking and I'm like, holy fuck, I have no tubs left. You know, I'm going to hit like, you know, 200 clutches this year, 250. You walk into Walmart where I bought them. It's like, what do you mean they're discontinued? Oh, they've been discontinued for over 3 years. I'm like, what? So then I went online, tried calling people. I fucking messaged, nope. So I had to go do a whole new tub because changing it to the other one, just assuming they were the wrong ones, let too much air in or too much of the humidity that came out. I don't know, but they fucked up my clutches. So when you're not sure, use press and seal, you know, or use one, try it like the ones you have or get one, put it in, and make sure it works. But don't assume like I did that they're all going to work and lose fucking a couple eggs, if not, and some full clutches out of 30 fucking clutches. What a fucking, you know, shitty 2 months that I learned. But I learned from it, and I'm sharing my loss because I assumed with other people so they don't just say, oh, hey, Billy, I just put, you know, I went out and got this fucking, you know, because if you look at some containers, Rubbermaid makes some heavy-duty containers. And then they make these ones that are like fucking stackable, so throwaway ones that come with a red lid. They're, you know, you take the lid off, and if you pull it off too hard, you're going to break it because they're so flimsy. Oh, I went and got these cheap ones, and I put them on. Like, no. It depends. You got to fucking try out the containers and try out, you know, what you're using, if it keeps humidity in, if it like you really got to try and try to,
and you
learn.
don't necessarily need to have a clutch in there. I think it's important just to throw some different tubs maybe in your incubator, and if they're holding condensation, things like that, I mean, you can figure
100%. Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Trial and error. Don't just assume,
Yeah. Don't go out and buy a tub like the day your eggs.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear from people like that, and I'm just like, you mean you weren't prepared? And they're like, well, I knew it was going to lay eggs, but I just hadn't. What tub do you use? I don't have a tub. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, I always help people, but like in the back of my head, I'm kind of like, you knew you were getting eggs, but you didn't have your tub.
Lazarus Expo, see that? I got Expo on my mind. Lazarus Epu. I see Expo. See, I just see EP and I got Expo. Says mind. I'll say he had a couple. Mind doing a shout out for my two boys, Robert and Dylan. They don't believe you're live streaming. I'm live streaming. So Robert and Dylan, listen to your dad. He's telling the truth. But he also said something. I think he said if he doesn't mind coming. Oh, yeah, there it is. Do you mind if I drop in sometime and check out what breeders you're freeing up? If you call or message me on Instagram or call the store during the day, I can let you know. We can schedule something, especially with, the lockdown. So this weekend is probably could happen. I still haven't got everything, but I mean, I can give you a rough idea. But yeah, definitely that. And, Robert and Dylan, this is live.
Billy, how often are you, like when you are like a method as far as upgrading females, is it, you got rid of a single gene to put, something better in its place? Are you doing every couple years, 2-3 years? Like, do you have a method to it at all?
I've never done it before. Now I have to. So now I'm learning.
Yeah, well, it's hard to get rid of females because we don't get the money for them, right? Like if you sell a pied for $1,000, I can make a $10,000 clutch off of that $1,000 pied that you're only giving me $1,000 for. So it's always hard for me to think about selling, breeder girls because you can see the potential in the dollars they can make you.
Correct. So people have come in. So what happens is I had a gentleman. Actually, I've had a few from Patreon. They come in. They want to get into projects. So I'll pull a breeder female out of my rack to sell because they're getting a package. If someone's going to come in and spend $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, I'm not going to feel comfortable to go, hi, here's all your fucking hatchlings. See you in 3 fucking years. I can't do it unless that's what they want. I want to get them all babies. I want to get 30 fucking females. I got $50,000. I want to put them in. I want to raise them up, get them on my own food, and do that. Awesome. If someone comes in like that within 6 months, especially at breeding season, seeing everyone cut eggs and go fucking nuts, it's like, dude, I need a breeder fucking female. That fucking, I'll wait 2-3 years and grow them up myself. That fades really quick. It's like, fuck,
Yeah.
It was a great strategy, but guess what? It's out the door. Fucking shit the bed. Yeah. It's time to fucking do this and get experience. And I do truly, I do think that experience, whether you have all your stuff, go buy 2 fucking normals, breed them, do what you got to do, get the experience, feel how it is, look for the signs, get that feeling, because I don't give a shit if you're popping out normal heads or you see, normal heads popping out of a clutch and it's your first fucking time, you're fucking, you just hit a fucking Pompeii. Like,
yeah.
It's definitely
I'm so glad
like
that you said this, because people, I'm sure you get this, like, what's the best way to go? And I don't care if they spend 10 or 20 grand on building the coolest baby collection for them to use in 3 years. I always tell them, like, man, buy an adult, like, I don't care if it's a pastel, like, just to get the experience and like go through it and get eggs, because that waiting game, you get some discouragement. And so I always try to push people to, like, I get it, for whatever reason you want to do it this way, but I'm telling you, you should buy a breeding, pair or whatever, just to get the experience and get the thrill. And I think there's a lot to that.
Yep. I had another, I've had a few people that come and they want to, Billy, I want to invest. I've done this. I like, I want to do this. And then what I'll do is I'll get groups. Here's a male, here's a couple females, here's some with, with some size. Here's a breeder size female or breeder ready female or proven breeder female. Here's a package. But I don't give those animals away. I do give a bit of a discount, but like you said, I am not selling a fucking pied for $1,000 when I can put my shittiest fucking het pied animal and make 4K.
Yeah. Yep.
And I bought my first pied in 2007, I believe, and I paid $12 or $13.5. I bred that, and I've had pieds from 8, 9, 10, and 11 that I made. And I've been breeding them, and I sold them last year after they laid to Lord Elion. He grabbed all 4 or 5 and some pastel het pieds. But I made them in 2008, 9, 10, 11, like 10 plus years. And I bred them for 7, 8, 9 fucking years. And they've given me, well, the last little while, 8, 9, 10, 12 fucking eggs. And I'm breeding like Orange Dream, Yellow Belly, Fire, G-Nex pieds to them. And even the shit when I miss the visuals, they're still fucking $800, $600, $1,000 animals. And I'm making
your byproduct can be awesome. Yeah,
I'm making $4,000 or $5,000 off of a $300 fucking animal. Mm-hmm. And people would come over to my collection and go, "What the fuck, Billy? You still got het pieds?" Meanwhile, I've got 40 visuals. Orange Dream, Yellow Belly pied, Orange Dream, Yellow Belly leopard pied, Pastel Enchi pied. Like some of the shit I've got, it's just like, Billy? What the fuck? Why do you got het pieds? Because I can't get rid of them. So
I have two of them as well. It was the same thing. I was going to sell them this year, and I'm just like looking at them like if I put a Yellow Belly G-Nex pied to it or whatever, like I'm better off, until I absolutely need the room or something. I have no reason.
So that's the key is the room. So I see people all the time. I've had people on my Patreon and of course they're not there anymore, but they'll fucking grab an animal, raise it for 2 or 3 years, breed it, and sell it right away. Why are you selling that animal? I don't need it anymore. Why not? Like an ivory. You have an ivory. Oh, I don't need the ivory. I made freeways. You just raised an animal for 2 or 3 years. You breed it. You make a freeway, and I don't need it anymore. I don't need Yellow Belly anymore. Hold on. You got a breeder female. Put it to pied. Put it to clown. Put it to fucking everything. You know what I mean? And I know someone else that would, they grab an animal, they breed it, and they sell that project because they keep the babies back. And they use it to get into another one. So instead of adding, you have a project, add more money to another project and then another project and have multiple projects. You get into a project, produce babies, you sell that project off to get into another project. Meanwhile, the following year, you don't even have anything or any stake in the game for the same project you started. It doesn't make fucking sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's like me going to get into the car, starting it, and then coming back in the house. Oh, I'm going to the store. Well, if you keep going and starting the car and coming back in that way, how the fuck you going to the... You can't get there. It doesn't make sense. But the thing is with those animals, it was hard for me because I'm going to get $300 or $350 or I'm going to make 4K in 6 months or 8 months. No brainer. Now, if someone came in... I don't know if he's still in the chat or if he was even here. Don Poirier from Pear Tree Pythons. He came in and said, "Hey, Billy, he was part of my Patreon, one of my first, and he's like, hey, I want to get into this, and here's my budget." I saw what he had, and I'm like, okay, with this budget to do it right, he wanted to get into pied and clown. I'm like, you got to pick one. You can't do both with this budget. You can, but it'd be a waste of fucking time. Pick fucking one. He goes, clown. I'm like, fucking smart. You know what I mean? Because the way, this was a few years ago. So I gave him, I believe it was a banana Enchi clown. male. I gave him 2 other females, but one of those females was a het clown that laid 12 eggs for me. So here you go. Here's a package. Boom. Okay. That year, the amount of money that he made in the hatchlings and stuff with that male going into what he did double or triple what he invested. Okay. With those animals he held back and everything he sold, he went in and bought pie. I know he went in and bought puzzle, but he basically stuck with one thing. And when I pulled that male out or that female out of my rack, I know it cost me 6 visual clowns, right? But for me to sell that male, how are you going to sell a male when someone doesn't, you know what I mean? So I will take an animal out that I know, it wasn't my fucking, fighter spot nose clown. You know what I mean?
Right.
It was my heck clown. So I look and I'm like, well, fuck, I got all these shit. Like, what's the fucking worst one I got? A 12 fucking egger het clown. Fuck. But you know what? It went to an awesome guy, went to somebody that, wow. And guess what? The purchase that he made paid for itself 3 or 4 times within 8 months. Spent money, guess what? Rewarded. Cool. Now he's doing that. So for me...
And you build a relationship so they're coming back to you too.
Oh, 100%. But guess what? It got his fucking ball rolling. And now he's fucking going to be like, someone he's into puzzle. He actually had some crazy puzzle, 3-4 gene het puzzle stuff. And he's got visual puzzle mail from Will. And he's, and this is his 3rd year in, I believe, but doing it right. But I started him off year 1 right. Instead of having a whole bunch of half-ass shit to try to get into 4 different projects or 2, I set him up with 1, and then now he's rolled with it and done well. But now I only have 477 spaces for breeder females. Right now, 450 of them are filled.
Okay.
So I got 17 spaces. I've got about 150 females that I need to move over next year or at the end of this year.
I was going to say, how many holdback girls do you have coming up? Yeah.
I hold back about 250 females a year. But, that's what, but the last 2 years I've held over 300. So it's going to be hard when I have 407 breeding size tubs and I got 300 females every year that are ready to move up. What the fuck am I going to do? I don't know. But before that, you asked, what did you do? I bought another rack. I bought another level. I grew. Yeah. Now my growing is stopped. I can't grow anymore unless I move facilities or I restructure, knock a wall down, extend it, change it. I don't really want to do that. I think where, myself and where we are, as the team at Mutation Creation, with everything we do, trying to do more with what we're doing now would crash and burn. And that being said, even though I have 477 tubs for females, not everyone I put in there is going to be breeder ready. Oh, she just hit 1,300 grams. She goes over. She might not be ready for another year, 6 months. So I'm trying to hit the 250, 300 range, try to stick with that, which is still pretty good. And now I want to have it where, that fucking 8-egg pied, she's got to go because I got Orange Dream fucking Dreamsicle. Do I shelve her? Do I not breed the Orange Dream Dreamsicle and leave her crammed in a fucking small rack and leave this 8-egg pied here? Fuck no. So it's going to be easy. Now, I talked to Will Morose a few days ago, and he said to me, it's never the same, but it's going to be fucking difficult. Was it Will? Or was it, Corey Woods.
Oh,
okay.
Sure.
I saw both Corey and Will, and huge shout out to both those guys. They're fucking, awesome guys, and I've always learned a lot from both. A lot from more. But with Corey, I asked him, I'm like, hey man, this is the first fucking time I'm in where I have to, in order for me to move an animal up, I got to get rid of one. And I've never done it before. It's always expand, buy more, go nuts. And if you want to build your collection, best thing to do is keep adding. You know, every animal, whether it's $100 snake or it's a $400 or $1,000 snake, with the right male, it's money. It's an investment.
Yes.
It pays for itself and then some and then some. So Corey said 25%, it's fucking easy. That goes, bam. Because he basically does 100 a year. And that's why I asked him, because I know that's his thing. 100 go out, 100 move up. So 25, yeah, you're gone. The next 25, it's like, well, this, yeah, you know. The third 25, it's like, what the fuck? Like, oh, how do I get rid of this? Like, how do I, fuck? Like, oh. And then the last 25 is impossible, he said. Like, good fucking luck.
All right.
Good fucking luck. So I'm in a whole new world here where, just buy another fucking rack, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, Brian and Jason, send another fucking couple 50-40s. You know, send some more racks, send some more levels. Let's do this. I can't do that anymore. So this is new territory for me. So that's why I went and asked somebody that did this over. And you know, like you said, 25 easy, next 25, the third 25 is fucking like nail biting. The last 25 is like, how the fuck do I get rid of this fucking animal? What the fuck's wrong with? I can't. Like it's nerve wracking, but it has to be done. You know.
Yep.
So it's something
I think I'll hit a little bit of that next year more so. Like this year, going into next year. Actually, I mean, I'm fine. Like I wouldn't really need to move anything at this point. But for the year after, I think I would probably need to, because I'm pretty well at. I'll get to capacity. I'll have a few. So I breed a decent amount in FB40s, and then I still have some CB70 stuff. But yeah, I'm sitting okay right now. But I think next year I'll definitely, at the end of that breeding season, probably have to start maybe making some choices. Yeah,
I mean it's good because it's something that it's new for me.
Yeah, that's interesting.
You know, it's something I've never ever had to. The only time I really had to sell females is like, fuck, I need to get, you know, I got to come up with, you know, 60K. How do I come up with 60K? Quick. Oh, look at these breeder-sized clowns. Fuck, if I put them up, they'll fly out the door. Fuck, oh my God, let's see if I can find another way. Nope, put them up, bam, there's my money. Fuck. But losing on one project to get into another, you know, like I lost my clown game back in 2013, 12-13, where I sold it off to buy out the Freeway project. And all the animals and the creator, Todd Constable, bought his collection. Best thing I did. You know, I don't know where I'd be with clown right now or what I'd have, but I'd have a fucking shitload because I was, you know, but... you know, what I've done with Freeway, and it's put me on the map, and I wouldn't be where I'm at right now without my love and my belief and my sacrifice to get into that gene. And even when I got in, it was so amazing for me. But then the next 2-3 years trying to convince everybody else that it was better, that it wasn't highway. And then I'm like, fuck, you know, it was one of the, imagine, you sell off something you didn't want to, and you put all your eggs in, well, not all my eggs, but a good chunk of my investment into something that I loved. Took it over, did this, and it was over 6 figures. Did that, brought it in, worked away. Wow. No one wanted it. Like, what the fuck? You mean no? No one wanted it. I'd sell local here, and other people made it, and here's the price I put it, and people here would sell it for half fucking price, and then I'm going and buying those and hold, like, it was nuts. And then 2-3 years believing in in what I wanted, and guess what? You know, I think Ozzy was one of the first. It's like, hey, Billy, man, you know what? You're fucking right, man. It is different. Like, my Freeway female adults look nothing like the same highways that I have. Nothing like it. You were right. You know what? Even the fucking, you know, and I think he's one of the ones that's just like, oh, cool, man. It was just sort of like, you know, when you believe in something so much and then you just see like no one wanted it. And I'm like, oh my God, I made a huge fucking mistake. And, you know, but I like it. I saw it and I just stuck with my guns. And guess what? I was right. And, you know, it just goes to show you. I always say stuff like, oh, believe in yourself and do this. And you know what? I fucking been there, done that. I'm not just spitting it out because I saw it on a fucking Google ad. You know what I mean? I've been in the fucking trenches. I've got fucked over. I bought fucking females that I breed 3 years later and they're fucking males. And I bought animals that were sick and fucking, you know, sold fucking, here you go. This is a fucking het this. And you fucking raise it up and you nothing. And I've been fucked over this left, right. You know, so when I can relate, when I say shit, you know, to what happens to people, I can fucking relate because it's happened to me probably way more than it's happened to you because you learn quick. And you don't make as many mistakes as us fuckers back in the day that got fucked over left and right every third deal, you know?
That's crazy. Yeah.
And knowing that, hey, you know what? I sold off shit that I didn't want to because of my belief and my love for the freeway. And then getting to it, investing all that time and money and sacrifice, and now no one wants the shit. It's the same. No one wants it. Like, what the fuck did I do? And it was crushing. But I saw it and I loved it and it didn't stop me. I kept making stuff. And then holy fuck, you know? And then guess what? The tables turn and you know, I believed in myself and what I wanted to do. So when I talk, it's not just shit out of my ass. I fucking live in it. You know? You know, and you know, and Austin seen me make a lot of sacrifices, time, money, and I've overextended myself. We all have. You know, at some point, or probably will. But that's how I am. I mean, I take chances. I take this, but they're calculated. It's
yes.
You know, I've earned my shit. Okay, you know, shit happened to me. You know, 7-8 years ago. I was fucking actually homeless. I was homeless, living in my van for 3 fucking months. And I said this on Zach's channel. Creatures, fuck. Trying to give him a shout out. I fucked that up. Creatures by Design. Holy shit. Creatures by
Oh my God, Zach. We're not doing you any favors, buddy.
Fuck.
Connected by Creatures.
Connected by Creatures. That's it. Fuck.
Yes.
I even said the same thing too. I don't really, you know, but people come on. It's like, they whine about the littlest shit. You know what? If you want something fucking bad enough, you got to go and fucking get it. You know what I mean? And you know what? When I say this wasn't easy, the sacrifices, the shit, like, I mean, in order to gain, you're going to lose. You lose a relationship, you lose your time, you lose, like, you're going to lose something, but you're going to gain. And you got to chase it and go. And I know because I've lost a lot of shit. I was sleeping in my fucking van for about 3 months, okay? One time, and what I would do is I would pull over and I would go to a hotel and I would go to a hotel parking because you know what? It's full at night. You know, you're not going to sleep in a parking lot with you're the only truck or your only van, like fucking heat bag, like here you go. And then one morning, I guess somebody went to the car and saw me sleeping in my sleeping bag. Cops come out, tell me to come out, and, you know, it's like, you know, where are your keys? And I'm like, they're in the glove box, or not the glove box, the thing. And he's like, well, lucky it's not in the thing. Are you drunk? And I'm like, no. And it's like, oh, so they made me do a breathalyzer. Why are you sleeping? And I'm like, listen, you know what I mean? I just, you know, got out of my, you know, marriage. I got fucked out of the house, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, it was humiliating, right? Because before this, I had a home, I had a house, I had, you know, and you know, one thing, you know, everything's golden, great. Guess what? One thing can change your life like that. You know, usually it's a person. A person will rip the life out of you, take your kids away. They'll do whatever they can to hurt you without realizing the bigger picture. And, you know, where it really, you know, hit home was my daughter, you know, at times I would pick her up and, you know, I would get a hotel at the time. You know, I was trying to save money, right? I lost everything lost my, my home, everything else was sort of taken from me. But anyways, I took my collection, moved it to somebody else. Somebody else took it in because I had 3 days to move it. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I moved my collection at the time. I did what I had to do. And then I guess my daughter went back and said, why are you staying in a hotel, And I just, told my ex what happened. And she's like, what? Well, you're not staying at a hotel. That must cost you a fortune. I'm like, no, I only do that when I have, my daughter every other weekend because, I sleep in my truck. And she's like, you can't do that. And I'm like, what else am I supposed to do? I got to get back on my fucking feet, And she basically said, you know what? No, your daughter will sleep in my bed. You can sleep in your daughter's. And I did that for 7 months, rebuilt, got back on my feet, realized that my collection was in someone's place, and started working there. A year later, they did absolutely nothing for me. Here's an ultrasound. Here's 90 breeder females. Here's, money that I'm working hard for and sending, money to you to pay for the rodents. And I got 5 clutches. And I'm like, oh, you know what? Probably because I moved them. Okay. I had no choice because I didn't have a place to live. And I'm living in my daughter's bedroom, And it's great that, my ex, even though we've had our differences, I still treated her with respect. We were both in, our daughter's best interest. She is a great friend. And she was there to help me. And the following year, because I had no choice, I think they gave me 7 clutches the next year. And when I would go down, because I was working all the time, and then on the weekends I would see my, I'd spend time with my daughter or do whatever, but, I would drive down 2 hours to go see my collection, and animals that I bought 6 months ago, they're the same weight. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing with my rodents and stuff like this? So I eventually found another place, a cheap, warehouse in the back. And I ended up getting that. I started building. I went and got my animals, and I moved them. The next year, I did 43 clutches. The following year, I did 87. The following year, I did 94. Then 100 and something, and then, 200, 187, 243. And this year, I don't know where I'm at. But when I can say, this ride hasn't been all fucking glorious and magical. I know what it takes. If you want fucking something, and that's why when I say shit to people, I'm not reading it off of a Hallmark fucking card or a fucking inspirational quote of the day. I fucking lived it, and I know what it takes. I wanted this, and I still want more. And I'm fucking getting it, and I'm doing it. And do I take risks? And do I... yeah, you know what? But I believe in myself. I believe in this industry. I love what I do. Why do I help so many people? Because so many people give the fuck up so fast. So many people can be like me, but they won't put out, or they won't put in what I did. People get fucked over by an animal. It turns out to be a male, or it's the wrong thing. People, social media, and they cry. It's like, fuck this industry. Holy fuck, you wouldn't have lasted a day back fucking what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, holy shit. 8 years ago, I'm fucking sleeping in my van. I lost my house. I lost my family. Well, I'm glad I lost because, what I mean? Wasn't a good person to be around. Every time I went down and I would have people over to buy a snake or talk about snakes. It'd be 2, 3, 4 hours because I love talking about snakes, obviously. And guess what? Oh, fuck, you have some time for me finally. Like bullshit, negativity. You know what? Bad. So,
Yeah.
I'm glad it happened. But you know what? When people give up so fucking easy, I had no house. I lived in a fucking, my truck. If it wasn't for, the mother of my daughter, and letting me sleep in my daughter's room for 6 or 7 months, might have been 9. I don't even remember. But you know what? I fucking changed it around, And look where I am now. So all these people who, you know, shit happens. I see Bergman Reptile Room in the house. He had a fucking tornado or some fucking storm rip through, take his whole fucking house. And you know, sent me pictures. And, you know, fucking tragedy. And you know what? Took him 2 or 3 years, maybe even 4. Rebuilt, part of the community. You know what I mean? You know, if you love something bad enough and you want something bad enough, man, you got to fucking go after it, you know? Mm-hmm. Don't fucking whine and say, and give up. I mean, then you didn't want it. You didn't want it bad enough. You know, you'll find a fucking way to do what you got to do to get to where you want to be or where you want to go. And from where I am now, from where I have been in the past, I'm fucking happy. I'm really happy with what I've created and my team and you know, the Patreon and the stickers that you know, the sticker wall and the shout outs and everything that I believe in and I'm trying to do for this industry and people, because you guys give up. I'm not saying everybody, but people give up so fucking easy over the littlest thing. You don't even know what a fucking bad day is. And you know what you got to realize? You think you're having a bad day? What about a person who has no arms and no legs or is being fucking sexually abused or fucking harassed or you know, racist, you know, like it you know, we take so much for fucking granted. And we whine over the littlest shit. And you know what? Your day is a fucking, like, if you think your day's bad, there's a million people out there are getting fucking sex trafficked, like, God, abused. Like, it's fucking horrible. And I don't want to get into it too much. I mean, I've been there, and what I speak, it speaks from my, you know, not everybody can do what I can do or be there. But all I know is if you do try, you're going to be 100% more successful. You know, if you aim high, your failures will be better than other people's fucking lives. Like, you know, I dream big. Everything I want's big, big, big. You know why? Because I know I can get it. And if I don't have something to chase, what the fuck am I doing? And it's just like what you said with your projects. If you don't have a direction or a goal, what the fuck are you doing? You're buying snakes and what you need to have some sort of goal. Mutation, creation. Like I said, I might even be coming to the fucking States and I'm going 3 times bigger. I don't know. But you know what? If I do, I'm fucking coming big. You know why? Because that's what I fucking do. And from where I came from and what I've been through, you people give up so fucking easy. Yes, stuff sucks. Yeah, your clutch goes bad. You know, Tyler from, you know, oh my God. I always say serpent stacks. Hyped up reptiles. I mean, he had a fucking epic fucking shit. His probe came out, killed all of his fucking animals.
That's heartbreaking.
I was probably the first one he called, and I didn't even know what to say to the guy. I'm like, hey, dude, like, you know, community jumped in and you know, helped him out, and a lot of positivity, and hopefully he double checks and triple checks, and people learn from his fucking lesson. And double check it. And I mean, I've got everything that when something goes wrong, I get alerted. And you know what? Something can still fuck up, you know?
Scary stuff. Yeah.
But it's like, you know, just believe in yourself. Do what you got to do. If you don't love it, you're not, you know, don't do this for other people. Do this for you. And you know what? Yeah, life sucks, you know? Shit happens. If you want something bad enough, you can go after it. And it might not be easy, but, you know, what the fuck it is? You know, if I win the lottery,
I was bitching to Joe, again, Joe at JSA, I was bitching to him about this deal in my house. And I was a little bit beside myself at the time. And you know, some jokes between us, like lighten the mood. And I got off the phone, and then I kind of sat down for a minute, and you reflect for a second. And I wrote him a text message and said, you know what, man, I sat and reflected for a minute, and I should be happy that I have a home, right? Because there's people that had to live in their truck. Or I was on a board that we had an orphanage in Ecuador, and there's a story that always sticks with me whenever I think about having a bad day. Middle of the night, we had to pay some people to go to this house and rescue a kid that the dad had broken both of his arms and then chained him to a wall outside. And I think to myself, like, he's a kid, you know, and like he had his arms broken by his father and then chained to a wall like an animal. Like, I don't have a right to bitch about anything in this world. And so the last thing I'm gonna bitch about is whether or not my snake lays or, you know, this or that. Like, you got to move forward.
100%. And it's not easy. Shit. And it's not easy sometimes.
No, it's not.
And like I said, sometimes you fuck up and I kick myself for like, why did I do that? Oh, I'm my worst enemy sometimes because I can't drop it. I'm like, oh my God. And I beat myself up over it. You know, but I guarantee you, once I get over that, I'm fucking moving forward. You know,
100 miles an hour.
And the thing is like, why I put all my good and my bad, you know, when I cut that fucking clutch and the animal died, you know, or the last one, the very first one of this year with the monsoon dead in the egg, I could say, oh, I don't want no one knowing. No, just, I want people to know, hey, guess what? Big breeders get fucking shit too. And it's how you deal with it, you know?
I'll share my highs and lows. Yep.
You know, you've got to. And the thing is like, you know, if you told me 6 months before that shit happened, you know, oh, you're going to be living in I mean, I'd fucking laugh. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, I got a fucking great company. I got this. I got my snakes in my, you know. Yeah, fuck no. Lost my wife, my house, everything. Got fucking basically raped out of that. But I took my collection. You know, it was either fight, you know, and maybe lose half my collection or take my collection, sign over the house, and fucking call it. You know what? I believed in my snakes. I grabbed the snakes. Guess what? Grabbed my snakes, moved them out, even though it was I had to move them. And guess what? Best fucking decision I made. Because look where I am now with hard fucking work, believing in myself. And the industry wasn't this fucking big 7, 8 years ago. It wasn't even close to what it is fucking now. I believed in me. I believed in the industry. I love what I did. That's why I'm here, because I didn't fucking give up. And yeah, big fucking blow. So, you know, you got to keep, if you want something, you fucking go after it. You fucking struggle. You know, and not everyone's going to come along for the fucking ride. You know what I mean? Like, and the funny thing is I see it. I mean, you know, you watch these shows where it's like, oh, here's the multimillionaire runs all this fucking multi-million-dollar company. His fucking kids hate him because he never sees them because he's too busy fucking. That's just reality. You want something. Success isn't fucking here. Have it and have whatever else you fucking want. There's a price for fucking success, people. I have no fucking life. This is my life. You know what? I love it. I'm here fucking, what is it? I've been here since I got here at 7:20. So I've been in this facility, so say 7:30. I'm at 15 fucking hours in this fucking facility. Today. I'm here 7 fucking days a week. Yesterday, I actually took a little bit of a break. I got here and I left at noon. And I went and watched some TV and caught up on some TV. Wow, what, you know, I do this because I love it. You know, I'm sacrificing my, you know, but this is what I do. This is what I'd rather be here. This is what I like to do. But you know what? Who knows? I mean, you know, there's a lot of people that won't put up. I mean, I'm surprised, you know, there's a lot of people in my life that I've had to, you know, see ya. You know, it's like, it's either me, you know, that little thing, you know, it's either me or the snakes. And then you see him kicking her off the cliff. See ya. You know what I mean? Yeah. But you also got to, you got to know what's important to you and what you want. Like, you know, this is my life. I've made that decision many, many years ago. I will do this until the day I die. And I will do it 7 days a week as long as I have to. This is what I love to do, love to be. If I can help people become successful, I'm going to cheer them on. If I can help them be bigger than me, if that's what they want, I'm going to fucking help them. And I ain't going to get jealous. I ain't going to be mad. I ain't going to cry. I ain't going to whine. I'm going to fucking rejoice. And because me helping them, it's them that did the work. It's just me guiding them or giving them support. And that's what we need to do is support fucking people. And you know, I mean, I'm glad. Like everyone says, Troy, man, hey, man, Troy's this, such a great guy, which is fucking awesome. Because, you know, how many people, if you weren't there for them, would still be stuck around? They'd give up, or they'd fucking, you know, they'd make the same fucking mistake. And you know what? You can only make the same mistake. And I've been there. It took me fucking 3 years to finally get a fucking clutch of eggs because everyone told me I did it wrong. You know, because they were telling me how to do it. And they knew I would fucking not get fucking eggs. You know, and then finally I fucking did it. And I'm like, I fucking did it. Wow, how do I do it more? You know?
Yeah.
And then you breed, and the next thing you know, all those animals that were supposed to be females turn out to be males. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And then you buy a male that you don't know what a respiratory infection is. You get it, and you breed it to your other females, and then they're sick, and then they're fucking home vet costs, and they're dying. Like, what the fuck? Like, how do these guys do it? It was so fucking such a struggle. And you couldn't just type or call someone because, oh, I breed snakes. What the fuck's wrong with you? You know what I mean? You do what? You know what? Fucking, they call, you know, you'd be tied up going to a loony bin 20 years ago. It's not like today. You don't understand. But I know what it's like to get to where I am. And you know why I'm successful? Because I fucking wanted this. And I'm not even close to where I want to be. You know? Yeah,
you got to want it. I think the other thing I learned from a friend of mine, the best investment is the investment in people. And I think that the investment that I make in people is tenfold for, you know, what they give back to me, whether that be friendship, advice, we share a passion in snakes, maybe it's sales, like so much. So I think that, your best investment in my mind is to invest in people, and they'll be there to help you, you know, push you through, you know, things like being homeless and you know, just adversity. Like people will get you through it.
Surround yourself with people that want. So here's the thing. People are your friends until you, and you see this, and it sucks, and I've seen it happen to me many times. People will support you as long as you don't pull away from the pack. You know, I think that's changing quite a bit now, especially with, the way we celebrate shit and it will help. Oh my God, we you know, now when people do something, they inspire others. But so many times, you know, you do something better, and now what the fuck's wrong? Like why are you pissed off? Because I hit it before you did, or like wow. I mean, how the fuck are you mad for something? Like, you should be happy that, you know, because I would be happy for you. Different mindsets, you know. If you're around people that when you start doing well, they fucking start talking behind your back, or, you know, treating you differently, they're not your fucking friend. You know what I mean? You don't need people like that. And you know what? If I have to go through life not having anybody in my life to make me fucking feel the way I am, I don't need anybody to make me happy. I don't need anybody to make me successful. I don't need anybody to make me love what I do. I don't come into here and spend all the hours and everything I do because other people make me. It's because I want it. Other people don't want anything to do with it. Fuck them. I don't need them. No one else is forcing me to be here. This is what I want to do, and this is what I do. And if no one wants to come for the ride, bye. Mm-hmm. I'm not holding anyone fucking hostage.
I can make this ride alone if I need to. Yep.
Yeah. And like I said, my team, fucking, you know, the MC crew, the reason why I'm here is because of them. Mm-hmm. If I didn't have them, guess what? I back off. Oh, I have to go down to 377 females. I would find a way. I would spend less time on social media, more time back there because I have to. I can do what I do because of my amazing fucking team. A team that so far has taken me many, many fucking years to find. You know?
Yeah, you got to find the right people.
100%. You know? And it's like, fuck, like, you know? It's, I don't know. I mean, there's just so much. I mean, my head's just flying around. But, you know, if you want something, guys, you have to go after it. You got to listen to advice and don't just take it from one person. Listen to what's out there. There's so many different ways to do things. You got to believe in yourself. You got to invest in yourself. If you think you can do this, fucking nickeling and diming, you know, saving money, buying animals because of price, you're not going to go far. If you don't, you know what I mean? Like, you aren't. You know why? Because I was that guy many times. You know what I mean? You know, when you buy a fucking great animal that's worthwhile, that fits with your collection, that you enjoy and you love, it's not even about the money. It's about what you have and what you make. Money comes. The money's going to come. You make amazing fucking shit and powerhouse stuff, and you're happy, the money's coming. Yep. You know? And half the time, ask fucking Will Morose. He could fucking be banking every fucking year. He's like, nope. But when that guy fucking does bank, holy motherfucker, bring the fucking, the Brinks trucks, like it's fucking, if he ever does. You never know. You don't even know if he might do this for another 5 years and say, fuck it. Like, I don't know. I don't know what his vision is or where but guess what? It's different from mine. And his, and you don't have to always be this, you don't always have to do the exact same thing. I'm successful without doing it his way. He's successful without doing it my way. Justin's doing it. Yep. Ozzy's. Everyone's doing their own fucking way with social media, without. Guess what? There's no fucking right, wrong way to do this. There's many ways. Find out what works for you and do it. And believe in yourself. And don't do something because you feel like you have to. You do it because you want to. Or you're just fucking fooling yourself. I mean, sorry, man. I'm just fucking hogging the show. I'll shut up. You talk.
I like it. You keep rolling. I would 100% agree.
Yeah. But no, I mean, that's the thing, man. Like, so many people, like, you know what I mean? Like, I see you on, and I mean, we need to fucking help other people.
Yes.
You're going to have a bad fucking day tomorrow or the day after or a month from now. Shit's going to happen. It's going to happen to all of us. So if we know what's coming, why can't we prepare and help others and fucking pick their day up? Because guess what? You're there for them on their shitty day. Guess what? 99% they'll be there on your shitty day. Guess what? You're going to have shitty days. You might have shitty weeks. You might have shitty years. It's fucking coming. It happens to all of us. No one's walked through life going, oh, everything's been perfect. I've never had any fucking problem. I've never had a ticket. I've never had a guy dump me. I've never had a girl dump me, blah, 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 blah. Everything's been perfect. No, just like breeding animals. Not everyone's going to lay. Not everyone's going to eat. Not everyone's going to they're going to slug out. Not every clutch is going to make it. There's so many things. Prepare for it. And it's going to happen to every one of you motherfuckers. So be prepared. Help other people and pick them up because they're going to be there for you, hopefully. Like, support each other. I mean, I'm telling you. People wonder why I do shout-outs and stuff. It's because I fucking think that it's needed. I want to. I wish I fucking had it. I don't even know how I got here with all the shit I went through. I must have really wanted this shit in my head subconsciously because I got here through all the shit with no one fucking picking my ass up. Like, holy shit. And now that I can, I don't want anyone to go through even a fucking tenth of what I did. And I'm trying to give information to help people so they don't have to fucking make my mistakes.
The Mormons believe that you picked your life in the pre-existence. So
the Mormons? Really?
Yeah. So like if you believed in that, you picked this life, which is pretty interesting to think that would be true. But, you must have been a strong soul in their eyes.
I don't know, man. You know what it is? I wanted this. I kept failing, and I'm like, how are these other people doing it? I didn't want to fail. And I have ADHD, man. I mean, I'm not supposed to fucking be concentrated on. I'm supposed to be in and out as fast as it fucking. Oh, no, bye. Into, I think one thing is because it's always interested me. I didn't want to fail. And because I have ADHD, he'll stick with that for a year. Huh? Everyone assumed I was in and out like a fucking dirty shirt. Like, you know what I mean? And that, I guess that's another thing that might have fueled me. I'll fucking show them. And all those motherfuckers that gave me bad advice or sold me shitty animals or talked behind my back. Look at me now, motherfuckers. Where are you? Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that'll drive people and push them and give them. Maybe it was a combination of many. Maybe it was one. Maybe I predetermined it. I don't know. But you know what? I'm thankful that I'm here. And do I regret a lot of my past? Yes. But at the same time, too, it makes me who I am today.
I wouldn't want to change it because it builds you who you are. Like,
there's a few things that I wish I could have changed or not have been involved in or, sort of fucking sidestepped and come around the other way. Like, fuck yeah. But I mean,
I wouldn't mind being able to take a stutter step or something somewhere.
Stutter step. A couple stutter steps.
When I look back at it and the things that, sadden me and even break my heart that, I did or put somebody through or put myself through. Like, I want to believe that they led me to where I am now as a person. And I'm rather happy, I think, with who I am. But it's been a journey, and you
100%.
too, yeah.
I've learned from so many different things, and I'm still learning. You know what I mean? Like, I stumble upon things and I'm like, wow, man, that's super cool. Like, I didn't even, it just opens your eyes up and like, oh man, it changes your, the way you think a little. And then it expands, because if you're on a path and you're so what is it called? You're just basically tight knit, If you don't veer off the path to see what's out there, you don't understand what's out there. And I don't go too far off the path from the way I've been, because I've sort of formed my own path of what I know and what I believe. But when you go off and you open up and you open up your eyes, you take the blinders off and you see something, it's like, hey, that's interesting. Let me look into it. And it's either for you or it's not. If it's for you, you find out more, or it takes you to a different journey. But I think it actually helps when you pick stuff, when you bring it back to your path, it helps you on your path. If that makes any sense, or I'm just rambling. I don't know.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, there's so much cool stuff out there. And I mean, different things that people say, and it's like, fuck, you know what? I mean, when you really think about that, that's fucking awesome. And, just like with breeding, there's so many different ways we can do it. And there's different things we can do and different avenues. And
some works for some and doesn't work for others. And there's my way and your way. And absolutely. And and I think, for me, like, the biggest ticket for me enjoying helping people is I just look back at my life and think about how many people invested in me when I was, spitting in their face, basically. And they kept on me, and shaped and molded. So, like, so many people gave me their heart. And I think guys like yourself and hopefully myself, like, I think we come from something like that. And I think that's, probably why we take the time to try to help people. And somebody's helped us along the way.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, and the thing what people don't understand, the more people that do well and get excited about this and actually can enjoy this, invest in it, and learn and grow from their mistakes, they can teach other people, and everyone has their own story. Hey, when I got into this, like you hear, hey, I got into this and, I ended up just buying $5,000 females. I bought 20 of them, spent $100,000, blah, 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 had to learn, do this, blah, 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 blah. And then year 3, only, half of the females went, the other ones stopped eating and blah, 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 blah. But you know what? I did so well with those animals with the right investment that it helped me this. And then when those other ones did come through, wow. I mean, everyone has their own story. Yeah. Someone can come in and say, hey man, I invested into this, and then guess what? I found out that I had fucking cancer. I have 6 months to live. I had to sell my collection. Life, you don't know. You're not guaranteed fucking tomorrow. Because there's so many fucking times where I've been at a level. Tomorrow I could lose all this.
Yep.
But I'll tell you, if I lose it, I guarantee I'm coming back another way to get it back and then some.
Coming back.
There's so many ways or so many times that when I'm in a situation, like I'm sleeping in my van and I'm like, how the fuck did I get here? Like how can I go from this to this? Like that? How? It's not like I wanted it. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's like, how? I couldn't fucking believe it. But guess what? You stew in your own shit and complain and whine. Oh, she did this to me. She did that to me. Oh, I have nothing because of her. Wow. I could have did that all day long. But guess what? Yeah. Fuck her. Look what I'm down now. And the story is on her. Wow, did her fucking life take a fucking nosedive? So, karma's a bitch. Karma's a bitch.
Yeah. Yep.
So. It is what it is. But, I really want people to do well. I want people to learn. I want people to make their own mistakes, too. You know what I mean? Because that's the best way to learn. But I don't want you to have tragic mistakes.
You can't always hold their hand. I think you definitely have to let them, take part of the path on their own. But you always think about stuff like that. Like, I think I try to put it out there that,
if you go off on your own and try it and you fail, like I'll pick up at the other end of the path with you. You know, we'll figure it out together. And you know, it's you definitely have to rely on people and get information and advice and take it. Otherwise, if you just sit in that same spot, yeah, you don't grow. You're dead. Like that's not a way to live.
Yeah, and not everyone's gonna have. I could like this year could be tragic for me. You know what I mean? I prepared for the move, right? But I figured, hey, guess what? Yeah. With the move and with everything else, I think it's worth it. It was just that gut feeling I had, and I took a risk, and so far it's paying off. But at the same time, too, you could have 5 great seasons, and something happens. Like, look at the people happen in fucking Texas. Like, holy fuck. Yeah. I don't even know how many of their seasons are, or the Rats, if they're back up and running again. Yeah. And holy fuck, like, nothing's guaranteed. Be prepared for the worst. And you know what? If shit happens, which it usually will, and it's most of it's out of out of your control. When it does, man, are you fucking, do you love this and do you want this bad enough that you're gonna fucking battle back? Some people can, some people will. Some people can put their heart and soul and everything into this, and guess what? They still won't be successful. This isn't made for everybody. Every business isn't made for everybody. You know what? But if you don't do nothing, and you're guaranteed to fail. I'd rather be that person to try it and fucking fail than that's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Well, you failed just fucking opening your mouth.
Yep, I don't let failure really scare or motivate me. I've definitely failed. I was at their bankruptcy 20 some years ago. Like, I failed high school. I mean, like, there's definitely been times failure is nothing but smack me in the face. And I think if you don't push through it, like, that's where you sit in failure. But
yeah,
failure to me is just an opportunity for me to learn a lesson and move forward and try something different. So failure doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is even where I am right now, it's not fucking easy to fucking, oh man, you don't even know what goes on here. I mean, some days, like, fucking, we do stuff and I want to get other stuff done. I don't even get around to it. I'm a very motivated person and hyper, but then sometimes I just, like, you can ask Catherine, putting animals for sale is actually like one of the least fucking things on my mind. I have people asking me for lists, and next week, I got people saying, hey, Billy, I want to spend money with you, dude. Like, what the fuck? I'm like, hey, yeah, I just got to get into a mojo to do it. And I know Catherine's come and take fucking pictures. We've had a list, and I haven't posted it for fucking weeks. I just don't feel right about it, or I don't know. It's not like once you get this big, everything's perfect, everything's so easy and timed.
If anything, it's harder. The bigger you grow, like, usually the more work is involved.
Oh, definitely. But you also have to, I don't know, and don't get me wrong. I don't think it's like, oh, great, like, I have so much passion and I love this. But some days I come in and it's just like, holy fuck, I don't feel like doing anything. And you know what I mean? You will get in a rut. It's not like, oh my God, I love this. I'm so big. Mutation Creation's great. I got great staff. Wow, Billy's so fucking happy. No, some days I get in a funk. Some days, you know what I mean? It'll happen. And if it didn't, I wouldn't be fucking human. I mean, I you know what I mean? Like, you roll with it. You deal with it when it comes.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. But I do love what I do. I love seeing what I've created. I know that I can do so much more. I love knowing that I can see what other people are doing, and it helps push my bar. It helps push, things that I learn and try. Like, I'm like a kid in a candy store, when I see a new animal. Oh my God, I get excited just like you guys, except my animal might be worth 10 times more than yours. But, I had the same feeling when I was buying $500 animals back in the day, when that was my price point, to now I'm buying $30,000, $40,000 animals because that's my price point. It's the same fucking feeling. I like go on Morph Market and go, oh my God, that'd be such a perfect fit. You start doing combos and you know what I mean? Like your brains were, I'm the same. I can relate to everybody. I've been there. You know, but there are times where I just like, you know, I get in a rut or, you know, sometimes I have too much on my plate. And some people say it. I've had people message me like, Billy, man, you look fucking tired. Take a break. I got to do this. It's like, you know, I don't want to burn myself out, but at the same time too, I think I have goals and things that I need to do. And, you know, it was actually nice taking a little break yesterday, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think you have to take time for yourself. Like just your mental health needs it.
Yeah. But what sucks is I always have stuff to do. So, you know, in my mind and having ADHD, it's like, fuck, you know what? Those 7 hours I took off, you know what I could have done? And then I come in the next day and it's like, well, there's that 7 hours plus the other shit I got to do. It's, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I still go through my own little dilemmas. I still have my own things that I deal with. But I don't think I'd want it any other way, you know? You know, like, Billy, if you ever won the lottery, what would you do? Would you retire? No, I'd buy more snakes. You know, I'd probably live a little better. I'd hire more staff. I'd pay everybody that's with me now fucking way more because they deserve it, you know? But it's like, you know, the growth that this is going, they're all going to be rewarded, you know? Yeah. But it's like, if I won $1 million, would I just drop this and leave? No, I would travel. I'd do more things. I'd buy more snakes. We'd all have, you know, we'd have that fucking jet. You know, here, Austin, Lion, fuck, you know, just don't crash the fucking thing, fuckers.
That's
you know what I mean? I'd have to send fucking cat along to keep them in line. So, but no, I mean, I love my journey. It's been hard, but you know, I'm in control of where I go from here. But it could be taken away with a snap. Like, I don't know, man. But it's definitely been fun. It's awesome. I mean, you know, I'm glad I can inspire so many people. I'm glad I can help people. It feels so good when people reach out. And I guess that's another thing too, is, you know, when people message me saying, hey, Billy, it's because you and your crew, you know, that got me and my daughter into snakes, or, you know, watching you brought my passion back from 5 years, and thank you. Now we're breeding and I'm so happy. I've got some incredible letters from people. And I never had to pay for it. I never had to do anything. I just was myself. I'm just doing what I want to do. You know, the way I am now, I mean, I couldn't act like this for 4 fucking hours, and then you see me in person and every video I'm in, you can't fucking act like I act. If I am, I'd win the Academy Award, or is it? I don't know. Fuck Juno. No, Juno's singing. Anyway, some fucking award, Best Actor of the Year. I love being myself and just being me with all my weird quirks and everything that I have, and the way I am and being real. People gets into this hobby or gets excited about it, and it's amazing when they reach out and nothing, you know, everyone that takes the time and you know, it usually starts off as, you know, they send it to Mutation Creation on Instagram or something. It's like, hopefully Billy will get to read this. Like, they think I have a fucking staff that you know, no, man, it's my Instagram. When I jump into a live on Instagram and you see Mutation Creation, I don't know if this is Billy, Austin, blah, blah. No, it's fucking Billy. It's my account. They got their own, you know?
Yeah.
So it is me. So when I read those messages you send, you know, I hope Billy gets to read this, but I've, you know, because of him, you know, I mean, it's just awesome, and I love them, and
that's awesome.
There's nothing like it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've made tons of money in all different types of industries, and money's great and it's awesome. But you know what? When I get a fucking message about how I've changed someone's life or how I've done it or something that I've shared has saved an animal, or like, there's nothing better than that. And why do I do it so much? Because I want more of those. And I love being able to do that, you know?
Yeah.
People don't get it. Why do you shout out? Why do you spend time doing the sticker fucking thing? You know, when I started doing it, I actually had guys in the States, and I'm like, hey, everybody, and they did too. Hey, man, we're collecting stickers. I have an idea. Everyone's like, what's your idea? I'm like, I have no idea yet. You know, I'm not saying it. So I got the stickers, and I made the sticker ceiling, you know, and then it's just sticker swap and this and that. And, you know, I wasn't the one that created it, but I was sure one of the ones that fucking pushed it, you know?
Yeah.
And sending the shirts in and giving them things and wearing them on my other videos. And you know what? It does nothing for me but makes me feel good that someone's day, you know, just like, you know, the gentleman here that said, hey, man, you know, scream out my kids' names for me. And I do it. And they're like, oh, my God, their faces, you know, Lazarus, you know, his kids were like, oh, my God, just something so simple. And I'm no one special. I'm someone that fucking earned the right to be where I'm at because of my hard work and not giving up and taking failure and turning it in. And anyone can do what I do. You know, it's just, you know, you might even be able to do it better than I do. You know, but you don't know if you don't try.
Have the will. Yeah,
100%.
you gotta have the will and the drive and the mindset.
You know, and the thing is I do all this because I love it. And I do well financially, and I keep growing, and I keep, if you see, I keep reinvesting in myself, in my place, in my equipment. I don't have to, but you know what? I want to.
Yeah.
Now, if I was in this for the money, I'd be fucking nickel and diming it, cashing out, fucking, you know, old fucking Malamine racks, fucking that still works, you know?
Right. Yeah. Well, I think it's one thing I always want to tell you is, you know, like Chino does his lives or whatever on YouTube as well, and you pop in there or something, man, you see people light up, right? And so I always think it's pretty neat that you take the time to, you know, out of your day or evening or whatever to hop on those, and you, Tom and Casey's kid, you know, doing a live or something, man, and you guys all take the time to jump on there and say hello and whatnot. Like, I always think that's pretty neat. You know,
I think it's amazing, and if I can inspire other people to do it, and you know, that person, you know, what affects me, or what certain people will take certain things from certain things. So, you know, I can, you know, like you say you're a hugger. You know what I mean? That's just the way you are, and everyone knows you. Other people won't. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it makes you unique. It makes you different. It makes you stand out. It makes more people feel comfortable. Other people will be like, fuck it, that's a weird guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone will
My wife
take
is
it
that way.
Yeah, everyone will take it a different way. You know what I mean? And everything I do isn't going to be for everyone. Everyone's not going to be, you know, wanting to be on Team Billy. You know, there's Team Austin and stuff. Not everybody roots. I don't get mad. You know what I mean? I think it's awesome. You know, I'm not everyone's cup of tea. You know, but when you're doing something and it affects somebody, it's going to affect someone differently. Someone's going to be the highlight of their day, the highlight of their year. You know, the little things I think mean so much. And the little things is the easiest things to do. It's like, it's the little things, you know?
Yep.
It's not hard to do. And it seems like it's such a hard thing for people. And I'm so glad other people are shouting people out and doing the sticker swaps and doing, collabs. And not a lot of people are for it. But I think, when I go on to, when I have some time and I go on to someone's live, it's probably not to learn anything. I'm not going on there to learn, or maybe I'm not even going on there to learn. And I'm like, what did you say? What? Wow. Maybe I might learn, but I'm not going on there to learn. I'm going on there because I have some time. There's some people in the chat. Let me pop in, and I'm hopefully changing someone's day. Or, oh my God, like, wow, they're so happy, and everyone's like, thank you for coming on, like, such an honor. Just for me going on and spending 5, 10, 20 minutes, sometimes I'm on there longer. Other people go on and click because they want to support. Other people go on because they want to learn. Mm-hmm. There's so many reasons that we do many things, and you just got to stop thinking and always have a purpose,
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
You just do things because you can. You know, why do you have to always have a why or a how come?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking just do it.
Just do it. Yeah. Yep.
You know, why do you have to have a reason to do it? Like, oh, I can't go on this live. Why not? Well, why? Why should I? Why should you not? Like,
right.
You know what I mean?
I was thinking somebody says something like
yeah, that's the mentality.
The opposite, right.
That's the mentality. You don't need a reason to do something all the time. You know, sometimes just do it and see what comes out of it.
Yep.
But fucking nuts, man. Crazy. Anyways, man. 4 hours in, baby. Woo!
Nice.
Awesome.
Hopefully people stuck around, or hopefully I haven't steered anybody away or something.
Yeah, maybe there's 83 people still.
All right. Nice.
Yeah, man. So that's the thing. I mean, I don't really count. Like, I like to see high numbers because, you know, but it's not like you're new. I mean, I think more people, you know, knew you years ago before me.
Well, that would be. I'll take that. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Yeah, because I remember even when I first met you, I was like, wow, and you know that was Special Pied, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and I remember like humming and hawing. I'm like, but no, I mean, it was like, you know,
That was my first Tinley too, and
oh, was it cool?
Yeah, we had set up like a lot of like state shows and things like that, but that was the first Tinley, and I remember calling like really late, and it was like the last table, and it was like way in the back where it faced the wall, and I thought it was like the worst location ever, and you know, but I ended up meeting awesome people, and I sold some snakes, and like it really pushed me forward, and yeah, it was a good experience. So
didn't I meet at your table? I'm pretty sure it was. Yellow belly ball yellowbellyballpython.com?
My first name at that table was I think it was TS Balls and Geckos.
Yeah, back then. But I mean, who's the guy that came up with Yellow Belly? Oh my God. Someone's gonna say it in the chat.
Yeah, I hope so, because I'm drawing.
Oh
a blank.
my God. And his company was yellowbelly.com.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember that.
Florida. Oh my God. How do I not know? He's the Yellow Belly God. Like, that's what I love. Oh my God. Jade. Come on, people, help me out.
It's like on the tip of my tongue. What is that guy's name?
Yeah, I thought I met him at your table. Amir, thank you. Yes, Amir.
Okay.
Amir.
Yeah.
I thought I met him at your table.
Yeah, so I had bought something from him, and he may have been at the table at the time.
Yeah, because I knew of him, and that's the first time I ever met Amir from yellowbelly.com is from there. And I was like, oh my God, that was like starstruck for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was the first time I met Justin Kabilka, Matt Hoffman, Brock Wagner, pretty much all the guys in the U.S.
Yeah, because I think you might have bought something from Brock or something.
Yeah,
at
Brock.
That show.
Yeah, Brock, Justin. Carlos, OTB.
Carlos, yeah.
I still have her. Actually, she's breeding right now. Super Fire Het Clown.
Okay.
4,000, 5,000 grams.
Yeah, Carlos, when he had the rainbow stuff, I always kicked that around, but I never had pulled the trigger.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, first time I ever met Levance.
Okay.
I've met McCurley before. I've met Barchek before because they came up. But, yeah, that was a really cool, for me, meeting everybody that I've dealt with. Or did I meet Ozzy there too? Yeah, I think I even met Ozzy at that expo as well. Yeah, I did actually meet Ozzy at that. So to me, it was like my first big expo in the U.S. and dealing with and meeting everybody that I've, talked to on the phone or emailed or bought animals off of for years. So it was a really cool one, that Tinley. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I have a lot of stuff that I remember, and it's, huge for me. But yeah, that was pretty cool. But I'm almost positive I met Amir at your table. I'm almost
I think
million
I remember
percent.
that. Like, I remember, yep. I kind of remember, like, I think you had your wife with you. I'm assuming she was your wife at the time, maybe?
No, girlfriend at the time.
Girlfriend at the time?
Yeah, because
All
the
right,
wife
yep.
was the one
And,
from fucking 8 years back.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, she wouldn't have been. She wouldn't have been there with me. Trust me, brother.
No. Yeah.
Fuck no.
Yep. Yeah. I kind of remember you guys talking at my. I kind of remember that. So.
Yeah, because
I
it's
had
like,
bought
oh my
a couple
god.
things from him, and I remember he came to the table and chatted with me for a minute. So.
Yeah, I'm almost positive, man. I mean, I got a pretty good fucking memory for an old guy. Can't read for shit, but I mean, I got a pretty good memory. But yeah, I'm almost positive that's where I first met Amir. But no, it was really cool, And yeah, that was a big Tinley for me. That was my very first one, and I just got to meet a bunch of fucking awesome people. So it was pretty cool.
It definitely gave me a good boost. That was a good Tinley.
Yep. But no, and it's amazing. Like that's 5 years ago, and it's just crazy how the industry has changed, how far you've come.
Yeah.
The way we this whole business it has solidified itself. Like people for so many years. Oh, there's no money. Oh, there's this. Oh, no, it's gonna. Holy shit, it's getting bigger and bigger, and
Yeah.
We're chasing stuff that we won't even see for 10 or 15 years. But you know what? We're still doing it, and we're still fucking thriving, and more people are getting in, and all those people that were kicking themselves because they were so fucking negative, and.
Yeah.
So.
I think the 4 years before that led up to Tinley. I mean, I certainly would have never thought I'd be even this far. And even at that Tinley, I would have never thought I would be where I'm at right now. And the support that I've got and the friendships I've made and the dollars and what it's done for me and my wife and the expanding of a collection. And I mean, I never saw it that way. I always thought this would be like something me and my wife did a couple weekends a year for shits and giggles. Mm-hmm. And, as we learned more and more and we, really enjoyed it, like, and opportunities, presented themselves, like, I'm really thankful, for, my path, it's led me to this moment. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's great how, and I've seen people, and I've seen how they've been, they've grown or they've changed or they've become more successful or they've worked on things and became better at it. And, it's sad because there's so many people that I've seen that haven't invested in themselves or their belief or their industry and they're plateaued. They're fucking streamlined. And
we're falling off the map altogether. Yeah.
Yeah, and when they see, and the thing is when they see everybody else moving up, and they stay stagnant, it's like why are they doing this, and why can't I do? It's not, it's because of what they've done, and they don't realize it. That it's not other people are better. Oh, and it's always all because they have more money, or they did. No, it's because they did it. And trust me, when you need something, you will go. I know someone that actually worked 2 jobs to fund. They didn't do it forever, but they did it for a good year and a half, busted their balls, and took that extra money and invested it. And now they're sitting a little bit better than they were, and that investment and that extra time in another 2 or 3 years, he's going to say, fuck, I wish I worked 4 jobs. You know what I mean? I can see it. I can see it because I've lived it. I've done it, and the sacrifice he put in is going to pay off, and people don't want to sacrifice time or effort or money, but they still want the reward. It don't fucking happen that way. And, you know, I can tell you,
gratification.
Yeah, you invest in yourself, and you know, I'm not saying go fucking sell your home and fucking throw it in the ball pythons, you know.
Yeah.
But, you know, with my knowledge, with what I know now and what I have, I would do that because of what I have and where I'm at, you know. Grow and see where you're at. But if you're not going to roll the dice and throw an investment out and do it properly and see the rewards, every investment I make, it pays, you know, 2, 3, 4 years, like 10 times what I paid and the stuff I have. And then once those start breeding, it's like, holy fuck. Like I'm making money off of animals that that I made, I bought 10 years ago, and I'm still making fucking 5 figures. 10 fucking years later off that one fucking animal, and and I'm like, wow, it's mind blowing. But if you're doing this for 6 months to a year and you're not ready for some blows, don't fucking waste your time or money, man. You know?
Mm-hmm.
This is what, 6th, 7th year for you?
This would be my 8th year of clutches. I think the first year and a half, I didn't, you know, I just had some animals. So I think this season right now will be my 8th season of clutches.
And every year's been better?
Oh yeah. Yes. Yep. 8 years ago, I had, I think 2 clutches, if I remember right. I think it was 2, might've been 3.
And now you're almost hitting fucking, gonna break 50. You're gonna break 50.
I have fingers crossed. I think I'll break 50. Yep. Yeah.
Where do you see yourself in this? Like, where do you see yourself moving forward? Like, if you hit 50 this year and 70, 80,
I think what's really next for me is I think we'll probably maybe shut down our actual retail spot of our studio, and maybe I'll still photograph maybe a little bit on location and some things like that. But I think we'll probably lean more into the animals as our income than right now. That, you know, really it's a kind of a division, pretty 50-50. And so I'm really hoping in the next year, that's kind of the progression, is hopefully next year I could, you know, maybe you break 60 or maybe I break 70 or something. Next year, my plan right now, this year I bred 80 animals. And so if I hit 50, 55 clutches or something like that, I think that's a great number. I'm good with that. Next year I could breed somewhere between 100 and 115, obviously depending on, you know, a few of them are kind of borderline whether or not they'll be at that, you know, 14, 15, 1600 gram mark. So, you know, but if I can even breed 100, adding 20 girls, like you know, hopefully I add, you know, maybe 7 or 8, 10 clutches, 50% or something like that. It just keeps moving forward. So my goal is I want to get to the point where I'm hitting 100 clutches. So whatever that equates animal wise, but my goal is to hit 100 clutches.
Awesome.
And then I'll make a new goal.
That's not even, yeah, exactly. That's a good point. But that's not even that, you know, the way you are with what you have and your experience and, you know, the way you're set up. That's not even that far of a reach, man. That's you can probably fucking do that. You'll definitely do that in the next couple of years, if not next year.
I'm hoping so. Yeah, it's kind of my,
sure.
You know, my kind of three-year plan or something somewhere in there. I'll just keep pushing forward, and so it's all about making goals and reaching those goals and writing them down. You know, that's the thing, is it's one thing to just say a goal out loud, but if you write it down and look at it every day, you'll achieve it probably faster.
Yep. No, definitely. No, I mean, there's so many different things that you can, you know, do, and certain people have to do, you know, certain things a certain way. But I think that if somebody really wants something and they believe in themselves or what they want out of it, and not everybody's willing to sacrifice or give, you know, work hard. They just got the wrong mindset. Like, and it's sad, but I mean, everyone has the capability of doing whatever they want to do. I truly believe that. But if you know, wanting something and saying, like you said, just saying something The minute you write it down, you've actually made a fucking step towards that. It might be fucking tiny, but it's a step. Anyone can say something, but then when you start writing it, there's the one step moving it. And then now you take that from the paper and start getting it to where you make another little step. And, so many people will talk, but they won't even take that next step to write it down. Always make a step forward, no matter how small it is.
So even in like when I write a goal down, typically within my goal, I'll also write like what those actions are. I'm probably a little bit like you. I am diagnosed manic depression. I have a chemical imbalance, bipolar. I have extremely bad anxiety. And so like managing things sometimes for me, it's very easy for me to get sidetracked and just not want to do something today. And a lot of it comes from some of that stuff. And Billy, I think you probably understand that.
Yep. And I don't even know why, right? Because it's like, I'm so, oh my God, I got all this. And it's like, sometimes
it's like super easy.
And I just, like, it's, and that's what I said earlier. It's weird because it's like, why the fuck don't I want to do this? And it's not like it's crazily hard. It's like, oh, you got to go walk 5 miles and climb fucking trees. Like, no, man. Just go take a picture, put it on fucking line.
Like, I pretty much have to put a to-do list with inside my goals. Like, okay, I want 100 clutches. Well, what's that take? Like, well, if I have this many animals now, and like, this is what I think I need to add. And, but like, I have to write down those steps so I can have almost put a check mark like a child. I have to be able to move forward for me. So you have to find what works for you. And that's what works for me is thinking it, saying it, writing it, doing it. And if I don't do those things, I mean, I can name 100 times where I've had what I think is a great idea, and I just never pushed it forward because I didn't make it a priority, and I didn't put it in motion. And so, you got to find your path or your plan. Set up a plan that works for you.
Yeah, and ways to implement it, because it's not like everyone, and some, and that's what I mean. Some things I can't even explain. But I know what happens. Like, I come in, I got this awesome place, amazing, and it's just like, we'll do it tomorrow. You know what? I don't. And it's like, why? Like, why? Like, get it done. Like, you know what? Like, and it's weird because it seems like, I mean, even myself, it's like, holy fuck, I'm so motivated and go. And why the fuck is this one little thing knocking me off my fucking game? Like, wow, and I can't explain it.
Yeah, if I have like a deadline, so like a lot of times in the studio, I have to physically write down a deadline like on my calendar, because sometimes I'll wait till that exact day. I'll find reasons not to do it, and whether that's part of my mental health, which I'm sure it is what it is. But I have to make it work. I have to put myself in a deadline. And the snakes is completely different. Like, I'm really good about just staying in a rhythm, and I might get off on a day, like we try to clean on Mondays, and today we just had a lot going on, so I'm going to clean tomorrow. And so like things like that. But the other thing I would add to like all of that is don't be afraid to ask for help, whether that's just giving me a boost, like, hey man, you're doing a good job, here's a clap, or whatever that is. Like, don't be afraid to ask somebody maybe in your circle for help, whether it's physical help or mental health or whatever. Just don't be afraid to ask.
Yeah, and like I said before, the littlest thing, liking, sharing, giving somebody a prop, you don't really know how. I mean, some people can say, fuck, here we go. And other people go, oh my God, it could change their whole the rest of their day, the rest of their week. You don't know how someone's going to perceive an action, or how they're going to react to it. But if you don't do anything, you're never going to give them that opportunity.
Yeah.
And I think that's one reason why we should do a lot of shout outs and positively posts and
you
stuff.
Build people. Like, you're investing in people by giving those shout outs, and that might be the biggest thing in the world to them, and it may seem really small to us. And so I think that's the point, is that you don't know how that affects that person, and it's always in some type of positivity. And so it's worth it. I think it's great that you do that. I think it's always really cool that you give people attention.
Yeah, and I hope that they take that and they feel that momentum and use that to fucking, oh my God, I got a fire under my ass. Let's fucking go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, let's boogie.
Push forward. Yep.
And I love it. And I think, so many people have said that, little things that I've done has pushed them and made them, and you can see the success from it. Now, it's not all because of me, but I helped. If I can have a little tiny bit to make someone do better or push them to another goal or to keep moving forward, I'll do that any day of the week as much as I can,
Yeah. Yep.
I'm not going to, like you said, hold someone's hand and fucking skip with them all the way through and this is what you do. No, I can only do so much because I got my own fucking hand to hold and fucking skip through shit. So
yeah, I'll definitely do everything I can to help somebody. I just think, you can't do it all for them, and I think you figure it out. You find out the people that are maybe taking advantage of that, where they're, really asking you to do too much. And I think you have to find a way to even push those people harder and pull yourself back. And sometimes that can be really, really hard, but, definitely always, I think, Billy, I think you're great at it, and so Justin and all those guys, I think everybody's really, really great about lending a helping hand if you ask. And so, I think, you guys do a great job at, motivating and keeping people focused and giving people something to inspire to. And
we also want, if me, Justin, Ozzy, and maybe 10 other people, the only ones doing well, what incentives do you guys, hey, you guys are failing, but keep investing money. Keep buying these awesome snakes we're making and keep them fucking dying and not breeding and stressing you out, but buy some more. We need people to be successful. And in order to do that, you got to not make as many mistakes. And enjoy it. You don't want to have this fuck. What are you doing this weekend? I gotta fucking clean all my fucking snakes and holy fuck. You know what I mean? You're never gonna last. You know what I mean?
Well, I think our success is it's a circle, because I think if I succeed, then dollars wise, I can invest in a Billy snake or a Justin snake or an Ozzy snake or whatever, because you guys are producing, things that not just Joe Blow's producing. And so, and then I survive on maybe, Joe Blow or whatever, right? So there's just a circle, and where you're at the circle is where you should be. And as you move, you're going to get to those points, and it just keeps moving. And, 8-9 years ago, I bought the most expensive thing I bought back then. I bought a 1.2 of double het, albino G stripes. And I never thought in the world that I would be into crazy pieds or clowns or anything. I just never, those dollars wasn't achievable to me at that point. And it took some learning lessons to figure out that it was, and that it could be, as long as I had the right mindset. And so I think all of us are jealous of each other's collections. And I also think that we think our collections aren't that great sometimes, right? We look at our own collection and be like, oh, it's not that great, but Billy's is really great, and I was at Justin's, and Justin was like, oh, you don't want to look at that stuff, whatever. And I was thinking whatever your worst animal is probably my best animal, And so it's neat to hear you guys that are at the top of the pyramid, go through the same struggles as the rest of us. And it makes it, normalized for us to think, to think that way maybe, and that, it's okay. And so, it's always great. These things right here are great. I would have never thought that I would be on a show with Billy, or, on a live with so-and-so, and those things have happened, and, I'm honored, and I hope that someday, people underneath me get to this point as well and get to share that spotlight. And it's a really fun, it's been a really fun journey. And I think it only will continue that way.
Right. And it's great because you see now you're making less mistakes. You're learning more. You're even with Patreon, I love being able to have people and help and see them, do better, and give them a different platform to, be a part of. And it's not just, oh, what did I make? What did I do? What did I create? What do I have? What did I sell? It's also, who did I help? And it's such a great feeling. 1 minute I'm making a great sale, another minute I'm cutting fucking eggs, high-fiving the guys, we weigh an animal. It's like, oh my God, fucking, we can move her up. Oh my God, we got eggs. Wow, I got to look at this fucking incredible email. You know, oh, look at this fucking shitty douchebag email. Fucking, like, really, dude? You know what I mean? You know, then you go on and, like,
greatest.
yeah, you look at all these amazing, happy comments, and then you get one douchebag, like, hey, man, do some more cocaine. Like, holy fuck. Like, I'm hyperactive with ADHD. Fucking
Love
people.
getting the comments or like an email or whatever about how I'm doing it wrong, so I'm not doing it the way. Those are my favorite.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I always like send them like, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep. Oh my God, it's crazy. Benevolent Reptiles says a follow on IG is just as awesome as a shout out for new guys. That's some simple motivation. That's some simple motivation for us. Thanks, Billy. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, if I go through and I just see somebody and I'll click and I'll look, as long as you have, like, you know, 12 or 15, I'm not gonna. Well, I shouldn't say not. I have. I mean, if they're cool pictures and if I know they're new. But if you're posting and I go on there and it's stuff that I want to see, I'll follow you. I mean, it's not like I can't follow these people. I mean, I can follow whoever I want. I mean, you know, if you're putting in work and you have content I want to see, I'll follow you. But you know how many fucking amazing people are out there that I look and it's like 546 posts and I'm like, holy fuck, look at some of the animals these are. How do I not know who these fucking people are? Follow, like, wow. And I mean, I get blown away sometimes when it's
definitely
crazy.
found that.
Yeah, like, how the fuck do I not have I not heard of this person? Like, it's crazy. And they're putting in the work and they're grinding and they've got crazy shit. It just shows you how small, I mean, how big the community is and how many people are doing this. And like 4 or 5 years later, I'm always on Instagram and I just find this person. Wow.
Yeah.
There's lots
You know,
of
we
them.
talk about like Instagram for a second. Like, I always think, I'm always afraid that people are offended that they don't get a follow back. You know, and for me, it's just I'm busy. You know, like, so if I get a new follower, I don't even really necessarily see it sometimes. So like, if I end up following somebody, it's kind of the same thing. Like, I end up finding them by chance, and sometimes they're following me and sometimes they're not. I feel bad when people, you know, find their validation through follows on Instagram or Facebook or whatever, because you know what, if you're doing your thing and you're happy, like, don't worry about who's following you and who's not. You know, it's, people can get really wrapped up in that, you know, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I'd follow everybody if I could, but I don't know if that's feasible, especially for a guy like you. You know, you get into, you know, multi-thousands of people, you know, or whatever. I mean, you just can't. And so
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, I like people. I really love people. And so sometimes Instagram gets me a little bit depressed and down because I feel bad that, like, for the 4,000 followers I have, I'm not following every one of them. And for me to go back through and look, like, it just seems like something that I don't want to do. And so please don't be offended, at least from me, if I'm not following you. It's not like, oh, your page isn't follow worthy. It's more that I probably just never have looked.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is I don't want to go on there and just go, oh, who do I have to follow to make happy? I'll find you from your post, or I'll find you from, like, organically. You know, I don't wake up and say, oh, I got to go follow 20 people today to keep my quota up. Sometimes I don't even fucking go on. I mean, there's so many. It's crazy because when I do have time, I'll go into my, I think it's called message request or requested, and I'll go in and it's like, holy fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, wow. And then I go in and I try to look, or they like the story that you go on that was like 3 weeks ago. It's like, you don't even know what story they liked. You can't even comment back. Like, holy fuck. You know, it's so much of it. And it's crazy, right? But you can't, I don't want, you know, and if that's your mindset, like, oh, he's not following me. Well, you know what? Like, that shouldn't be your main goal. You know what?
Yeah.
If I'm not following you, then you're not doing a good enough job to make me follow you. Go post some more shit and fucking, you know, I definitely will find you if you're doing this right. But don't think like, oh, like, if your whole goal is to get likes, you know, social media doesn't make you a good business person, doesn't make you doesn't give you experience in breeding, doesn't make you who you are. It's a tool to showcase all of those. I will find you if you post. I will find you if you grind. I will find you if you're working and you're in the community. I will fucking find you. Because if you're sharing stuff, when I go follow somebody else, I always go, who else is recommended? And I click those too. So if you're out there fucking working and putting in work, I'll fucking find you. You know what I mean?
I'll find you.
100%.
Yeah, I always think like we all follow, like we have friend circles or groups or whatever on Instagram. And so like people will share things in there. And so like somebody's watching, right? That's what I always think. Somebody in your circle's watching. And so if I don't see it, they might see it. And if they think it's good, they're probably going to share it to my group. And then if they think it's good, I'm probably going to think it's good.
Right.
So there's a lot of truth to that. Like that if you do put, a little bit of time and effort into, your page or whatever, you probably get it back. I always think like Instagram's a bit of a double-edged sword. So I love all of you. I just may not follow you, so don't be mad at me, and don't be mad at Billy because he can't follow all of you.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, when I do, I would. I know myself. I can't speak for everybody, but I'll tell you one thing. If someone messages me and says, "Hey, Billy, follow me," and I follow them, I guarantee you it's not as exciting as if you wake up and you open up your page and it's like Mutation Creations following me. What the fuck? Holy shit. I guarantee you the feeling will be great on both ends, but when you fucking have it where it wasn't asked and it's just natural, it's going to fucking blow you. Like, oh my God, oh, holy fuck. Like, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, you look at like Justin's page, the guy follows like 17 people.
Yeah.
And so I always think it's pretty funny. Like, his Instagram feed must be real easy to go through.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, and you can't really be mad for Justin if he doesn't want to follow you back. I mean, he's got his own agenda. He's got his own work. It's not like he's fucking sitting at home doing nothing. Like he's got fucking, like
he's bored.
Wow, yeah, it's not like he's like so, that's what he wants to do. Mm-hmm. I like to follow. I like to be out there. So I do what I do. He does what he does.
Yep.
You can't like, I'm a big breeder too. I better follow only 17 to 20 people. That's not what I want. I'm doing what I want. He's doing what he wants. That's what people need to realize. Do what the fuck you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it because, I have to. No, you don't. I got to have a fucking podcast. I got to have a YouTube. No, you don't. Do what you want to fucking do. If you want to follow nobody, if you don't want social media, don't fucking have it. No one says you have to. But if you use it right,
comments a minute ago. Yeah.
If you use it right with what you're doing, and it's something you want to do, and you're able to do it, it will benefit you. But it could also fucking ruin you. Like, you know what I mean? Quick. Like you say the wrong fucking thing, boom, done. So, you said it's the double-edged sword, man. I mean, it's fuck.
Yeah.
So it is crazy, man. But I just think that the community is amazing. I think the community's growing. The people getting the knowledge and the info, and the support keeps people in and keeps pushing past their mistakes, past their bad fucking things. And I think the more people can trip and fall and get back up, the longer they're going to be in it. And then they can use that. Hey, remember when you won't believe this, but 4 years ago, I lost all my eggs in the incubator because of a malfunction. And blah, blah, no way. How did you get over it? Well, it fucking really hard. Like it was bad, but you know what? I did this. Now look at me. Like, wow, you can use your story, your good and your bad, your experience and what you've heard and help, get somebody else out of their rut or push to the next level, keep moving forward. And everyone's going to have a different fucking story.
Yeah. I was just trying to find this quote.
saved it in his phone, and I'm trying to find it because it fits this perfectly. And of course, when you want to find something, you can't find anything. Where's it at? Please be in here. This is the kind of luck I have, Billy, is when I want to.
Of course,
I want to share this with you, and
that's why what you got to do is you got to get an extra. You have to get an extra folder, and once you do it, you copy and save it.
That would have been. Well, the quote went something about I'd rather like. It talked about falling off the bicycle and like how I'd rather be the one to fall than have never fell and got back up again, or like got back on again. And it was always a neat quote to me. I'll hope if I find it, I'll at least share it to you in a message.
Yeah, please.
So, yeah, I wish I could find that. My luck. Oh, I was hoping it'd be in there. Yeah, I'll have to find that.
So, almost 5 hours.
Yeah?
Yeah, let's call it a night, my man. It's pretty good. We got
Nice.
80 people still. Fucking you guys are champs. Some people
Yeah,
left and
thank
they're like, oh my God, you're still doing it. They went to go do the rats or stuff. And some people went to eat, came back, you know.
Yeah.
But no, man, there's so many amazing people. And what's great is, you know, by the end of the week or so, we'll have about 2,000 people watching this. And hopefully they pick up some, you know, pointers, positive life, you know. I mean, you know, people are always learning something or reading the chats or listening to, you know, this or, you know, they follow you or they know you or they've met you and they didn't know things about you. I mean, that's what's great about social media, talking, being part of lives. Like I know every time, you know, like Chino, I want to get Chino on one of these also because he does so much and stuff. And, you know, he's reached out to me back in the day, you know, when I've had, you know, looking for stuff or, you know, he's reached out and said, hey, man, like, you know, help you out and stuff. And I mean, he's always been like that since I've known him. And
He's
stuff
just
that he's
got a big
done.
heart.
Yeah, I fucking, you know, awesome, you know, and, you know, more people see that and try to duplicate it. I mean, the better it is for all of us. And no, it's
And
just, it's just great.
like Chino's got a pretty rough story too, like, you know, kind of growing up and stuff, man. He's really, and even somewhat so now, like talking to him, but the guy he just doesn't ever seem to really let things get him down. He just keeps moving. I really like that about Chino. He'd be a good example of keep on moving.
Funky Town Exotics. I'm still at work. As far as I'm concerned, you guys can keep going for another 5 hours. Because I probably will have to.
Yeah, he's getting paid to listen to us. That sounds good.
Oh, that's awesome. Everglades Exotics. I'm going to put a post up soon. I had some of your, I had a bowl the other day of the Apple Jacks. Fucking awesome. Haven't had it in like probably 2 years.
Ooh, I don't think I've ever had Apple Jacks. I'm a Lucky Charms guy.
Yeah, I don't mind that. You can only have it so much. It's those fucking marshmallows, like.
Well, they're like crack, and so man, Billy, you're gonna be. Maybe this won't surprise you, but I legitimately dump the box out and I grab all the marshmallows and then I grab like just a couple like handfuls of the stuff and I eat like a box in a sitting. But I really only eat like a handful of the kernels or the cereal.
You just eat the marshmallows. Oh my God. I can't even imagine. Yeah. I'm trying to think about that. I couldn't do that.
It's like a $5. It's like a $5 bowl of cereal.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I give the rest, all the leftover cereal, to our African gray. Give it to the bird.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Throw it for birds.
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
Michael Torrey, Royal Pythons. After switching from paper to substrate, have you seen an uptick in female lay rates? No, they went regardless. I don't think there's. I mean, because I went from paper, I did paper for almost 5 years.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I didn't know that about you, Billy. That's interesting.
Yeah, I went to unprinted newspaper for 5 years.
And now you're on Cocoa or Repti Chip?
Cocoa. So I went to Repti Chip, then I went to Cocoa Blocks. So from what I was using, so my first experience with coconut was just this, generic shit that's made, I don't know where it's made, but you can get it here. And it's no name. And one of the other vendors was selling it, and I got it. And it was okay, really dusty. And then I end up going to Rep the Chip because someone used it and said, holy fuck, it's 10 times better. Well worth the money. So I'm like, fuck it. So I reached out to JT and I'm like, hey, what, can I get into this? And they're like, well, there's a distributor here in Canada, Carrie and Barrows, KB Reptiles. And I'm like, well, I go through 200 or so myself. I don't want to pay retail. So I signed a non-compete, I guess, so I couldn't sell it.
Okay.
And then I used it way better, a much, much better product. And then it sucked because when people would come over, even my staff, hey, Billy, can I grab some Rep the Chip? And I'm like, no, I can't, man. And it's like, dude, and I'm sitting there with 150 of it. It's like, no, I can't sell you one. It's like, Billy, man, you got like 150 right there. They're looking at it because I didn't have a place to keep it because my facility was like open 1,000 square feet. And they're like, what the fuck, Billy? Like, I can't just take one? I'm like, no, I'm not allowed. It's like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm like, I don't care or not. I mean, I signed a piece of paper and I'm not going to do that. Yeah. And, it just got to the point where it sucked because, I'm so local. People would come all the time and I had to say no. And it just like, fuck, then I could see extra money being lost. And I'm like, Sure. So then when I ordered the Freedom Breeder, he's like, hey man, I'm going to, I want you to try my cocoa. What are you using? I'll rep the chip. You guys got to try my cocoa. And I'm like, he goes, you know what? You buy a skid, I'll charge you half price or something for the first one, or I'll give you a discount. And I'm like, okay, cool. So he sent it, and I get it in big chunks. I'm like, holy fuck, I love this shit. I like it way better, but only for my adults. The Rep the Chip smaller chunks, which is great for hatchlings, and it's great for everything. But the cocoa blocks, when I got it, I'm just like, I fucking love the cocoa blocks. But I couldn't use it for hatchlings, so I had to go to the distributor. So with the other guy where I got it from the original shitty kind, I'm like, I had no choice. So I went and I bought the crappier kind, and I was mixing it and stuff, and I was, using the sifter. So all the sand and all the crap I would use for tarantulas and other stuff. I bag it up and sell the sand or the husk, the really fine stuff because I don't need it. Problem is when I went to go buy another skid, prices and shipping went up. It's almost $4, almost $5 a bale. And I'm like, what? Fuck that. So I talked to Jesse, and Jesse's like, yeah, prices went up with everything else, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, well, I can get coconut husk. But the problem is the racks that I want, there's no sense shipping it because it's so expensive. I want to ship with my racks, but my racks are 4 or 5 months out. I'm like, holy fuck, because they're so far behind. I'm like, well, fuck, I need cocoa. Not only do I not have fucking small stuff for my hatchlings, I don't even have the fucking big stuff. So I'm like, God damn it, what am I going to do? Go for cocoa. A friend of mine, Jean-Francois from Belgium, he opened up a company called Go for Cocoa. And it's basically, made it, I believe, at the same place that they make the cocoa blocks. So they got a big chunk, and then they also got a small chunk. So they sent me samples, and I'm like, holy fuck, I love this shit. It's so amazing. So now I'm going to be the distributor for Canada. So I just paid the GST today, but it's in Nova Scotia. It got on a boat from Sri Lanka to Nova Scotia. Now it's getting put on a CN rail, on a train, and it's going to be trained here, and then hopefully I get it next week. So I got 10 skids, and I've got 4 skids being shipped out to Greg West from Cornell's World, the guy that I get my incubators from, and he does a lot of wholesale and all types of different stuff, thermostats, heat pads, racking, all types of awesome stuff. Great guys. So he's going to be a distributor out there. So I guess I'm in the cocoa game. But yeah, I brought 10 skids in, and they're gonna fly
Yeah.
out. I'm gonna bring another 10 in sooner than later.
All
but
right.
now I got the best of both worlds, and it's great stuff,
That's
man.
awesome.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, we did paper for a long time, and then I tried the cardboard inserts that you could get from like TSK.
Okay.
and
Yeah.
stuff. Yep. And then I went to Aspen, which is like premium horse bedding that you get at like a Fleet and Farm store. And that worked fine, but it's really dusty. And then I went to ReptiChip, and I've been to ReptiChip now for however long. So yeah. And to that guy's question, like I've never noticed anything different throughout a girl lane, whether it was on paper or
No.
Aspen or I think I've got a vet buddy down the road. He's got 40 some ball pythons. He's been on paper for 20 years and he's never tried anything else. So
Yeah. No, I don't think. I like the way it. You can spot clean. With the amount of animals I have, I do notice that with coconut husk compared to paper, the smell's a lot better. Because that's the thing, and the workload is a lot less. Spot cleaning instead of full cleaning every tub. So,
right. Yeah. So me and my son go through and spot clean, and then every couple weeks I do a full clean. So yep.
Cool.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
before you go,
Yeah.
I always ask everyone to say Chad EAD.
Oh, do you want me to say EAD or do you want me
You
to
can
get
say
Chad the full on?
you can do whatever you want. I think
Chad, I hope you enjoy eating a dick.
I don't even know if he's still here, but
I'll make sure that I send it to him.
Fucking right.
Don't watch the last minute, Chad.
Yep. But no, man, it was great to have you on, man. I appreciate you coming on
Thank
for
you.
such short notice. And no, I mean, it's great. And I mean, it's awesome because I know that you've helped a lot of people and it's great. And I see that you're always, active in the community and stuff like that. And I think it's great. And to see where you've come in such a short time and plus where you're going and you're moving forward. And I just think it's fucking amazing, right?
Yeah, well, I have a lot of guys like you that I get to look up to, and you and Justin, Ozzy, JD, Joe, and John at JSA. Like, man, I've got some good people in my life that really help me and give me something to inspire to. And so I thank you for this. I had a great time.
Cool.
I certainly always enjoy being on a live with you, Chino or whatever, or on Instagram in the chat or something like that. So I really thank you for what you do and what you do for the community. So thank you
Thanks,
very
man.
much.
Yeah, and the guys from JSA, man, they're awesome. I got my lights from them. They came up and came to the facility, and I met them, and it's just awesome. I mean, the people I've met and what people are willing to do to help and to go out of their way, and I just think it's so great. And I think years from now, it's going to be more and more, and I think what we've done over the last 2-3 years, especially in the last year and a half. Since COVID, I think we've made more of a community and sort of spread the word of, pick each other up and help and stay away from the negative. I think it's necessary for where we're going. And the amount of people that are getting into the industry and it keeps growing, you need positivity and not stuff where people are like, oh, fuck, why am I getting into this? This is horrible. Like,
Yeah.
And there's always going to be that, but if there's more of the good, if you go to five different lives and it's all bullshit, and then you might not get to the one that's positive. But if you watch 4 positive and 1 negative, and then you go to the fifth, the sixth one and it's positive, you're like, okay, I just won't go to this one. But if it's, you got to get them in the right fucking, the right way first, instead of them like, oh, you got to come back. No, you just went to the wrong ones. No, fuck that. Like,
Yeah. The best place to stay away from that is don't get on Facebook.
100%. But now they're all, because no one's using it anymore, they're fucking trickling into, Instagram now.
Yeah. Hopefully we can weed them out.
Yep. But no, everybody that, stuck around, it's always popping in and out. You guys are amazing. Always the usual suspects. Appreciate you for coming on again last minute. And
thank you, man. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, man. And like I said, man, everybody keep doing what you're doing, and you know, I mean, hopefully, you know, every live that we do and other people do, you learn a little thing, or you change your mindset, or it picks you up, or, you know, it's, you know, there's so many people out there dealing with same issues or same problems. Don't think like, oh my God, I'm the only one that's ever had fucking a slug, my female slug out, or I've only, you know, my female's not laying, or my female's off of food. We all do it, man. We all have it. It's like, you know, realize that what you go through, we all do. And you know, instead of just giving up, ask us how we get through it, or what we need to do to change, or something you need to do. You know, we can all here help people and move forward.
Yes.
So,
yep. Very much.
But no, man, everyone have a great night. Be safe. Chatty AD, man, you know. And you guys all rock. Talk soon. Peace out.
Awesome.
All
right.
We'll do
Thanks,
our,
Billy.
You're welcome, man. We'll do our little, you know, goodbye music, and see you guys soon. My channel. My channel. My content. My channel. My content. My channel. My content.